I took 5 minutes, and I was like, all right, I gotta get up. I was sitting there, I'm like shuffling.
All right, good morning, everybody,
morning.
and welcome to the 2024 edition of the Frosty Looper presented by Endless Endurance. We have a quick look here at the start, and I'm going to let this go live.
1.
All right, and the race.
Here we go.
And they're
The
off.
race is underway. Sorry for hopping on here a couple minutes late. Thankfully, we were able to get on time here in time for the start. I'm going to go quiet here and just let you guys kind of enjoy this look here at all of the runners out here this morning.
They look so warm, don't they?
And there's a ton of them, too. I think there were 220 people signed up.
221 was the final count.
It's awesome here. So look, see everyone here. We got the timer counting down as well. People taking pictures. This is going to be a great day. So, like I said here when we came on the air, this is the Frosty Looper presented by Endless Endurance. It is the sibling race to the summer Loopy Looper. This is our winter edition of it. We'll get into our introductions here in a second. We'll talk a little bit about the history of the race. We'll talk about the course, and then we will be with you, sort of on and off as the race unfolds.
Ooh, look at this
already.
live camera action.
Ooh, live camera action of our leaders at the start, and we'll be calling names out all day. We'll be, trying to shout out as many people as we can. We'll be presenting the race as it unfolds. That's why we're here. So, start with introductions. My name's Brian Paulson. This is the third time now that I've done this. I was with you here the first time that we did this, which was this race last year, and then for the Loopy Looper in the summer as well. I'm joined by my two counterparts, my co-pilots, my co-authors here today. We'll go ladies first here with Michelle. So Michelle, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Goldberg. I am happy to be here with you guys. I just want to point out, so this is an 8-hour race, but something really unique about what they do here is there's an award for the fastest first loop. So folks might be a little confused about why we've got a few runners going out really, really hot at the start of a long day.
I'm confused.
That's because they're trying to win the fastest first loop award.
Yeah, I love it. I love the fastest first loop. So it's men and women too. So there's
Yes.
a men's fastest first loop, a women's fastest first loop. So we'll be able to, that'll probably be the first thing we'll be able to talk about race-wise here once we see people start to come in. So joined on my other side here.
The good side.
Yeah. Take it away, sir.
My name's Michael Gagliardi. Government name, Michael Albert Gagliardi, although most of you folks probably know me better as Gags. I guess this is my second or third year being out here doing the color commentary for this race. To see the numbers, we have 221 runners out there in the field. It's a cold day here today. It just proves what an awesome community Endless Endurance has been creating or cultivating over the years. And I've been here since 2019, since their first 12 hours. So to see it now, it's awesome. It's a beautiful thing, man. Happy to be here.
Yeah, it's great too. So you mentioned the weather. We can kind of start there, and this race, and I mentioned it at the top, like kind of being the sibling race to the Loopy Looper in the summer.
Sure.
Those two races really serve as like almost opposites of each other in terms of weather, right? The Loopy Looper is, it's the summer race. It's in August. It's always super hot. The goal to that race is really managing the heat. On the other side, today it is, mid-December. It's like 20. It says 27 degrees on the screen in front of us here. So it's like it is really the exact opposite to that race in the summer. What kind of challenges does that present to the runners today as we get going with a cold race as opposed to like a hotter race? Either of you, yeah.
One of the big things at the beginning of a really cold race is folks tend, you're standing around for a while before the race. Folks tend to over bundle and kind of have too many layers to try to stay warm at the start. And what the biggest risk is if you start running and you overheat while you're out there and start sweating too much in the cold, that will end up making you much, much colder. So it's finding the right balance of being warm enough, but not being over bundled. So there are some people who are out there in shorts, and throughout the day, we're going to see those layers kind of come off.
And at the same time, I was just talking with the gentleman, Treacial Churns, the infamous, world-famous Treacial Churns, who's dressed like Ralphie in The Christmas Story, or like Ralphie's brother in The Christmas Story. Literally, he can't even get his arms down. He's in 25 layers. So
I guess from that sense, too, like it's really people are trying to find like whatever personally they feel like is going to work for them early on. I do think it'll be interesting. I think like the front of the pack you're going to see. I mean, we have a shot here of what I'm assuming is our runner that took this thing out first in shorts, right?
Yeah.
So that's where, when you're looking at some of the runners at the front of the field, we might be seeing some people in shorts. Other people might be out here for the, your mid-pack, back-of-the-pack runners might be as bundled up as Ralphie from
and I'm sitting here looking. We're just over 5 minutes in. He's getting ready to make that first right-hand turn, so he's got to be close to 0.75 miles in roughly 5 minutes. So my man's cooking.
Yeah. And I'm interested to see kind of pace and how that plays out today, because Michelle and I we were talking about this before we came on. Both races, the men's race and the women's race today, are going to be, I think, ultra competitive.
Yeah.
I think there's runners in both categories that could take it out really, really fast. It'll be interesting to see kind of where people might kick later, but we'll save some of those storylines, I think, for as we get a couple loops in and we start seeing where runners are. It's a beautiful view right there too, where that runner is right now. Yep. So that's the Cuthbert Avenue view, or Cuthbert Boulevard view at the far end of the park. When you look to runner's right as you're going over there, you get a great view of the Philly skyline. It's one of the great things about running here in Cooper River Park and everything that the park kind of presents. So with that, go ahead.
There he is coming off the bridge. Yeah, he's flying.
Yeah, running really good early on there. So with that, too, we can talk a little bit about the course just in general for, people that may be tuning in for the first time or haven't ran this race before. About 3.75 miles is the loop. It's a looped course, which I'm sure we'll get into all of the different sort of like looped course versus out and back versus
point to point.
Point to point. Yeah, everything, right? So this is a looped course race, about 3.75 miles. It is really two long straightaways. It is a loop, but the points where you turn around on both Cuthbert and on Route 130 on the Camden side are really short. Yeah. So it's pretty much like two long straightaways.
Like a tenth of a mile, maybe 0.15 tops.
Yeah, so two long straightaways. With that, some of the challenges that we've seen runners have to deal with, especially for the winter race, is wind direction.
Yes.
Right? So typically you'll get a cold side and a warmer side. I don't know, either you want to talk to that for those of you that have run this race before. I know, Michelle, you have. I know, guys, you've had to deal with it.
Yeah, and I think the thing you're saying about the cold and the wind is, in between those two long straightaways is the river. So you get that cold wind coming off the river itself, and when it's a headwind, it's not pretty.
Yeah, same thing, Michelle. I know you've had.
Yeah, definitely, and I can remember previous years for the Frosty, and I've run a lot of miles on this loop, just like you guys.
Yeah.
But I know sometimes I'll do like a quarter zip or something with a zipper, and on the far side you zip it up, bundle it up, and when you come back around this side you can undo it. So having like layers like that's kind of part of the strategy to be able to open up and
I think
bundle up.
On days like this, it would behoove the runners to grow their beards out.
Yes.
Definitely, especially now. One of the nice things, just in terms of the weather, I was looking this morning. I think it was like max 10-mile-an-hour winds out of the northeast, so it doesn't seem like it's going to be super windy, which is nice. Because I do think, in terms of weather, like taking the actual temperature out of it, the thing that makes the winter race a difficult race is usually the wind, right? It's usually that, like, how do I stay warm? Now, how do I cool off? Like, it's a tough balance. So it seems like there's not going to be a ton of wind today. There's really, like, no wind right now. So I think even though it's cold, that could make for some really fast conditions.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see how that plays out, too.
I talked to a few people who are kind of counting on the cold being an advantage today.
Yeah.
Yeah. For everyone, on the bottom of your screen, for anyone viewing this, you can see a little QR code where you can scan with your phone to access live results. So throughout the day, every time a runner comes in, those live results get updated.
Man, it's nice to see the evolution.
Isn't it cool?
Of this over the years, man.
Cool.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's cool. We added there were a lot of, this is our third one. We can talk a little, just like the general history of the live broadcast. Like, this is our third time doing it, and even in just a year, the first time we did this, I was with both of you, actually. We did it for this race last winter, and, we were in a tent, kind of over by the start-finish line. We're on the stage at Cooper River Park, looking out at the lake. The county was nice enough to let us use the stage. We'll talk a lot more about Camden County as this kind of goes on. They're one of the main sponsors. They allow this race to happen. As you can see kind of behind me, it's the Camden County stage. So yeah, I mean, we have gone from a pop-up tent in the rain last year next to the start finish line to being on the stage here, which is awesome. So we're happy to be here with you today and kind of take you throughout this
Got
race.
the hair and makeup trailers behind us.
Yeah.
It's wonderful, man.
Greg's got his beard done. Yeah, but seriously, shout out to Camden County, who have provided so much support for Endless Endurance to be able to put on these races. It's really fantastic.
Yeah, so in an era too where it seems like, and I'm not a race director, so I can't speak to it as much, but in an era where I know it's becoming increasingly harder to get permits for races, and it's harder to kind of put on these local, mom and pop races, which is really what Endless Endurance is. Camden County's doing the opposite, right? They are opening opening the arms and opening their doors and saying, you want to have events, we're gonna make it easy for you to do that. We're gonna give you the resources to do that. Again, we're on the stage, which is awesome. We've never been on the stage before, so they try to make having events at this park easy, and it's really, really cool that's an option for us. So shout out Camden County if you're an event creator. Do your events in Camden County if you can. We love it and love being a part of it today. So
I feel like that's a great spot to put in a plug for an upcoming race from Endless Endurance.
Oh, really? What's coming up?
This spring, is it April? Do you guys know the exact date?
It's the first week of April.
The first week of April, Endless Endurance is bringing back the old 6-day race in this exact spot around Cooper River Park. So.
No. It's on the track.
On the track.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
On the track.
Around this more tight, immediate spot. On the track.
Yes, the 400-meter track.
I forgot that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the track. Yep. Yeah. So 6-day race. It's in April. There's a lot of different.
There's a 12.
There's a bunch of
24, 48, 72, as well as a 6-day.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah, I'm figuring out which distance I'll be running, but I will be here for that.
Yeah. I'll be here in some capacity. I don't know if I'm running, but I'll be here in whether it's a capacity that looks like this or a capacity where I'm holding the cowbell for 12 hours, shaking it by the start-finish line. I'll be here in some ways. So, yeah, that's a historic kind of throwback, too. That race was originally a race that took place in the 70s and 80s here on this track.
Yep.
It had sort of fallen to the way. It just stopped being a race for a while, and it's back. Which is really cool to see that.
And what's interesting, too, is I believe that was a race that was put on by Ed Dodd back in the day, and he was the first person to register for this race. So
Yeah.
that's a nice testament to what Pete
So
and Jen have been
incredible.
doing.
At one point, there were only 2 people registered for the 6th day, and it was Ed, who's a little bit older now, and Paul Johnson, who's like in his late 20s. And I was like, that's 6-day running. Like, it's like these 2 sort of like wild ends of the spectrum. So yeah, that's taking place here in April. Another shout out for an endless endurance race. We'll be talking a lot about endless endurance today. I believe registration for Loopy opened today.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, it did, right?
Yes,
I'm
it
getting
did.
a thumbs up from off camera. Yeah, so registration for Loopy Looper opened today, which is, again, the sibling race to this race. It's the one that happens in August. If you're a summer runner, come on out and run that race. It's usually the first weekend in August.
It's a great event.
12-hour, 24, 100-mile
Correct.
relays. If you want to do something as part of a team and just kind of like hang out all day, you can do that. Yeah.
Something that I talk with folks a lot about is for people who are ultra curious,
Oh,
who
yeah.
just kind of want to like thinking about getting into ultra distance races, a timed race like a lot of the ones that Endless Endurance provide and that they put on is so accessible and like such a great sort of foray and entry into ultra running, because in a timed race you have a set amount of time and you run as much as you want or as much as you can within that time. So you've got people that come out and they could have a goal just to run a marathon in 12 hours, or they could come out and want to win the whole thing. So it kind of just gives you a lot of different options. It's a no DNF type of event when you sign up for a timed race. So it's really like what you want to do. It's a great way for folks to
It's
like
you
get
against
into
yourself.
ultras. Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Entirely.
Yeah,
so everybody check it out.
That's one of the things I love about this race today, too. Like, we had a lot of people. So this is the 8-hour format, right? It's one race, 8 hours.
Right.
But I was even looking at Ultra Sign Up, and it's one of the things I love about like all of these types of races is that there's so many people signed up for this race that at least on Ultra Sign Up, it's like their first race, right?
Yeah.
Which just, I mean, it goes to show you a lot of things, right? The sport is growing. People are, like you said, ultra curious. They want to get into this sort of like this scene or this community, and they want to see what it's all about. And that is something that is so cool, and we're so glad to have all of those people here today. And it also almost always happens where someone comes into this race not running an ultra, and next thing you know, they're like on the podium.
Right.
So it's interesting. Well, I'm interested to see if that happens today. I have a name written down on the women's side that I think has the potential to be that person today. I'll wait till we get into it a little bit more.
Okay.
And see if that happens.
Okay. I don't even know who it is, folks. I'm curious also.
Yeah, so I was looking. So I have some comments here. I know people are sending in comments. We can see them, which is cool. Like I have them on my computer. I'm gonna shout out Albie here. Here, we'll have to look into that
Aw.
too. Yeah.
You can sign up even if you're just snack curious. That's an excellent point made by our dear friend Anna.
Albie. So Albie Day is in
shout
here,
out Albie and Anna
in the chat. Coming to you from New Mexico.
They are New Mexico's newest residents. Shout out Albie and Anna. Clean that kitchen, Anna.
And what did Albie put in the chat here? He said it's always shorts weather until the temperatures are in the negative. So and whenever I see Albie running out here locally, it doesn't matter how cold out it is. He is usually in shorts, and I am usually not in shorts. And it makes me feel like a less human being.
This one's for Albie and Anna.
Appreciate you guys.
We
Thank
miss
you.
you guys.
Love having you guys.
So
in the
Albie
chat.
and Anna are the ones that have manned the aid station for Loopy Looper, the water-only aid station halfway through. So they've been a big part of this race from the very, very beginning. I just love those guys, and you're definitely missed today. So thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, if you ever had a slushie during the Loopy Looper,
Right.
you can thank Albie and Anna.
Yeah.
And that's the community here that this running community has, right? Like, and we're gonna, obviously we're gonna try our best to shout out as many people as we can today, but it's a community event. I'll be honest and say that whenever I do these live broadcasts, I'm probably the most biased broadcaster. If I have a friend running, I'm like, Yeah. But we'll try our best to shout out as many people as we can, and keep these results coming to you.
I've got
as
four
best we can.
athletes that are out here running who I've been coaching for a while, and it's kind of like my kids. Like I don't have a favorite, you know what I mean? But those are my four favorites who were running today.
Are you coaching athletes right now? I wasn't sure if you did.
I'm actually not right now.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know.
I am a USCA certified ultra running coach.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew you were. That's why I asked. And I had that on like my notes of things at some point for us to talk about, just like kind of like coaching and plans and like drawing something up for a race like this. And I didn't know if you had anyone in this race too. I knew I knew Gags that you had people in this race. It's funny. I was talking to
I'm excited for them too.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and we can shout them out too. Like I said,
Absolutely.
we can be just be biased.
I'll be biased. I'll shout out Julia Barber, completed her first 100 mile at Wild Goose, and actually Albie was her pacer for the last 2 miles of that race. Erica Bash, one of the former 24-hour champions, she's out here today. Sam Beckett running his first ultra distance today.
Yay!
Shout out Sam, just did his first marathon at Philly a couple weeks back.
Awesome.
Oh, heck
and he's
yeah.
like, let's go, baby, all in.
That's
He's pushing all in
awesome.
for,
I love it.
For 2025. And my fourth athlete, oh my goodness.
I know.
My goodness,
we put you on the spot.
A second. Cover me for a second.
Yeah. So a couple of people.
Mike McNeil.
There you go.
Mike McNeil is doing the fish teas. So Mike McNeil, he just completed the JFK 50 miler.
Oh, nice.
The same weekend as Philly Marathon. He had a tremendous time. He's been working hard. And what's cool about Mike, he's been doing this project called the Fishtown Triangle, or the Fishtown 500, where he's been running this 2.3 mile triangle around Fishtown. He's getting ready to wrap up Saturday, December 21st, 8 a.m. Check out his social for more information. He's just a great dude, family man, working hard. And actually, it's his first year breaking 1,000 miles, too.
That's so cool.
And this dude has kept his head down since we started working together in July. So, and he's got his sights on 100 next year. So, this is just, I love this shit, man.
Yeah.
I love this shit.
It's a great community, man. I mean, there's some great shout outs there, too.
Yeah. They all work hard,
awesome, man. It's awesome.
And that's what's nice about this thing, man. It's like you get out of it what you put into it.
Exactly.
So to see these people, and it's not just those four. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's the entire field.
Yeah.
But when you are working towards a goal and you get to see, like, it just really makes me happy. It makes me feel like a proud papa.
Yeah.
I say this all the time whenever we, talk about these kind of races, or even whenever I talk to people about just like ultra running in general. Like, there's no one in the field today that's like a professional runner, right?
Right.
I don't think there is. I mean, there's a couple. There's no one that's making their money solely based on running performance, right? Like, so that to me is like the coolest thing, that there's people out here on a Sunday in December that are going to run for 8 hours, and there's people that are going to push, 50 miles and get up tomorrow and go to work. And that to me is like the coolest.
And that really is like the beauty of this sport, because, if we were playing football, for example, or baseball for that matter, like, okay, you can go down to Clearwater training camp and you can play with like the retired alumni Phillies, but you're not going to be able to play a game against the Phillies or the Eagles as an adult, as an amateur. It just doesn't work that way.
Right.
And here in this sport, I'm pretty sure we've all had interactions with people that we've read about in magazines.
Oh, yeah.
And you pass them on the track, or you talk with them on the track, and it's like, holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's the wild thing about this sport. And that's
really
why I
is.
say it's very much competing against yourself, because nobody cares.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even my Uber driver today, he's like, so what's going on? I was like, there's this 8-hour race. He's like, 8 hours? What? The average person doesn't understand what the hell it is that we're doing.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how far you run to anybody else. It's very much about yourself,
Yeah, it's great. That's such a good point. Yeah, and that's what it's all about, too. And it's like, it is... I feel like when the three of us are up here, it always ends up being like we're just talking about community, and like that is really what it's all about.
Absolutely.
So here we go.
Wait, check this out. We got our first runner coming in. That's an incredible
and there is
drone
nobody
shot.
behind him either.
Wow.
Look at this drone shot, and we're gonna get a runner name for you here in a second too as he comes through. There's a couple people in mind that I think it could
23 minutes into the race, and the first runner is about to come through.
Yeah, we'll get.
Do we have a name for our first runner?
We'll have one in a second when he crosses.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look
we'll
at
have
that.
it. I don't have any names
drone
yet.
shot.
But this is going to be our fastest
There
first.
he
Here he comes. Amazing.
Running so good.
Absolutely
And
amazing.
you'll get a shot. You'll get a shot right here as he comes
That's
through.
less than 24 minutes for the first 3.75 miles of the
That's
race.
our male leader right now.
22:37. He
And
crossed
we'll
the
see.
finish line.
Wow.
All right, so he just runner.
All right, bib number
263. Let me see
263
if this
just
will-
crossed
see.
the first loop. He slowed down a little bit. He's probably going to catch his breath before he keeps on going.
All right. I'll have to figure out how to. I'm having a hard time.
It's now 28 degrees.
Oh, it's warming up.
It's warming up.
Yeah. We'll
It's
be
a balmy
toasty in
28
no
here in
time.
Cooper River Park.
Yeah, here, cover me for a minute. I'm gonna try to get these results up.
All
There we
right,
go.
we're
Okay,
gonna
so
get it.
yeah, we're good. I got our results up. So it was Robert Nagay from Philly. He's 30 years old. Is done.
Amazing. 22:35.
Yeah, 22,
Wow.
35 on that first loop. Yeah, it looked like he slowed up a little bit. So I don't know I don't know what his, kind of like his own goal is today in terms of running this. But he looked really good that whole first loop. His stride looked great.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So we'll see. And that's kind of to like the other point that we were talking about earlier with just like with the 8-hour distance and like what this race kind of provides. And I know, Michelle, you were talking about it. Like sometimes you'll see runners come out and like use this as a training run for another race, right?
Yes.
So someone might come out and be like, obviously it's an 8-hour race, but they might like call it at 4 hours or 5 hours or at a 50K or whatever, right? So you never really know kind of like competitively where people are this early in a race. So we'll see. But I do think that is like another cool thing about the looped race. Like if you're running a 100-mile race later in the year, someone might use this as like a training or like a long training run.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
you can do whatever you want with it. And occasionally there'll be someone who comes out and they just want to get that fastest first loop award. And, maybe run a little bit more after that, but that's their goal. And I think
Run a
that's
really fast 5K.
yeah. But that's the cool thing is, whatever your personal goal is, you go for it. Like you can do.
I'm peeking out over the tents. I was looking to see if Robert was back out on the course yet, if I can see him popping. He hasn't made his appearance back on the course yet.
All right.
So maybe he's putting on some pants. I don't know.
Yeah. We'll see, and we'll keep that. Well, yeah, obviously it'll be a story. We'll keep going. But yeah, there was no one behind him to start this thing off.
Not even close.
No one close. All right, so a couple things we can just at the top here. We'll shout out some of our sponsors.
Yes, definitely.
Let me make sure. I know I have them all. Hold on, I don't want to scroll too far down on my sheet here because I have ultra running trivia later coming up. And these two people next to me cannot see the questions.
Look, Brian is so well prepared. Brian's got notes on his computer.
Notes on the computer. Listen.
One of us is a professional.
All right, so let's do our sponsors here at the top. There's a couple on the screen already, but I'll just kind of go in the order that I have. Talked a little bit about them already. The names behind me, Camden County, right? Just again, thank you to Camden County for being as welcoming as they always are, for allowing the events to happen. Because that's what it's really all about. We need, you need people at the county level or the state level to approve these things, and they're one of them. All right, looks like we have someone else coming through here. Our next runner, so that's Lowell Ladd.
Lowell Ladd.
And we'll talk a little bit about Lowell as he comes through. So this race, and Lowell's company is probably somewhere on my sheet right now.
Yeah.
So Lowell's coming through. Lowell is the, owner operator of. He's giving a thumbs up there to his timing board. He's the owner-operator of 2L Race Services. So Lowell's company is timing this race, right? Yes. And that was Lowell who just went through. A couple of things about Lowell because he's going to be a name for us to keep an eye on.
You'll hear it a lot today. Yeah.
Lowell is currently the male course record holder.
Oh, there's Brian Toro.
At this race. Oh, yeah. So we got some guys coming through now.
We got three guys
coming through, and we'll get you names on all of them here as they come through. So we're starting to see some of our lead male runners come through here. We got a group of 3 guys running together, probably about 25 to 30 seconds behind Lowell. And again, we'll get you those splits in a second. But back to Lowell, and then we'll kind of fill in here. So Lowell's the current course record holder for this event, for the 8-hour event, at 56.25 miles. So he's the course record holder for this event. Every time he's signed up for this event, he has never lost this event, which again I think is something that's interesting to keep in mind.
I was looking at his stats on Ultra Run sign up. He's done 5 ultras at least that have been recorded on Ultra sign up, and he's won all 5.
Yeah.
So I like that stat.
Yeah. It's a good
pretty
stat
awesome.
to have. So that was Lowell who went through at some point. He's got 2 different colored shoes on, so you'll see him out there on the course.
Yeah, you can't
an
miss
interesting
that.
trend in running right now, the 2 different colored shoes. We got some runners. Yeah, so we got a bunch coming through.
Yeah, all
Got some
right.
names for you.
And that looks like first female,
First female
right there.
maybe?
Yep.
Awesome.
And we have folks like shedding layers as they come through, so they're already starting to warm up.
I just took a sip of my water and it turned to ice.
All right, so I'm going to throw some names at you here from our group that came through. Some of them are names I have on my list of people to kind of watch throughout the day, too. So Brian Toro was in third. Brian Toro is another really solid runner, 39 years old from Basking Ridge, New Jersey.
Super excited to see what he
have you got
does
hair?
today.
Yeah.
You got a gorgeous head of hair.
Yeah.
Fred.
Yes.
Got
Yeah.
that lion's mane.
Really strong runner on his. He's got a couple wins on his ultra sign up. He's someone that's going to, kind of
Very
contend, I
strong.
think, to do some damage here today.
Yeah.
Zachary Tooper from Delran. I actually don't know too much about Zachary, so I'm interested to see kind of how his day, pans out over the course of the day. He was right in that mix. And then Chris Shaw, who was 5th place female. Chris Shaw is younger. He's 23. He hasn't run a ton of ultras, but Chris Shaw was the 12-hour winner of Loopy Looper this year, right?
Oh,
and
yes.
So it was kind of interesting. So we called that race. At the end of that race, it poured, like at the end of the 12-hour. So people had kind of scattered, and I didn't get a chance to catch up with Chris.
I think I blocked that thunderstorm
I know
out of my
that
mind.
midday, midday for the 24 or the 100.
Yeah,
yeah,
it was like right around 6 p.m., right around the very end of the 12-hour this summer.
Yeah,
it
that was the
a
first rain of the
torrent.
evening.
Okay, there goes Rhiannon Benson.
Yep.
That's Michelle's dark horse for the
Yep.
female for the
Yep.
F1. Actually, not dark horse. That's your pick.
That's your pick.
Yeah.
for the F1.
We can do picks here in a second if you want to. So Chris Shaw is in this race as the winner of the Loopy in the summer. So he won the 12-hour. That was an unbelievable race between him, Vin Kennedy, and Russo. Chris Russo maybe, or Matt Russo. There was another guy kind of right in that mix. So Chris ended up winning. So he's in this race too, which is really cool. First female, we had our first female come across kind of in that stretch. 7th overall, Chelsea B. Ryan, and I'm always so bad with these name pronunciations, so bear with me.
I say Baron.
Baron?
Yeah,
Okay.
We'll have to ask Chelsea later, but
Chelsea's
that's my
32
best
years
guess.
old from New York.
Sweet.
All
All right.
thank you for coming, Chelsea. She is, currently first overall female. She was followed pretty closely by, like we said, Michelle's pick,
Rhiannon Benson.
who is right here. Was 15th overall, third female. So you want to talk a little bit about picks as people are kind of coming through who we think could be a contender. What do you want to start, Michelle, or you want me to start?
You can start. I think
I'll
it's.
start.
I feel like you just never know.
No,
I
I
think
know.
that's part of my favorite thing about ultra running is you never friggin' know what's going to happen on any given day.
Yeah.
I do think Rhiannon is if she's running, she's running. But we have so many incredible strong men and women
There's so
out
many.
here today. Like, this is going to be so much fun.
Steve Epifano's coming
Yes,
there.
Steve Epifano, SoCal Runner. Shout out to our good friend, SoCal Runner, host of the Blueprint to Ultra podcast. Santa!
Karen.
I
believe
know
that's Karen
him.
Christina.
Or Christina. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Christina. Yeah, you're good.
There's another costume over
Wait,
there.
can I actually mention Steve Epifano is running today. So is his father, Steve Epifano Sr.
Okay, I'm glad you cleared this up because
so is his brother. His brother
wow.
is also running. So we have 3 Epifanos running today.
Epifano cubed.
Yeah.
Our friend Steve's father is actually training for his first 100-miler.
Awesome.
So he is planning to run Blackbeard's Revenge 100.
Yes. Okay. That's the one
in
down
March.
down in the Outer Banks?
Yes, down in the Outer
Yeah.
Banks, and his goal is to be the oldest finisher of Blackbeard's Revenge, which
I love
is
that. I love
phenomenal. So
That one's been on my radar simply because of the
Yeah.
name, and I believe the buckle's got to
and
do with it.
I think it's a cool race because
Yeah.
it's one of those
It's
where
that-
you have to be pretty self-sufficient. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're on that lonely stretch
Yes.
of highway. I think it's Route 12, if I'm not mistaken. It
Yep.
runs the whole length of the island along the Sound and the ocean.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who we got
This is
coming
awesome.
over here?
A bunch of people. So
So much fun. Lots and lots of runners coming in right now.
All right, I'll throw some names out there just to kind of. All right, so just like a couple people from my list of like names to watch, like people that I think could be in contention for the podium that have already come through. I'll start on the men's side, and some of them we've already talked about. I think Lowell Ladd's going to be a name to watch throughout the course of the day. I have Chris Shaw again as a name to watch, just because he had just won the Loopy Looper. It's hard to ignore the fact that he's running a race in the same place. Another name that I had on the men's side, Brian Toro was my other one, kind of like up there really high. Mike Harkins is another name. So Mike Harkins is from Haddon Heights. He's a local runner. He came through in eighth right there to start. I know he's a guy who's out here every morning. He's like kind of part of this local like Cooper River Park scene. Like there's a group of people that run here in Cooper River Park like pretty much all the time, and I know he's kind of one of those guys that trains here a ton, so he's going to be a name to watch. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch. And then there's people like Steve, too, and this will be a kind of conversation throughout the day, are runners that are in that 10th to 20th place, and they have a ton of experience, and they're just going to, like, chip away whole day.
Yep.
Like, Steve Epifano has a ton of experience. He's also been running a lot of fast races lately. Like he's been running some shorter distances through his coaching and through Fleet Feet out in California. So you just never know. It could be really fun to watch this play out.
Yep. And then Michelle alluded to this a second ago. There's always people that just show up and kind of surprise you or you don't know anything about. I mean, going back to last year when we did this together, the woman who finished in second place, her name was Gypsy Cooper, had never run an ultra.
She was phenomenal.
And she showed up and finished second, second female, and we were just like, oh my gosh,
blown
she came
away.
out of nowhere. So yeah, like you just never really know, especially again, like with races where, the people running are not professional runners. You don't really know like how someone's training on their own or anything like that. So
any given Sunday.
Any given day,
Any given Sunday.
What's really fun about this particular race, is that we have a lot of local runners, a lot of people coming locally, but we also get a lot of folks who travel from all over the place. And I think because of its proximity to the holidays, you get some people who are like on the East Coast maybe for holidays, and so they jump into a race while they're in town. Did you know there's even a Toronto, Wisconsin? I didn't even know. We have a runner from Toronto, Wisconsin today.
Who's currently in sixth place, by the way.
Yeah.
Rita Carroll.
And there's Herm.
Yes.
Big Herm. Eat a donut coming through.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Sunday.
And that's just a beautiful way to handle these races, man.
It is.
Have a great time.
Fuel strong.
Yeah, this is awesome. There's so many, again, like Michelle said, so many local people, too, to kind of keep an eye on as this race gets going.
Such a great family vibe. Like, we all love our ultra community so much. But there really is like an ultra family vibe that happens here at the Endless Endurance races.
Yeah, so again, like just to kind of keep connecting more of the dots here as we get going. So we were talking about Steve Epifano earlier as a runner that like could kind of be in the mix to just like chip away and you just have no idea where he's going to end up. He has a podcast out too. It's Blueprint to Ultra, right? With Jeff Winchester, who was a part of the Ultra Running Guys podcast. I had the privilege of sitting next to him for a bunch of hours in the summer when him and Jeremy came up and they were a part of this, the broadcast team for the summer race. So the two of them have a podcast together called Blueprint to Ultra. It's a newer podcast. I think there's like 4 or 5 episodes out. So be sure to check that out. They're both really good guys.
Yeah.
Jeff was unbelievable. I had a great opportunity to sit with him for the whole day, and him and I joked the whole day. We were like, one of Gags' athletes here coming through, Julia.
She's one of my athletes.
It's awesome.
I'm going to have her. She's one of my picks to win the whole thing.
Love it. I love that. So yeah, I had a great time sitting with Jeff, who's a part of that podcast as well. So yeah, it's awesome. Yeah,
it is super awesome.
Yeah, they're great. Jeff was great. And Steve is too. I don't know Steve as well. I know you guys know Steve better than I do, but he seems like a great guy. I was talking to him this morning a little bit.
He's a good dude.
Yeah, so
he's a great dude.
Cocodona a bunch, all the big things out west.
Yep. One of the people that they most recently had on their Blueprint to Ultra podcast as a guest is our own local Rachel Bambrick. who is here with Women in Ultra Running, and we definitely want to give them a shout out.
Yeah, so Women in Ultra Running, actually, that's kind of a good segue for us. I'll try to get back to the I know we had Runner Star coming through. I'll get back to our sponsorships here. And so Women in Ultra Running is a good one for us to shout out. Really, probably is more of a partnership than a sponsorship, I would say. But yeah, Women in Ultra Running, I mean, the goal is really as sort of simple and complex as the name suggests, right? To get more women into the ultra running space. Rachel Bambrick is the person behind that group. Rachel's here today. We'll I'm sure at some point we'll get a mic in front of Rachel and give her an opportunity to talk about her cause and her group. And I know, Michelle, you're involved in that group as well. I don't know if you want to say a little bit more about it.
I think it's just a group. She started Women in Ultra Running really with the vision of just getting more women into this sport and helping women who are interested in ultras and interested in endurance running, just to sort of see themselves in the sport and to have resources, have support, just to learn more about it. Something that I have known for years is that the number of women in the start line is typically far, far smaller than the number of men at a start line. I mean, sometimes I've been in some races where it's like 5% female. It's usually maybe 20-ish% or so. I actually had a 12-hour race in North Carolina last weekend where 39 of 59 runners were female.
That's awesome.
I've never, it was wild. It was incredible.
What's nice about Rachel is like she recognized, rightly so, that there's a hole.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so she's like, screw it. I'm just going to
I want to do something about it.
I want to do something myself, and I'm going to make it happen. Like, I want to build the community that I want to see.
It's been really cool to watch it grow, because she started it as a 4-part, sort of an information series, like a 4-part series where each week there'd be or once a month, like a trail run and then a topic. Nutrition, mental strategies, running hills, different topics. But it really has blossomed into an ongoing community where there's this strong group of women interested in running, and they get together and do activities, do a lot of runs, and just to have, there's an app that they use called Halo, just to kind of have a way to connect and support each other. It's really awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a great group. And again, at some point we'll get Rachel up here to try to see if we can get her on camera and get a little. Oh, make sure she's going the right way.
Yeah.
Going the wrong way.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. So yeah, we'll get Rachel up here. Try to get her up here at some point. But yeah, so Women in Ultra Running, one of the big groups that's just a local group, but honestly pretty quickly becoming like more of a national group as well.
Yeah.
So that's awesome that Rachel's here. Back to the just general sponsorships. So we have a couple of sponsorships kind of like in the nutrition realm. So Tailwind and Pickle Juice, I'll kind of pair both of them together, but Tailwind is the main nutrition sponsor for endless endurance races, not just this race, but all of the races. So Tailwind is your go-to drink mix, right? Drink mixes, I believe their tagline is all you need all day.
Yep.
So Tailwind is our nutrition sponsor. Nice, you got your.
I'm getting my hand warmers.
Yeah,
out.
we should have had hot hands as one of our
losing
sponsors.
feelings in my fingers.
And then Pickle Juice, similar in the sense of it's a kind of a nutrition-based race product. Helps with hydration. Pickle Juice is another huge sponsor of Endless Endurance. They've always been a sponsor. So shout out to both Tailwind and Pickle Juice for their sponsorship of the race and the continued support. Athletic Brewing is another one. So Athletic Brewing, I believe, came on for Loopy Looper. So Athletic Brewing is back on again as one of the sponsors for Endless Endurance, which is great. For those of you that don't know, and most people do now, Athletic Brewing is probably like one of the leaders in NA, non-alcoholic beers, right? So
absolutely my favorite. It's always stocked in my fridge.
Yeah.
I don't drink alcohol, and I love Athletic Brewing.
It's great if you're maybe you're someone that doesn't drink, or maybe someone that used to drink, or whatever the case is. After the race, you feel like you want to kick your feet up and have something that maybe still tastes like a beer but doesn't have the same effects. Athletic Brewing is a great choice. Yeah, Athletic Brewing's awesome, so we're glad to have Athletic Brewing on as well. Yeah, and then our last kind of sponsorship here, South Jersey Running Company. So South Jersey Running Company is our local run specialty shop, as we got some more runners coming through here. So yeah, South Jersey Running Company, local run specialty in Haddonfield. It's a couple miles from where we're sitting. They play a huge role in helping with endless endurance. The pickup was there yesterday. Dave Welsh, who is the owner, is just a local runner that has a lot of deep ties in this community. I'm sure at some point someone
I see a tent down the field. They have a tent set up.
Yeah, so they're here. I almost said we. I work there like on a very part-time basis. Like I help out when they need help. So I love it. For your South Jersey running needs, make sure to come on in.
Nah, they're great over there.
Yeah.
They do a wonderful job in for South Jersey. And again, just all about community.
Yep.
All about community.
Yep.
And that's what this whole thing is about.
General shout out to your local community running store.
Yeah.
Shout them out. I know you two are both a part of it. You can shout them out.
Yeah.
Shout them out.
Yeah.
Gags, we'll start with you.
I help manage Philadelphia Runner, 1711 Walnut Street in Center City, with 4 locations. Obviously, the Center City is our flagship. University City out on Penn's campus. The Manayunk location on Main Street, and then of course Glen Mills out in Delaware County.
Fantastic.
Philadelphia Runner is the hub.
Let them know.
And if you have running needs out in the burbs, come see us at North Wales Running Company on Main Street in North Wales, Pennsylvania. And also in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, we have another store called All Kinds of Fast.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
North Wales, PA.
That's you guys?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, now you do.
Before I moved to Jersey, I lived in North Wales. So
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, when I was
Awesome.
younger.
It's a
Lived
cool
in,
little town.
like Montgomeryville, like right there. Yeah.
Sweet.
Right by the Montgomeryville Mall.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I got ties out that way too.
Yeah.
You got a lot of
It's
run
great.
experience. I got a lot of run specialty experience sitting on the stage right now.
Don't get us. Don't start us talking
We're looking
about
at everyone's
shoes.
shoes.
We'll talk shoes at some point, I'm sure.
Heck yeah.
I have it on my list of
We
like
have
things
to.
we could talk about that
Totally
I'm
have
sure we will.
to.
Shoes and gear, I could talk all day, man.
Yep.
Shoes and gear, yeah.
Yep.
Shoes and gear. All right, so yeah, I know we talked a little bit about the men's race. We talked briefly about the women's race. I'll throw just like a couple more names out on the women's side of things that we haven't mentioned yet that I had in my like just general notes of people that I think could be in contention or names to watch. So we talked about Rhiannon a little bit. Michelle Palmer is another name I have written down. So Michelle Palmer ran her first ultra in the summer for Loopy Looper, the 12-hour, and she finished second overall for the women. So she's another one that's like a name to watch. She's the local Collingswood runner, kind of part of this like coalition of runners that runs here at the park like pretty much every day. So I think she's going to be a name to kind of like keep an eye on as the day gets going. Kind of like veterans of this game a little bit. 2 other names I have here: Tina Casodi and Lisa Perry.
Yep.
I think both of them kind of fall into like an interesting like that category of runner where they have a ton of experience, they've run a lot, and they both like have the chops to I think like contend. And they're names that like you might not see at the top of the podium to start, but as this day gets going, like they're both going to be right there.
Very
champion here.
Yeah,
they're both very strong runners.
I had the privilege of running with Lisa. It's actually the first time Lisa and I like really had a chance to get to know each other. We both ran Hainsport this year. And I ran Lisa. I was originally signed up for the 100. I ended up switching to the 12-hour, which is like a whole other story. But I had a chance.
We can talk about that too.
Yeah, I had a chance to run with Lisa a bunch. Lisa was running the 12-hour, and we ran together for the first like maybe 90 minutes of that race. We were together. So Lisa was great, and Tina was in that race too. Tina actually won the 100-mile.
She won
outright.
At Hainsport.
So Tina's another name that's like just have to.
Both Tina and Lisa both ran the Loopy Looper 100-miler just this summer. So they're doing there's a thing here called the double looper, where if you run the Loopy Looper and the Frosty Looper in the same year, you get an extra like double looper award.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. Why
are you looking at me like that?
I'm looking at you like that because even though I keep all my medals and buckles and boxes and cigar boxes low key, I kind of want that little extra bling for the
Oh, dude,
for the
it's
shoebox
sweet.
collection.
Yeah,
So, that's all.
I've got that one.
Yeah.
I don't.
You get you one.
Yeah, so they're, I think, 2 runners to watch. And then Erica Bash I have is another one. We mentioned her a little bit earlier.
Definitely.
Always a name to
So
watch.
strong.
Coached by Gags.
She's a monster.
She ran Javelina 100 this year.
Yeah, that was her
we
second.
had a blast.
Second Javelina.
Yeah.
Second Javelina.
Yep.
The former champion here.
Yeah, at the 24-hour here.
Very strong runner.
So yeah, really strong runner. And then, okay, here's my name. I mentioned this earlier. A name that I have on the female side of things to be in contention, I think, that has never run an ultra. It's Erica Green. So Erica Green doesn't have an ultra finish on ultra sign up. I don't think she's ever run an ultra. She's like a 250 marathoner.
Ooh.
So she's a really, really strong marathoner. Okay. Another local runner, I think she's from Collingswood. In that coalition that I've talked about of people that like run here pretty much every day. I think she kind of got convinced and dragged into running this thing by Michelle and Mike Harkins, some of the other people that are in this race.
Fun.
And I think she's has to be a name to watch just because of her ability and speed in the marathon.
Yeah, she can switch that engine to run to burn a little slower. Could be something special today.
Yeah, and I think
fueling and pacing for someone like that, just really
key.
paying attention to fueling and pacing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think she was third female through.
Nice.
On the first loop. So I know she's going to kind of like be in that mix. But again, never run an ultra before, you never really know. I just know she has kind of the chops.
Yeah.
Leg speed wise.
You had another name there that I just got really excited about.
Yeah, Randy.
Yeah,
Zuckerberg?
yeah.
So Randy Zuckerberg was here for the Loopy Looper, and I believe finished second in
She did really well.
Hours.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So Randy's here again. And Randy, I think has a podcast of her own, has a fairly large following on social media. To be honest, I can't speak to the specifics. I apologize for that, but I know Randy is another name for us to kind of watch and keep going.
Yeah, so. Randy was a guest on the very last episode of the Ultra Running Guys, and that was a fantastic episode. So check that out. They're not still recording, but all those incredible episodes are still out there and are just so amazing to listen to.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And Randy is here from New York, I think.
Yeah, New York runner.
Yeah.
Yep.
No one's perfect.
Yeah. So yeah, those are kind of like, again, my names that I had on the female side of things. Again, just like people that I think could potentially be in contention, but that could obviously change a bunch as the day goes on, and I'm sure there'll be names added.
Also want to make sure, it's so much fun to predict who could be at the top and who could be on the podium and all that stuff. But we all know that ultra running is about so much friggin' more than just standing on a podium.
And again, we talk a lot about the podium, and it's something that we talk about because it kind of gives us just generally storylines to talk about. But
you have one too.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
And they're all signed, which is cool.
Nice.
So we'll talk a little bit about this. Yeah. So this was a runner today that just popped up as we were setting up. A pleasure to meet him. He has a book out. His name's Tom Perry. I'll show you the book, and I'll talk a little bit about it. So Tom is battling stage 4 cancer. And, throughout his journey, he has been consistently running. He has a book out. This is his book. A couple of things about the book. It's kind of his journey and his story. Again, I'm not going to speak on it too much. It's his story to tell. But he gave us, copies of this book, and again, I had never met Tom, but meeting him this morning was really cool. He's kind of on this journey to run 1,000 marathon or ultra marathon distances. Since being diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, he's run 223 marathon or ultra marathon distance races. He's from Wisconsin. He's here today. He dropped off the book and he said, here's a copy. I'm just trying to kind of get the word out there. I have this book. And I just wanted to share this with you. And again, so Tom is someone that I hadn't met him until today. He's not a name that you're going to see on the top of the podium, but this is a guy who is, again, battling stage 4 cancer, doing everything to try to live life in this very sort of meaningful, intentional way.
Yeah.
And he has this book out. And that's a story. I mean, when you talk about the types of people that are in the field here today, Tom's a really amazing example of someone that's just trying to live life very, very intentionally.
Yeah.
So his book is called Running: My Salvation from Stage 4 Cancer. It's available on Amazon and wherever you get your books. I believe it's available on Kindle as well. All proceeds from the book go to the American Red Cross. He said he does not make any money on the book sales. They all go to the American Red Cross.
Yeah, so
it's
an incredible story. And I want to say, didn't he say that the number of marathons overall that he's run.
Yeah, it's like 700.
700.
It's in the front of the book when he signed
my
it.
gosh.
He wrote it. Yeah. It's like
Absolutely
I think he said
amazing.
778 or something. It's right on the first page.
Yeah.
718 or 719. That's
So
your
just
copy, actually,
huge
too,
shout
yeah.
out, like such a testament to strength. Wow, 718 marathons and ultras and 223 since being diagnosed for. So since then, 223. So
Amazing.
you know, when you're wondering
I'm
whether
curious-
you
Go ahead.
I was just
I'm
gonna
sorry.
say, like, in general, for like just the general average person, when you're wondering if I can or could I run like that, could I do that, you know, it's like to get perspective and to think about.
I'm sitting here feeling like a piece of shit because there's times when I'm
Yeah.
sitting in my apartment, I'm like, I'm just tired. I don't feel like getting
Right,
out to run.
right.
And this dude,
Yeah,
my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah.
yeah,
Shout out,
such
Tom. Thank
such
you.
a testament to his character and determination and perseverance. It's amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable. And I'll introduce you to him when I know.
Yeah,
when he
please,
dropped
please.
those off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll grab him later. He actually said, like, depending on how his race goes today, if he doesn't run like the whole 8 hours, he'll swing by again. So
That'd be great.
yeah, it was great. It was awesome. So
Yeah.
again, like, you talk about the community, you talk about the people in the race, and Michelle, I'm glad you brought it up. Like, a lot of times we kind of get caught up in like the race itself in terms of the podium, because again, it gives us a storyline. But there's so many amazing people and stories that are in this race today, and that's one of them.
And when you think about it, man, like the average person does not wake up and say, I'm going to go run more than a marathon, right? That's just how it rolls. So if that's the average if the average person's not doing that,
Right.
then that means the folks that are here are exceptional.
Yeah.
And typically
Every
with
single
exceptional
one of them.
people, you have an exceptional story.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
Every single person, I think, that gets to the start line of an ultra
It's a little weird.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
awesome. So that was a great story from Tom. Again, Tom, appreciate you, man, for dropping these off, and best of luck today and in the week.
Stop at 1,000, Tom. Stop at 2,000.
Yeah, keep it going. All right, so race update. We'll kind of switch gears here just really quick. We have a fair amount of people. Well, not a fair. We have a couple of people through.
Second lap.
2 loops already. Yeah,
Is
so
Michael coming through his second now?
yeah, that's his
Michael
second.
Harkins?
So that's kind of, there's like this. He'll be probably like the 6th or 7th person. Zach Tupper, 2 bursts through 2 laps. Brian Toro, Chris Shaw. And then it looked like there were a couple of guys kind of right behind them. I know Mike Harkins was one of them. It looked like Greg Donnelly is another name. Olex. So Olex is our, if I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize, but that's our runner from Toronto, Wisconsin. 50 years old. He's through 2 laps as well in 5th place, which is awesome.
That's awesome.
So, yeah. We'll see. We'll kind of keep an eye on for first female, too. First female will probably be
Coming through soon.
coming up here fairly soon. So got a fair amount of runners through 2 laps already, but again, there's a long way to go. We're almost an hour into the race, so we have another 7 hours for a lot of these runners. So there's a lot to manage. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to go still.
This race and the races that Endless Endurance puts on here are so conducive. Like, this is absolutely the perfect setup because you come through the loop, you can hit the aid station, you can hit your crew tent, your drop bag, and then there's a restroom right down there at the end of the track. So it's kind of like everything you need is right here, ready and available for you. It allows people to be really efficient, which is such an important key of making this day work.
I don't want to cut you off, but that's Erica Green, the runner I was talking about.
Oh,
That's going
sweet.
through right now.
Awesome.
So that was kind of
Okay.
like my dark horse female. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
but
no,
I just wanted to
all
make
good.
sure. Yeah.
Michelle raised a good point.
Yeah.
Efficiency is key because
Yes.
the clock doesn't stop when you cross the finish line and
Yep.
you want to fill up your water bottle or grab some gels or whatnot. So,
Yeah.
you really need to strategize, and just from experience, like, you should start thinking about what it is you're going to need on that next loop.
Yep.
About a mile before you even get there, so you're in and you're out like almost like an F1
Quick as you can.
crew or
Yeah.
pit stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you grab food, one strategy is come in, get your food, and walk out of the aid station eating.
Yeah.
Just to
Do everything on the move. Everything on
Yep.
the move.
Yeah, we got some more runners coming here, as you can see on the bottom of our screen, or on our screen, I should say, coming through, which is awesome to see. Yeah, you want to talk a little bit strategy? We could talk like more specifically, just like strategy for the day.
Aid station efficiency is a really important one to talk about, just for ultras in general, because I think people don't realize how much time you can waste, especially at an event like this. There's Treacial and there's Rannon. At an event like this where folks it is kind of a party atmosphere out here. So like friends come out, family, crew tents are set up. So it's really easy at something like this to end up spending a lot of time. You come in, you chat, you say hi. If you don't really pay attention and have a strategy, like Gag said, where when you know what you need and you get right back out, you can end up using up a lot of time. I was listening to a podcast recently where a guy was talking about how he had worked so hard to really minimize the amount of time that he was spending at aid stations, and it was just striking to me. I don't remember, but he had worked down, and it was for a 100-mile race. He had worked it down to maybe like 20 minutes overall that he had spent, which is ridiculously like crazy fast and efficient. And I think if you're a professional runner, if you're very, very competitive, you have to do that. But here's the thing that really struck me. It is not equal for men and women in that regard, because you guys can just pee anywhere, and it takes you like 2 seconds.
Guilty as charged.
No, it is true.
No, it is, and like that as a female runner,
I mean,
is such a no. It's very challenging. It's very challenging.
I'll let you two argue that.
The world could be your bathroom. Michelle, open up your head, man. Open up your eyes.
I see Rachel shaking her head. Rachel's shaking her head. I love it.
I've heard various strategies. And
the world can be your bathroom, Michelle. Open up your eyes to the opportunity that awaits.
Hey, it is like I am the first to find a spot on a trail, but still, even so,
I know what
it just
saying.
takes at least a few extra seconds.
Oh, it's different.
But they do have the Shiwi now. Have you seen this?
Dude, okay. Next time you gotta pee, you try to take the time to like use a Shiwi. It's very.
Have you tried one?
No, but
well, then you. How do you know?
I don't think this is...
Folks, hour 6, Michelle Goldberg's going to try
it. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it is aid station efficiency. I'll bring this one back on. I'll land this plane for us. Here we go.
So Gags and I are spinning off.
So aid station efficiency is gonna. I mean, it does play a huge factor, right? Like it is, and to Michelle's point originally, like, and you'll see this if you watch some of the pro runners, like they'll come into an aid station and just straight up switch packs. Like, so if they're running with a pack, they'll just have two of them.
About that so many times.
Dude, I got to witness David Roach at Javelina.
Perfect example.
Oh my gosh. It was absolutely phenomenal. His performance was mind-boggling, but to watch him come through, and that his crew, it literally was like an F1 pick. It was absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, so Riley Brady's the same way. So Riley,
oh my God, I got to watch them, and I was just mesmerized. It was so amazing.
Yeah, awesome. Like, they'll literally come through, drop the pack, get a new pack, like water on the head, in and out. It's unbelievable because when you think about it, like that dead time, like impacts so much of your race.
Oh, it adds up so quickly.
So quick. I mean, especially for us, like, you know, kind of like you're not the non-professional runner. You know, you're on a looped course. Like, if it's a mile or even this race, like next thing you know, you're sitting every loop. That's a lot of time that ends up adding up. So.
Totally.
Yeah.
So aid station efficiency is huge and is super.
It's also at a race like this, I'm noticing folks have a lot of strategies in terms of what they carry with them, if anything. So on a short loop, you know, you're coming through every 3.75 miles. You don't need to carry, or you don't need to wear like a running vest. You don't need to have a whole lot of stuff with you. But everybody's got different strategies. So
Right.
I see some runners who are out here and they just have a handheld. Gags, I know you prefer to do this race just with a handheld bottle.
Totally, yeah.
Maybe a couple gels stashed in a pocket or something. But a lot of runners also will run this with a vest. I usually run, even on a loop course like this, I will run with a vest.
Yeah.
Partly because that's what I'm used to.
Yeah.
And I'm so accustomed to it. It just
Right.
is like an extension
And I
of my
understand
body.
that too, because I've done shorter races. Like I remember doing a 5K with my kids, and I had my handheld. Not because
Yeah.
I needed it. It's a safety blanket
Right,
for me.
right.
You know, I
It
feel
totally
better
is.
with it.
And if you're feeling strong, like another part of the strategy, I knew for me, if I've got my vest, if I have enough snacks to get through 2 or 3 loops, if I don't have to stop,
Yeah.
I won't.
That's huge.
So that's part of the strategy too, is you don't necessarily want to set yourself up to have to stop every loop. I would prefer to go through at least 2 or 3.
Yeah. Well, especially today too, where it's a little bit colder, and obviously you're thinking about nutrition and fueling, but you're not thinking about it the same way you would like in a race like Loopy, for example, where it's like 90 to 100 degrees
Oh my
out,
God.
and the
Yeah.
fluid management is different. Like
If you're
in an
not
8-hour race like this
Yeah.
that's cold, sorry to cut you off, but you can like get through it a little bit differently. Where like you might not have to just carry as much fluids too, which
Right.
is like huge. I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't need a lot. There's a whole lot of fluids today.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
wouldn't
definitely don't need as much as you do
You got to
in,
drink, but
in
Yeah.
Loopy, but that's all a fine line
Oh,
because
yeah.
some people they assume they're not sweating very much, and so they don't
you are
hydrate
sweating,
enough.
but you're right.
You still have to stay on top of hydration and obviously nutrition, but I think that's one of the tricky things in winter running is some people don't drink enough.
Yeah.
We got a lot of folks shedding layers as they come through on this loop. It's still 28 degrees.
Bring your
Putting them back on later, even
I
if
bet.
it warms up when you start to slow down.
I
a little
totally
bit.
bet they
Yeah.
will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
Seven-
I would probably.
After 6, 7, 8 hours, it's your body's maybe not regulating quite as well. Maybe.
Yeah, and you're probably not running at the same pace either, too. Which
Yeah.
I think will be.
Oh, ask and you
Oh,
shall receive. Look at
man.
that.
Oh, look at this. Thank you.
All right, so I'll
Now I
update.
really look homeless.
Yeah. So I'm going to update our female race. I know we did for the male races. Some of the runners came through for their second loop. So female race. There you go, Gags. Yeah. Staying nice and warm. So our female race, we have Erica Green was the first one through her second loop. Again, that was kind of one of my dark horse runners to keep an eye on today as the race gets going. She was our first female through 2 loops. After her, we had Rhiannon, who was our second female through 2 loops. Again, a name we had talked about. We have Chelsea as our third. A name we haven't mentioned here yet, Christina Del Casale or Christina Del Casale. Yeah, I need help with these last names. I always that is the one thing. Like doing this a couple times now, people are like, "Man, you don't know." I can't pronounce anyone's last name. So Christina, we have as our 4th female through that loop. 32 years old from Philadelphia. Haven't mentioned her name yet. So she was right in the mix. And then our 5th female through that second loop was Tina Custode, a name we had mentioned already. She's a super strong runner. So yeah, followed by a bunch of other females that we're gonna kind of keep shouting out as the day gets going. I know Erica Bash is in there. Christina Chang, we shouted her out briefly. She's running in a Santa costume, which is awesome. So talk about just being here, having fun, but also being an unbelievably strong runner is Christina. I shared this before when Christina ran this race other times. Christina's a middle school science teacher. We actually worked together for a year.
way.
Yeah. So
That's cool.
Christina's great. We actually when I used to be a teacher, we had classrooms across the hall from each other. So Christina's awesome.
There goes Jim Logan crossing the line.
I was just going to reference Jim.
Yeah.
Jim's doing Arrowhead 135 again. That's a 135-mile race up in Minnesota. He'll be doing that for the second year in a row, coming up very, very
so
soon.
unique.
That's like a crazy winter race, right?
That's
You want to talk about that?
It's
Yeah.
a crazy, intense winter race because you
gotta-
actually you have to carry all your own stuff, but you basically are pulling a sled
Exactly.
in the
And-
snow.
And last year
That's a
was,
different level,
was
man.
one of the warmer years on record, and the runners were a little upset by that. They would
He
like it
said
to be,
that this morning. I was
They would
chatting
like it
with
to be
him.
warmer, right? I
Yeah.
mean, that's what you'd think. Like, that's what common sense would say, but it's actually harder to pull the sled through the mushy snow.
Exactly.
When it's not freezing cold.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, shout out Jim Logan.
That's
And he's
wild.
tackling the Triple Crown of 200s this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yes.
And
And
he's a local guy from
I was
Philly.
just saying,
what's
Yeah.
the name of the charity?
Jim's.
Elephant.
Pink Elephant.
Yeah.
That's right. Jim.
Pink Elephant.
Jim does a lot to support the Pink Elephant
Yes.
group. So shout out to them. Check out Jim Logan because it's pretty awesome what he does for the
Jim's a great dude,
community.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, from the Northeast.
Yeah.
North Catholic, go Falcons.
Yeah. And speaking of Jim, I should give a shout out to Nate Durbin, who's not running today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nate is on assignment with the Coast Guard.
Puerto
He's been
Rico.
deployed for a couple weeks, but Nate's taken Jim under his wing the last couple years. And Nate, he's someone I've had on my show before in the past.
Yeah.
But Nate
That
actually
was such a good episode
Yeah,
on Running Times
thank you,
with Gags.
Thank you.
Yeah.
2022, I believe, in 2022, he was recognized by Ultra Sign Up as having run the most race miles in the year.
Like phenomenal.
That is
Yes.
wild. I remember seeing that.
Yes.
And I believe the number of hours that he ran that year was like maybe, I want to say 300 hours or something. I mean, something
Yeah.
ridiculous. I don't know. I'm
Just
sorry.
racing.
Yeah,
like
just racing.
a month and a half, rather, of just racing.
Yeah.
Out of an entire 12-month calendar.
Yeah.
It's just insanity.
Yeah.
Another local North Catholic.
Did he go to North Catholic too?
He did.
Nate did?
He did.
Yeah.
And what I love about that is
Those
like,
Northeast Philly guys, man.
yeah, man, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Rachel's mission is to have more women in ultra running. One of my missions is to put Philly on top of the map
Yeah.
when it comes to ultras.
Yeah.
So-
Such a strong running community.
There is.
Man,
Yeah.
Jeff
Yeah.
Kirby's in this race. He's another guy
Yes.
from that neck of the
Yes,
woods.
he
He's
is.
got
Yep.
goals for today
Absolutely.
too. Yeah.
Shout out Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Jeff, I mean, you talk about a small community. Jeff is coached by Jeff Winchester, who we've
Yeah.
already talked a little
Okay.
bit about.
Yeah.
So Jeff Winchester does the podcast with Steve, Blueprint to Ultra. Yeah, I was talking to Jeff last night. We were messaging back and forth, and he mentioned that he was coaching
Okay.
Jeff Kirby too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So yeah,
Yeah.
they're all
awesome.
yeah,
Yeah.
small world in this community. Yeah. So
Really is.
yeah, bunch of runners coming through right now, which is great.
Yes. Is that a banana
Here comes one of my
costume?
favorite runners, Rita Carroll's pulling off to the aid station. Rita has been doing a marathon a month every single month this
Nice.
past year. This is going to be, and Rita grew up right around the corner from here, so this is her home course.
Is that Rita with the cowgirl hat on?
No, with the
Okay.
white hat.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
I want to give a special shout out to Rita and her family. Rita lost her mother just recently, and she was such a wonderful woman. Just a big supporter of Rita and the projects that she's done. And Rita and I have collabed on some things in the past, and her mom was always just an absolute sweetheart. So this last marathon of the year is super, super special for Rita and her family.
That's
Shout out,
awesome.
Rita. Love you.
Yeah, shout
Yeah.
out, man. There's
Definitely.
And if you're looking for anything creative-wise, check out Outback Creative.
yeah.
Or Out and Back Creative.
Is that Rita's?
That's Rita's
Yeah,
company.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. We've said this so many times. Like, there's so many people in the field that are just doing such cool things.
Yeah.
Like, and I think
Yeah.
you find that just in ultra running in general. Like,
Is Rita
people
going to
that
be
are
on
just,
on the podium? No. But in my heart, she's number one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's awesome. Yeah, such a great community,
That's
such a
where
great
the
opportunity.
stories are.
What's that?
Yeah, that's where the stories are. Everybody's got
Yeah.
incredible stories.
Yeah, it's great, and that's why, like, even before this race started, I was just kind of like walking up and back, like just trying to say hi to people I sort of know,
Yeah.
and just because the people that I know, and I know the things that to say about them and what they're doing. But it's great to be able to like meet someone like Tom, how we met this morning, or for you to
Yeah.
share that story about Rita. Like, those things are so important. Like that's the heart of this community. Like, when people look at ultra running in this community and why there's people out here doing this, like, it's the stories like that. Like,
Yeah.
it's not the podium, it's not the.
And that's what I'm saying, man. Like, to do this kind of thing, you have to have a couple screws loose, and typically you're just exceptional,
Yeah.
which means that you have an exceptional life with exceptional stories to
Yeah.
share.
Can I
Jump
give
in.
a shout out to a group that really works hard
You
to
can shout
highlight
out
the everyday
whoever you
athlete? Run Try Bike magazine. They have an amazing website, runtrybike.com. But this is a group. They have a strong, like I said, there's a great website with a ton of incredible
Julia.
content.
Sorry.
They have a strong presence on social media, on Instagram. They have a whole network of podcasts, the Everyday Athlete podcast network. And just today, December 15th, they're dropping, they do a digital magazine every month. But today is their Best of 2024 magazine that's come out. And what they've done is throughout the year, they do stories about everyday athletes. So like, I think they now have like 200 or 300 stories that they have published that are just about day-to-day folks and their endurance journey and people doing their thing, and they're so inspiring. So a lot of those are going to be highlighted in the Best of 2024 magazine. Check out Run Try Bike.
A guest on their show, if I'm not mistaken. Michelle
yes,
Goldberg?
I was. I might be in the Best of.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll blow you up, Michelle.
Yeah, there you go.
Too humble for your own good.
I know, seriously. And Michelle has a podcast as well. Michelle,
yes.
Where can we find your podcast?
Yes,
Tell us about your podcast.
My podcast that I co-host with Heidi Baker is called Let's Run That Again. And you can find it on all your regular podcast platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. We're on YouTube, all the channels. But we really work to highlight also everyday athletes, but we
with a twist though.
With a twist, we like to talk about races that don't go as planned, DNFs, which is something, and the goal is that we want to help folks sort of work through what happened in terms of a race that didn't go as planned, but also just to turn things around and reframe and see how much we can learn and grow, and how important it is to challenge ourselves to do really, really hard things. And even when it doesn't go the way you thought it would, it's such an incredible opportunity to learn and to grow and to move forward. And there's so much friggin' strength that can come from...
Yeah, and failure is a part of
success.
God,
yeah. It's a part of life. It's a part of ultra running. And there's so many parallels, I think, between ultra running and learning to overcome things and work through things in a race. Like how friggin' privileged we are to sign ourselves up for these events where on purpose we endure, difficulty, sometimes pain, by choice, because we can, and we're really friggin' lucky. And when you learn to do that well, it just provides such strength to really manage the rest of life and the things that we don't get that much choice about.
One of the things, this is like a little bit related, but something I'd be actually like interested to hear your take on, and I've like talked to other people about this, and this is something that like I've been thinking a lot about, and I think it's interesting probably for like, there's probably a lot of people that feel the same way. I've been really trying to like, with just like running in general, or just, like anything for that matter, like trying to remind myself that like it's supposed to be fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
there's a lot of times where like I'll sign up for something and train for something, and I'm like, I get like so caught up in it that I almost like make myself too nervous. And I know there's a part where it's like, it's good to care, but also like at the end of the day, like it's supposed to be fun, right? And I think sometimes like when you end up putting like, or what I've learned is that when I put too much pressure on myself to try to like meet a arbitrary goal that in the grand scheme of things like maybe doesn't mean that much, I end up like doing way worse, right? So like I try to like approach things with this more attitude of like, or recently I've been trying to do that, approach things with an attitude of like, this is supposed to be fun, like let's have fun with it. You can still be ultra competitive, but you got to put things in perspective.
Exactly. I think keeping it in perspective and staying grounded and grounded in like gratitude and not taking it so seriously. Like, trust me, I think any one of us in a race, we're fucking there for a reason most of the time.
Yeah, it's true.
And you can run with a fire inside you, and you can run like a tiger, but at the end of the day, this is all made up. You don't always have to take it so seriously. And I think recognizing that no matter, like your performance, your enjoyment of what we do doesn't need to be tied to a number.
Yeah, that's
and I think that is so important to keep that perspective. And it's really, really helpful to embrace challenges when you know how privileged you are to get that choice. I guess.
That's been my biggest like I don't know if struggle is the right word because I think I'm kind of over it, but that was like my biggest like challenge recently was like that,
I think it's okay.
Switch.
It's okay to call it a struggle because it's something. What a lot of folks don't realize is that the mindset and sort of the mental aspects of ultra running, you have to train and practice outside of races. You don't just do that on race day. You have to practice that all the time in your everyday life, just the same way you train your body. You train your mind to keep that perspective and to sort of approach things in a way that's going to get you through a tough race day. Yeah, it's a skill, just like doing speed work and hill repeats and your weekly long run. You need to be practicing that as well.
Yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. Yeah. For more conversations like this, tune into the pod.
I could talk all day about mindset.
Yeah, it's great. No, it's great. It's awesome. And
it's probably the most important part of this sport. How many times have we seen people that never missed a run, had a perfect training camp? And I made this joke before, some of these hybrid athletes, like these young lions, their abs got abs, and they're like, but it's not a question of if, it's a question of when shit's going to go sideways during your race. And then what is it? It doesn't matter that you didn't miss a training run, the entire training block. What are you doing to train your mind to keep it sharp so that when you face adversity, you're able to, how are you digging your well?
Right.
How are you digging the well, like your reserves? How are you, what's your foundation made of? Yeah. That's where the mental part of this sport really comes into play.
Absolutely.
And I was kidding around before about, you got to have a couple screws loose, but you do.
Yeah.
And it's that I find to be, it's one of the toughest things to train for is the mental part of this game. And you can sharpen your skills a little bit, but I honestly think there's folks who are built for this, and there's folks that are working to be built to this,
Well, and that's why, too, we talk about, just like we've mentioned this a little bit, like kind of that group of runners that like has a little bit more experience that isn't going to be at the top of the podium to start a race, but is going to chip away. And that's, that's why I personally think like experience plays such a big role like in events like this, because you start to learn you start to learn what you're going to experience, where you need to go mentally, how to go there mentally, in order to just accomplish whatever it is you're trying to do. And I think experience like plays such a big role. I mean, it's the reason why in a sport like ultra running, like the 40 to 49, even 50 to 59 age group sometimes is like the most competitive.
Hell yes.
Who you telling? I know.
Like how often is it that like myself being in like that 30 to 39 age group, like sometimes that's a less competitive age group than 40 to 49. Wild. Like there's not too many other sports that are like that.
Right.
The 40 to 49-year-old age group for women especially.
Super competitive.
It's wild. It's so badass. I love it.
Especially and I actually think this is just like my own kind of like hypothesis, as the distances get longer, it gets more competitive in that like 40 to 49 age group. I mean, you start talking like that 100-mile distance or 24-hour distance.
And I think it's multi-factor. I think part of it is experience, like you said, but also I think in that age group, for people who are parents who have families, like families a little bit older, you have a little bit more time. People are sort of approaching life with a different perspective and maybe taking more time for themselves, have more time to train, different kind of fire within.
Oh yeah. And it's another way for them to compete, another way for them to compete because they're not a young lion anymore,
Exactly.
So maybe their speedier days are behind them, and let's face it, man, speed kills, especially in this sport. So if you're in your 40s and you're doing speed work 2-3 times a week to train for a super fast marathon, the risk of injury gets higher and higher.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yet if you can slow it down and get down with some LSD, long slow distance running, then you're able to to take on new challenges and set new goals for yourself, and dare I say, you might even be competitive against the field.
You learn to slow down a little bit. You slow down to go far.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
We were talking at Loopy Looper. I believe it was Dan Lamort who hopped on, the comedian.
Yeah.
Dan's awesome.
And he's so funny. He's great. Like if you're just like, if you're into comedy, like, he's unbelievable. You got to go check him out. But anyways, we were talking when he hopped on after his race, and it was actually like one of the things that we were talking about, like, a little bit more seriously with this like comedic touch. But he was like, it's unbelievable that you could just like kind of redefine yourself as an athlete, like in your 30s or 40s in a sport like this. Like, if you have the time and the desire.
I didn't start running at all until I was in my late 30s.
Yeah.
Same. I was in my mid-30s.
Yeah. I mean, I was probably like 38.
Yeah.
Had kids, had a family. I did not run
Isn't that
before
amazing?
that. Like, at all.
It's awesome.
Yeah. It's wild. Absolutely
I'm
wild.
in the same boat.
Yeah.
Boat.
I was a little bit younger. I mean, I ran my first ultra at 28. But even still, that's like, I didn't run in college.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't a college athlete.
Yeah.
Like, so.
That's wild.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. It's so cool. And him and I, like, he had mentioned that. He's like, because we were talking about, I think for that race, Vin Kennedy finished second. And Vin had a really good race. He's a really strong runner. And he grew up with Vin. It was just like another small world thing. And he was like, it's amazing. Like, he didn't, he was like, it's amazing that he just like now at, whatever he is, 30 years old, is just like finding himself as this like fairly elite athlete. Like, out of nowhere. It's crazy.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It really is.
So it's cool. It's just like, it's cool. It's interesting that can happen in a sport like this. All right, I'll give a quick race update. I know we've kind of gone away from the racing a little bit. So, got a handful of men that are through 3 loops now. You've seen them come through on your screen. Kind of the same names that we've been mentioning. Lowell Lads leading the race. Chris Shaw is in second, so I'd mentioned Chris. I think Chris is going to be a name to keep an eye on all day with Lowell. Zach Tupper is another name, or Zach Tupper, right there in the mix.
Probably Tupper.
Tupper, yeah, he's in third place, followed by Brian Toro in fourth, and then Adam Chatterer from Morrisville, PA, is in fifth for our men. There's another R in there.
Chatterer.
Yeah, he's in fifth place male. So they're all through 3 loops so far. Race time about an hour and a half into the race.
Yeah, and talking strategy, like there are definitely folks that I've spoken with whose goal is to negative split. So,
oh really?
A lot of folks in a race like this, they want to start out slow,
right?
Just kind of run their own race, start out kind of slow and conservative, and as the day goes on, pick up the pace a little bit. So, yeah,
I'm trying to get paces, but because these aren't correct, like the paces right now are like a little bit off. So,
it is now a balmy 33.1 degrees Fahrenheit.
So we are above freezing.
I feel colder than ever. I don't know about you guys,
my water is thawed out now. So.
But yeah, our runners are probably feeling pretty good out there temperature-wise.
I think the move is, and I really hope Bill Schultz makes an appearance today. Local race director and legend Bill Schultz makes an appearance, because he'll probably come out and walk this loop for a little bit. But he was talking to me about this, too. You got to break the race up into quarters, right? 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. And this first 2 hours is like your shakeout.
Yeah.
Second and third is when you're really hunkering down.
Start
and then
to settle
fourth
in.
is when you bring it home.
Yeah.
That's how you got to look at this loop. That's how you have to look at this race today. Or any timed event, for that matter.
Yeah, it's so true. Because timed events it is like such a different, I always think it's such a different, like, mental kind of battle.
Really is.
It is.
Whereas, like, when you're running a 50K or a 50 mile or whatever,
line,
it's
a self-imposed finish line.
Yeah.
And you're passing your finish line every, 40 minutes or so, or every couple miles. It's it can mess with your head.
So this is going to be appearing on your screen momentarily. This is our first female coming through currently, just going through the arches right now. That is Erica Green.
Okay.
Awesome.
My dark horse.
Too, man.
Yeah, she's a strong runner.
Nice.
Like I said, I'm interested to see kind of like how her day plays out when she gets past the marathon distance and past kind of like the, like the racing distance that she's used to. But again, I know like just with her leg speed and the kind of time she's run that right now, like she's probably running at a pretty easy pace for how she trains. I don't think she's ever run this far before, so I'm interested to see again.
And that's
how
a 250 marathoner?
Yeah, she's like around the 250 marathoner. Yeah.
Okay.
That's amazing. Yeah.
So leg speed is there. We'll see how the day goes for her. Yeah, we'll see. So that's where we're at right now, as we have people kind of coming through. Yeah, I mean, all the time right now. So we'll probably at some point, maybe coming up here soon, take a little break, maybe like around, I don't know, another 15 minutes or so, and then
I think Michelle is going to drive us to Wawa to get a hot coffee. That's
Dude,
what I heard her saying. I don't know if you guys heard that too, but I certainly heard that over
We're all
here.
going to go hit the aid station.
My first coffee was hot for about 9 minutes, I think.
I want to say
Just
something
been
else
drinking
too.
cold
I've
coffee.
seen 6 selfie sticks now, and there's a number of
yes,
influencers
I've
out
noticed
here.
that too. There really are.
There's another one over there.
Yeah.
Folks
got-
are out here
you got
probably, I don't know if they're live
Donnell
streaming.
and his wife Dana, who have about 2 million followers apiece. You got Herm Runs from the Gram is out here. Happy Sunday. That's my big Herm impersonation. A couple other folks are out here too.
Yeah, that's
I love
become such a thing at ultras lately, is like running with the and it personally, like, it's cool because on the one hand, when I like to do races in a lot of different states, so I like to travel, and a lot of times I'll run an ultra on a course I've never been on before, so it's kind of fun to find the race videos to be able to get a glimpse of a course or see what a race looks like, what it's all about. So I appreciate that, and I love that. But on the other hand, sometimes, if you're like on single track and you're like with somebody who's talking to a camera and they got the stick out and you're like, dude, just
it's almost as bad as somebody with a portable speaker on the trail.
Yes. and
you know who you are.
Yeah. So I think there's some kind of fine line or like balance thing to strike with, because also I wonder, like,
and
for me,
listen, man. I have a little following on social. I have
you
tried to make those kinds of videos.
Yeah.
There's a whole.
It's hard.
And it doesn't. For
do it
me,
well.
it doesn't feel natural. And
Yeah.
I live in Center City, so I'm not in Center City, Philadelphia. So there's no quiet, green space down there. So it's me holding my phone like an idiot with like traffic going either way, and I'm just too self-conscious.
I was just going to say, it takes a special kind of self-confidence to, like, do that. I'm the same way. And I don't, I'm not as big on social media just in terms of, like, posting about, like, the stories and stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to do. So, yeah.
It is hard to do.
Yeah.
And during a race, I don't really like to deal with my phone at all.
the time. And to be successful on social, you need to be a content creator and pump it out 24/7.
All the time.
I can't. I'm a little too reserved on social, and I kind of curate what I post.
I think I feel.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it too. There is a difference. I mean, like even with the, I know both of you have had podcasts and things like that. It's more curated, right? It is more of like a curated conversation. You can go back and do editing or whatever, as opposed to.
I'm not very skilled.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I'm in that age group that's just like a little bit.
Dude, stop. We're both the same age.
I might be a little older, but
29?
Yes, 29.
For our content, we can shout out the two guys sitting next to us over here.
Yes.
Yeah. Glassjar Media. It's our media team of Glassjar Media. Freezing out here in the cold, sitting over here on the ones and twos next to us. None of this happens without them. Although we have microphones in front of us. If I was asked to try to set this stuff up, I would have had to been here a week ago trying to figure out how to get all this going. And
they are the orchestrators behind the scene. They do photography. They do video. They're responsible for this drone footage that you guys are seeing right now.
Like fucking last week.
These guys are great, man. They are unbelievable getting all of this up and running. I mean, I'm sitting here. I got internet from the sky. I don't know how that works, but it's great. These guys are the best. So being able to have a full media team.
Look at that drone view. That is so cool.
This is how old I am. I sat here and opened up Tom's book, and the first thing I noticed was, oh, this has big font. This is awesome. That's how fucking old I am.
You and me both.
Oh, it's great, man. It's great. It's great. So it's great to have our media team here helping us out here, keeping things going, keeping things smooth. talking about things I don't understand, but I'm glad they do. So we appreciate it. we appreciate it. It's awesome. It's awesome. There's a lot of people that make this stuff happen, and a lot of people, volunteering their time. We should talk about our volunteers here, but a lot of people that make this stuff happen.
The skeleton
crew at Endless Endurance Races.
If you help out and you volunteer, you get race credit. So not only are you putting out good energy into our community, you're being rewarded on the back end.
Yep.
Yeah, so if you're ever, again, for the people that are ultra curious, you've never run a race, you want to check it out, see what it's like, check out the skeleton crew, man. It's awesome. Come volunteer.
Volunteering at a race is I love volunteering.
Me too. I love it. I don't do it enough,
fantastic.
but when I do,
it's a great way for people who
Let's go, Erica!
who are interested in the ultra world, the ultra community, but maybe aren't ready to jump in and run the distance, to be able to get connected and support other runners. There is something so phenomenally rewarding about supporting ultra runners, whether it's, generally to volunteer at a race or pacing or crewing. It's pretty friggin' extraordinary.
Yeah, it's great. I probably don't do it as much as I should, but every time I volunteer at a race, I walk away being inspired. I guess is the way.
Listen, man. Look at this field.
Yeah.
How many Adonises and Greek gods and goddesses have you seen out here in the field? The answer is 0. Yeah. So what do you have? You have a bunch of regular people you have ordinary people doing extraordinary things. That in and of itself is way inspiring. You want to be inspired? Hang out at a 100-mile race for that golden hour.
Oh my God, yeah.
Check out Javelina at 11 o'clock in the morning and watch those final runners come in, man.
Yep.
It's unbelievable, yeah. Yeah, it is unbelievable. So it's great. We say, you say it all the time. In a world where there's a lot of things that are artificial and aren't really appear what they seem, especially on social media. You want to see something that's real and people that are doing real hard things. This is
absolutely.
The place. This is it.
Yeah. Come hang out at an ultra.
Yeah, come hang out with us right now at Cooper River Park.
Mile 80 is not effing curated.
It's great. There's a shot of us on the stage.
What's up?
That's where we are. Come check us out at Cooper River Park.
Mile 80 is when the race begins, guys.
Yeah, seriously. For
those
the
race begins.
Again, to put it in perspective, it could be mile 20. It could be mile 30.
True.
It could be
For me this year,
on a day like this,
Javelina, it was mile 3.
How it goes sometimes, man. All right, so female race. We got a couple female runners through 3 laps.
Fantastic.
Erica Green is leading the women's race right now through 3 laps, followed by Rhiannon Benson from Basking Ridge, New Jersey, followed by Chelsea from New York. Through 3 laps, Tina Custodes right in there, Christina Del Casale's right in there. Again, a lot of the same names that we've been talking about, and then Erica Bash is 6th female right now. So,
awesome.
Yeah, a lot of the same names right now through the beginning parts of this race. Again, in terms of the actual race storylines, we'll see kind of how things heat up throughout the day. Again, when you talk about splitting this thing into 4 parts, we're still in the first part, so there's a lot of race
first quarter. Q1.
Yeah.
Q1. Where we're kind of still just telling stories. Time-wise, you want to? Yeah, we'll do. What do you think? 9:45, another 10 minutes or so, and then we'll go warm up our feet. All right. Yeah, so we'll do. So kind of just throughout the course of the day, we'll be kind of popping on and off. We'll be with you more than we're not with you, but coming up around 9:45 or so, we'll probably take our first break. Just for us on the broadcast side, you'll still have the stream itself going to see
footage
runners.
Will keep rolling.
See runners going through the start-finish line. I'm sure they'll give you some drone images and stuff, but we'll kind of be on
and there's been a lot of controversy in Jersey about these drones.
I was thinking about that a minute ago.
Now I know where they're coming from.
I know.
I said that to one of the race directors this morning. I said, people are going to think that your drones are the one causing a ruckus.
Something kind of cool to point out about this loop is that this is a public park.
Yeah.
So here we are out here putting on this race. These runners are out here. They got a bib on. They're doing their thing. But you've also got just everyday folks who are out here going for a walk or getting their normal morning miles in.
Yeah.
So it's kind of unique because it's an open course. It's a public park. In the summertime, you'll have folks out, barbecues, weddings happen out there in the boathouse.
Yeah.
It's a great park.
It's really kind of fun. It is.
There was a push a couple of years ago, maybe like a year or two ago, whenever it was like, I think it was like the 100th anniversary or the 150th anniversary. It might have been the 100th anniversary of the park. Camden County had a push to do like 100 events in a year.
Oh, wow.
Which is basically like 2 events a weekend if you think about it,
Wow.
like around there. So, yeah, like they really try to like use this park a lot. I mean, the stage that we're sitting on in the summer, there's a summer
It's a
concert
concert
series.
stage, yeah.
Like there's all kinds of stuff going on here.
And I
all
hear
the
that
time.
like they get a lot of like
Oh yeah,
bigger
big
name,
bands.
big bands.
Oh yeah. And then there's also there was like some, I don't know the whole backstory, but this is also a huge park for rowing, right? So in the water.
Yeah.
So there were some
There's
issues with the scoop.
They do sailing lessons.
They do
over at
everything.
That boathouse. Yeah.
They do sailing lessons. They've had some big regattas here for rowing.
Yeah.
They had the NCAA championships here.
That's
so
awesome.
There's
All
always
right.
stuff going on.
Good morning.
All right. So yeah, this park, like, there's just always stuff going on here. Everything from concerts to boat races to our races. There's always stuff going on. So Camden County again does a great job. We're happy to be partnered with them, and for them to allow us to use their stage and give us access to the park is awesome.
Super cool. I was trying to see his number. All I could
I
see
didn't
was
even
the
see a bit.
37. We had speaking of selfie sticks, a runner just came by. He's currently live streaming on social media and just ran by with his camera.
And he's an older gentleman, too. I'll say it.
He's too
All right,
in.
yeah, so maybe we're not too old. We just need a word.
No.
We're going to get our kids to give us
237 he was? All right.
I could probably search.
Yeah.
for him. Let's see. My hands are a little frozen, but we'll see. Jeff
Jeff
Lyons
Lyons.
from
Co-half
Wynwood,
of
PA.
Endless Endurance,
Fantastic.
Jen Gaynor just made her appearance right now wearing the Hoka Clifton Gore-Tex limited edition. Very nice. Very nice.
Our race directors, Pete and Jen, making it all happen. Whew. Making it all happen. So, yeah, like I said, we'll be with you for a couple more minutes here before we kind of hop off and take our first break. And come back with some more storylines.
Any comments on the...
Yeah, there were some. That's a good call, actually. Let's go
Let's
back.
check this
I didn't
out.
have them up.
Let's address the
Blueprint
millions of
Ultra.
people checking in from all over the world.
All right. What do we got? Shout someone out. So how about this? Someone watching from Morgantown,
Aw.
West Virginia. Love that.
Is that Alden?
No, their names are over here.
Oh,
Okay,
that would be
okay.
cool. We
Go
got
Birds. There we go.
Go Birds.
That's my guy.
We got a
Birds.
shout out from Jeff Winchester at
up,
the
Jeff?
Blueprint to Ultra podcast. Oh, hi, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff's great. Jeff was on. I mentioned this earlier. I had an opportunity to share the mics with Jeff over the summer race. They came up from North Carolina, and we had a great 24 hours or so
Yeah.
together. It was awesome. They were great.
So-
yeah.
Also, earlier I mentioned that there was a woman who ran by in a banana costume. Jesse
there was.
said that Meredith is in the banana costume. So shout out to our runner Meredith,
All right.
running like a banana. And it looks like that she's part of the Center Mill running team. So hashtag causing chaos.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, here's another Center Mill. Go Center Mill running club.
Yay!
Awesome.
Yeah,
these are all from like over an hour ago.
Oh, Chris Bridges, we miss you too. Having some
Hey,
FOMO
Chris,
out
former
there.
athlete of mine. Shout out, Chris. Hope you and the family are doing well.
So we'll keep coming with keep the comments coming as the day
Yeah.
goes on. So we appreciate
should we
that.
take our break?
Yeah, we'll do that. So we'll hop off. We'll take a little break. We'll say, what do you think? Like 10, 15? We'll take like 30 minutes or so.
How far's the Wawa?
Close. You can
Yeah.
you'll be able to get back. So we'll say like 10, 15, 10, 20, kind of like rolling 10, 15. We'll hop back on. But for now, we'll take a little break. We'll be back with you for the middle part of the race. And look forward to watching this thing unfold. So
Do it.
appreciate everyone tuning
Sounds
in.
good.
All right.
All right.
All right.
We're
welcome
back.
Or we are back. I shouldn't say welcome back for those of you that are still tuned in.
Yep. A little bit of a prolonged break because we were all frozen like popsicles. We warmed up a little bit. Although we got back up to this screen and I'm looking at I kind of thought maybe it was broken, like it wasn't working, because the temperature still says precisely 33.1.
The exact temperature, which it does feel way colder than that right now. It's cold. I mean, it's cold. It's, the wind's not crazy, but it's cold. And again, if you're running, maybe it feels a little bit better. I wish I was running.
If we were running, we'd be so happy.
I said that to someone earlier, just now, actually. I was like, they were asking how things were going. I was like, honestly, I wish I was running this race because it would feel a lot warmer than it does sitting up here. But it's, it's December, and that's the weather that you get in the Northeast. You just never really know if it's going to be warm, going to be cold. We got a little bit of a colder one today, but it's helping the runners, I think. So
the sunshine is gone, which is interesting because like an hour or so ago, we thought we were going to end up with a nice sunny day, and that would bring some warmth.
Too, because hair and makeup gave me a really nice pair of sunglasses, and I'm not going to be able to bust out these sunglasses. So, what are you
you might end up anyway. You're so damn cool, guys.
Yeah, you never know. Who knows?
All right.
But the sun has retreated behind the clouds, and it's a typical gray December day here.
But still, I've seen a couple runners who are down to short sleeves and shorts. We got a lot of runners out here in shorts.
They're not normal. They're weird.
Firing themselves up.
And I want to say thank you to the tens and thousands of folks who are tuning in live from all over the globe. My Instagram, my DMs, BDG123, were blowing up. I did my best to respond to as many people as I could, but thank you for tuning in. And listen, if you guys have any questions, put them in the chat. Brian's going to pull up the questions and stuff like that later on. And listen, let me know, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Yes.
Highly debated topic during the holidays.
Yes, highly debated. I am going to concur with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Yes.
All right. We'll do some race. We'll just dive back into some quick race coverage here, and then we'll keep the conversation rolling for you all. So, just a quick update. You have it on your screen there. The top 10, current top 10.
Oh, yeah.
We have two people through 6 loops. So,
Damn.
Lowell Ladd and Chris Shaw are our 2 race leaders right now. They're both through 6 loops. Chris Shaw, actually, you might have seen him come through. If you know who he is or you have his bib number, you might have seen him come through. He went through like a minute or two ago. So he's behind Lowell Ladd, but the two of them are through 6 loops.
It looks like a 3.5 minute difference between Lowell and Chris at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's basically a quarter mile. It's nothing.
Nothing on a day like this. That's an aid station stop. It's a, stop to tie your shoes, whatever.
At this point in the race, they're like neck and neck.
Yep.
So.
Followed there, rounding out the top 10. We have Brian Toro again, who still, it looks like he's still maybe hasn't quite finished.
Speaking of Brian Toro,
here he is.
Right now. Short shorts and that mane of hair.
Heck yeah.
Looking really good. Stride looks really good. Looks like he's still kind of warming up into the day. So he's in 3rd place. And then, we have Zachary Tupper, Adam Chatterer, Greg Donnelly, Nick Schroeder,
Tina.
Mike Harkins. And then 9th overall right now, we have our 1st place female, Erica Green. In 9th overall, she's been running really well, followed by Olix Pidhaney.
Okay, Pidhaney.
There you go.
Toronto, Wisconsin. And listen, can we pull up just the females?
Yeah.
Female race list here?
I have it here. I can pull it up. I'm not sure if we can on this on our screen.
Yeah, but I want to talk about this for a second.
Yeah, so
Other one.
Oh, yeah, let me get
Wrong
back. We'll do by gender. So but it's a little bit off. So this is it right here. So Erica Green right now, again, 9th overall, 1st female. Actually, so you just have to look at the...
Rhiannon.
Yeah, Rhiannon right now in 2nd place overall, followed by Erica Bash in 3rd overall.
Yeah, heck yeah.
A little bit.
Fantastic.
Christina De Casal in 4th overall. Tina Custode, a name we've mentioned a couple of times, in 5th overall. June Ferkser from Cherry Hill, 6th overall. It looks like...
Sweet.
7th overall, we have Julie Banyak from New York, it looks like. Someone from New York, which is awesome. We love having, some more regional runners or people from a little bit farther away. Followed by Chelsea in 8th. Chelsea Byrne from New York. She was also still right in the mix.
Christina Chang, and
Yeah,
then
Christina
ninth
Chang's at
for
9th,
females.
and then top 10 rounds out with Michelle Palmer, who I mentioned at
Awesome.
the top, is a Collingswood local runner. She was second in Loopy Looper for the 12-hour. So see kind of how she keeps chipping away at the day, but she's in 10th overall right now. So
Nice.
that's where we're at right now.
Very good. Very good.
With things
Yeah,
on the
it's
racing
fantastic.
front. So a lot of storylines in terms of racing as the day kind of keeps going, and the race unfolds. I mean, I would say there hasn't been too much crazy movement in terms of place and all, but it's an 8-hour race. If you're trained for this thing, you're kind of still getting into the rhythm of the day.
Yeah.
And in terms of timed event, and again, I understand that like the plan for timed event, and again, I understand that like the plan for every athlete might be a little bit different based
Correct.
on like what their own goals are. But
Yes.
let's just talk generally like about the distance. Like, what is a training block for a race like this? About the distance, like what does a training block for a race like this look like? If let's say someone's trying to PR a distance today, what is that? What is their sort of like general training block look like? I'll let either of you start. I know it's like kind of a big question, but
Well, I think one thing, different coaches and runners have different approaches to whether you train or you build your training plan by time or by miles. So a lot of training plan by time or by miles. So a lot of times like with my coach will put time on my calendar. So I'll
Go ahead.
Yeah, and so I think sometimes if you're doing a timed event like this, there are a lot of reasons why maybe using time and saying like, okay, today my goal
Duration,
is duration to run 60 minutes, run an hour and a half, that kind of thing. But for a timed event like this, I personally think it makes a lot of sense to approach your training plan and your training block with time duration.
Yeah.
To mark each activity.
I am a huge fan of duration.
Yeah.
For almost everything, because like it doesn't just because the schedule says you got to go out and run 10 miles today, right? Sometimes life gets in the way, and I know like whereas if you say to someone, all right, I need you to do 90 to 120 minute base run, right?
Yep.
And it doesn't matter, it's just more time on feet.
Yes.
It's especially when you have, as we said earlier, none of these folks out here are professionals. So everyone's juggling families, they're juggling career, they're juggling life
hard to fit it in with life.
responsibilities. So, and seeing an actual distance sometimes can produce anxiety. Now, there's times when you need to say, all right, go out and do your 20, period. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's about carving out a notch of time in your daily schedule that's just your time to handle what you got to do on that day.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a big proponent of duration over distance for most situations.
And I think sometimes it can give you the ability to better practice some of the other essential skills like hydration and fueling based on the amount of time that you're out there. Because that's one of the big things. I think we talked about a handful of runners who are here today maybe for their very first ultra distance. And that's one of the big differentiating things in terms of performance that folks need to learn is you can get by running a marathon a little bit under fueled. I do not recommend it, but you could bang it out. You can do it. But once you start pushing into ultra distance, you really can't get away with that quite as well. So you have to learn to fuel yourself, and that you need to fuel to perform. It's not just about like eating enough to survive the hours or whatever. The more calories you take in, the more carbs you can take in, the better hydrated you are, the better you will perform. So you kind of get that fire going in your belly. You stoke that fire. You put in what you need to have the energy, and also the cognitive power, the mindset, that all gets fueled by the calories we take in. So that's one of the things as you push for these longer distances, and running various durations in your training can give you that experience.
Yeah, that's awesome. One of the things I really liked that you had mentioned about like the duration over distance training philosophy, and I think maybe this speaks to a lot of people that are like interested in getting into ultra running or just like running in general. I think a lot of times people, I have a lot of friends or people that I talk to that like probably wouldn't consider themselves big runners, and they'll ask me like about my own running, and if I'm honest with them, I start throwing out numbers sometimes that people are like, I could never do that. Like, it feels like a little bit unachievable the way that like probably the three of us train sometimes to the people that maybe don't run. But if you break it down to a duration over distance standpoint,
10 hours a week.
Yeah, it's like it makes so much more sense. Or even the person where it's like, listen, like, don't try to run 5 miles a day, or don't try to run 50 miles in a week. Like, go out for a half hour. Who cares if you're running at 12-minute pace or 13-minute pace? Just go run.
There's going to be days when your body's not cooperating, and it's your job to listen to it, but it's not your job to just sit on the fucking couch.
Right.
That's when you flip it over to a walk.
Yeah. Exactly.
But you're still carving out that notch of time per day
to get movement and to get
1,000%. We talked about possible. Go ahead, Michelle. You're going to say something?
It just made me think. One of the things that I often say when people ask me, they'll say like, "Oh, I kind of want to start running," is to set yourself up with the logistics for success. Mm-hmm. So I'm one of those people who at night, usually by dinner time, I've got my stuff laid out for the morning. So I know what the weather's going to be at 6 o'clock the next morning. I've got whatever I'm going to need for the morning, like laid out and ready to go. So I
don't believe that, Michelle.
What, you think it's earlier?
I don't believe that you're that organized.
Really?
Do you
fucking know me?
You were at 6:30 today. I read the email. I was like, Michelle, race starts at 8, man. Like, So yeah, you're very prepared.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, Gags, I'm heartbroken that you don't know me like that, because I know you do.
You have binders for binders pre-race. Michelle is very organized, people.
But I think it's like laying the infrastructure for what you need to do. So if you know you want to like make a habit of going out for 30 minutes every morning, make it friggin' easy for yourself. Yeah. Put your water bottle out. Do whatever you need to do to carve that time and to make, so you basically you create the habit and create the sort of ritual around doing the activity. It makes it so much easier to get up, get your shoes on, and get yourself out.
Yeah.
Stacking bricks. You got to do it.
Stacking bricks, baby.
And that's what it's all about.
Said.
You just have to do it. And I think everyone, the three of us sitting up here, can kind of attest to this. Like, you don't necessarily wake up and then a month later, run a 50-mile race.
No,
it takes a long time.
Slow, steady progress.
You stack those bricks and you do it, and you just get out, and then one run turns into a week, and a week turns into a month, and next thing you know, you have a steady training plan.
Next thing you know, you're telling people, "Oh yeah, but it's only 8 hours today, so you'll be good."
You're like, it'll be all right.
Can we keep an eye on our comments? That was something I was just thinking of.
Yes, of course.
And then I want to speak about strategy.
Just in case anyone's actually watching us.
Of course.
Yeah, people are a lot of
actually. Are you kidding me? This has been scrolled. We can't have to scroll up. There's so many comments are flying in.
Yeah, we got a lot of people shouting out friends.
We have 6 continents covered on that. There's no one in Antarctica.
We have
yet.
Joey D is mentioning that voices are cutting in and out for him. I don't know if that's on Joey D's end, but
yeah, we'll look into that.
We'll look into it.
Thanks, Joey D.
Awesome. So yeah, a lot of people just shouting out.
Yeah.
Colton. Colton's a great runner to shout out too. I shouted out by Mary Angelotti. So Colton Angelotti, he's just a local runner from Haddonfield, Collingswood area. Another guy. He's runs a lot of marathons, runs a lot of local races. I know he's dabbled in ultra a little bit, but he's another guy. He's a local runner, really strong runner. Comes into the running store a ton. He's really big in like the local Run 856 community. So
who's this here? Airplane wings. You gotta love airplane wings when you're running.
I love it. Let's see, looks like we got a lot of just people doing really well here. Let's see if we have any kind of noteworthy updates. Yeah, a couple more of the lead pack of men through 6 laps. Originally it was Lowell Ladd and Chris Shaw. Now through 6 it's Brian Toro, Nick Schroeder, Michael Harkins. As you can see, the names are changing on the screen as well. The one that we have in front of us, Lowell Ladd, Chris Shaw, Brian Toro. Nick Schroeder, Mike Harkins kind of rounds out your top 5 for men. They are all through 6 loops. So
I don't think I know the name Nick Schroeder.
Nick is 32 years old from Blackwood.
Cool.
I can see. Let's take a look at if you guys want. You guys take it over for a second. I'll
All
see if I
right.
can get anything
All
on
right.
here on
Okay.
sign up.
You wanted to mention something else
yeah,
about
strategy?
training strategy.
Yeah, I'm going to get into this for a
Yeah,
second. This is
I
gonna
love
take-
it.
This is going to take a minute now.
All right.
All right.
SCHRO.
All right, so the loop is 3.75 miles, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And if you run it 10 times, that equals 37.5 miles,
Yep.
correct? All right, now, I have an athlete out here who would love to do 10 loops, possibly 11.
Awesome.
So one of the things that we talked about was, if you want to run 37.5 miles in 8 hours, you need to keep a 12:48 pace. All right,
That's
so
if
now-
you're running the whole time. Yeah.
Right, which this athlete wants to do.
Right.
Now, this athlete can certainly go a little faster than that, but we're not sure if they're able to maintain that for the
Right.
entire day. So I said to them, listen, let's just roll with a 12-minute mile,
Mm-hmm.
all right? And you still have 48 seconds per mile on the back end, like hidden time,
Yeah.
hidden bank time. So now, let's just pretend after 10 miles, this runner, for easy math's sake, this runner has run 10 miles, 10 miles. All right? So now that's an hour 40.
Mm-hmm.
That runner has saved 20 minutes
Yeah.
Right.
per 10 miles plus the extra 48 hidden seconds per
Yeah.
mile on the back end. And you're doing runner's math all day long. Conversely, if they not converse, but then also if they want to do 11 loops, now it's 11:36
Yep.
pace per mile, and you can still roll with an 11-minute mile and keep 36 seconds per mile in the bank.
Right.
And you're doing that runner's math. So now, if we go back to that 10 miles in 10-minute mile pace, after 2 hours, the runner has banked 20 minutes up front. So if they take a break for 5 minutes, hit the bathroom,
Yeah.
fill up their
They can do that
bottles,
comfortably.
super comfortably, and still be way ahead of their time goal.
Right. It's so interesting, though, because I know there are a lot of runners who will start an ultra with the idea. They'll have their plan, like, okay, I need to at least do a 12-minute pace for the duration to be able to hit my
Yes,
my
it
goal.
is. What's up, guys? I love that. Shout out Philly Runner. What's up, guys?
That was awesome. So a lot of ultra runners they'll do that. They'll have their plan ahead of time. I want to at least have a 12-minute pace per mile to be able to hit my mileage goal for the event. But they'll start out a little bit faster. And so there's the notion of banking time, which, like you said, can be a tremendous advantage. I've definitely used that strategy myself in a number of different races. There's a caveat, though.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, big
Because
time.
if you go out too
Right.
hot, you go out too fast, and you'll see a lot of people in a longer distance, and they're like, "Oh, I'm just banking time. I'm gonna go hard and strong as fast as I can for the until I feel like I have to slow down." And then their belief is then they'll just slow down and they'll just cruise in the rest.
That 1 minute faster per mile is going to cost you 3 to 5 minutes per mile on the back
Hell
end.
yes.
So
You
it's-
blow yourself up.
It's not
so there's
worth it.
such a fine line, and you have to that's kind of where the experience comes in. I think you don't really understand that until you have the experience of blowing up once or twice.
There's this saying, start out slow, and if you think you're going too slow,
Yes.
so in my head, it
I
makes
use that as
perfect
well.
sense.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense going back to that 12-minute mile or that 12:48, your 12-minute mile, whatever. If you can maintain just an 11-minute pace
Yeah.
for the entire day, you've banked a minute 48 per mile.
Like that
And you're
all day
well under your
pace.
goal.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? And that to me looks a lot better on your data. You're going to feel a lot better in terms of recovery with as consistent as you can be. Now, granted, as the day goes on, you're naturally going to get a little bit slower. That's fine.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's going to be, it should on paper look like a gradual decrease as opposed to a fucking echogram
Right.
on your data.
Right.
Yeah, there's so
And-
much to be said for that. Sorry, go ahead. I'll jump it.
Oh, no worries. I was going to say, I am someone who always builds a race plan. I love it. But for me,
Sorry.
you folks might have missed the side eye.
Yeah.
But I can do that and not be overly attached to it. And I think that's the trick.
The key.
You can't get attached to it. Flexibility is everything because the shit always goes sideways. You kind of need to have like an A, B, and C and then a,
DEF.
DEF. Because things pop up. Things happen unexpectedly, and I think we have a saying. We say control the controllables. You have to identify the very few, very limited things that we actually can have any control over, and the rest of it you got to learn to roll with it. So I'd love to have my race plan, but it's really, really important to know that sometimes you have to be flexible and just allow things to unfold the way that they're naturally going to.
Yeah. One of the things that I've learned over time, and I'm still sort of learning, coming from and I think a lot of people have this transition where you're coming from maybe running 5Ks here or there, running 10Ks or a half marathon here and there, and then jumping into ultra or moving up to ultra is learning to run at race pace and learning that race pace is so different. It's almost like there's a switch where if you're coming from the short road or track background where your race pace is almost faster than you would normally run, whereas now for me my ultra pace is actually a little slower than I typically run, and that is something that I think as someone that's getting into it, you have to learn.
It's a big difference.
You have to learn to slow down, really, and slow down in training, right? Because if you're trying to to
run faster, you have to run slower.
You do, I think. Yeah.
We'll talk.
Because you have to be able to run a little bit slower for longer, for a lot longer.
Yeah, and the majority of your training miles should be just easy all-day pace.
Exactly.
Cruise control.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are amazed when they look at my Strava, not ultra runners, but just regular runners. And
Yeah.
Really? An 11:30? Well,
Yeah.
You know what?
It's what you're running in race?
Yeah.
I mean,
but and also I think it's so funny, looking at Strava, what
he's running really good.
Yeah, he is. What you don't see, and I think people make a lot of assumptions when they look at an overall pace, is they don't see that maybe you threw in some fast as hell strides in there that are tucked into your data. We all have all our little things in our data, the nuances in the details. But yeah, I think sometimes people they really get very hung up and tripped up on the numbers and on the overall pace, but the pace is just a small piece of the story.
Yeah, it's if someone's trying to lose weight, you tell them not to look at the scale, but how your clothes fit.
Yeah.
Where's have you lost it, or have you moved up?
How do you
on a
feel?
belt notch?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
rate of perceived effort. Same
RPE,
thing here.
baby.
RPE.
it's super important.
Yeah.
RPE 3-4 all day.
Yeah.
all night.
How does it feel when you're out there?
And then you have someone like Lowell who's leading this race and just went through his 7th loop, so he's about a marathon in. He just ran a 3-hour marathon.
Yeah.
So he's 3:03 through that.
I don't even know what to say to that.
So he's running really well. I know he has some pretty ambitious goals today in terms of distance.
Going for 100K in 8 hours.
I think so.
Yeah, or maybe not 100K, but at least, but probably
around there. It would be a weird number, but yeah.
But
That's what it would be. Yeah.
He wants to one up his
course record.
Nice.
So we'll see. I mean, it's we'll see if he gets there. It's going to be. You gotta.
If he keeps this up,
you gotta hang in there. Another 5 hours, basically. So yeah, his first marathon was right around a 3-hour marathon.
Nice.
So
I also think when you look at numbers, what some folks don't realize about ultras is that ultras can take place on a massive variety of different courses. Yeah. You're talking different terrain. There are all the different formats, like we've talked about, the looped things, which logistically simplifies things.
Yes. Oh my God! So
remarkably, it's crazy. If you're on more of a long out and back, or more of a point to point, or something where you're sort of traveling, so to speak, you really have to carry more. You have to be prepared for more. And it's an entirely different thing. If you're on a technical course, whether regardless of elevation or how much climbing you're doing, if it's more technical terrain, if there are roots and rocks, if you're in the mud.
100K was just last night. They started at midnight. Alden finished with minutes to spare at roughly 11:30 at night.
Yeah.
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 That's a stout course. Shout out Alden.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough. Yeah, that's a tough race.
Yeah, it is. And that's a graduate level.
Yeah,
100K.
and I think one of the things about this race that makes it so appealing is the terrain. Like you can train for this type of race in your neighborhood.
Oh
right?
yeah,
because
it's
terrain.
a flat paved.
Or
It's
your
a
local
flat
bridge.
paved course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you're doing like you said, like graduate level races or trail runs or something, you can certainly get fit in the neighborhood, but you have to do some at some point some kind of specific trail running, elevation change types of runs because it is such a different style of running.
I did a race last weekend in North Carolina that was also about a 3.75 mile loop, and
that's Chris Shaw. Yeah.
Shaw, he's.
So he's right behind Lowell. He's probably a couple minutes behind him. Like that.
I think he actually may have gained a little time on that.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
He's running really
He
good.
definitely gained a little.
So that's your
Probably
second
gained
place
about
male.
a minute.
Nice.
Because I can still see Lowell up ahead.
And this is Kevin Smith crossing the line with a little dance action right now. Gotta love it.
Kevin, his better half. Married to
Yes.
Kate Oliver. Sorry, Kevin.
Hi, Kate.
Hey, Kate.
Go ahead, tell us a little bit about that race you were
So
talking about. Yeah.
logistically,
What's up, sweetie?
Gags isn't talking to chicks. There's a really cute little baby being walked by the stage right now. Oh, what a cutie. It was also a 3.75 mile loop. Logistically, kind of a similar setup. There was like a runner village, aid station. At the outset, it seemed very similar, but it was a really, really tough technical trail loop with a ton of elevation. Like, actually could not be more night and day different from this. Entirely.
That was your race last
Yeah.
weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the mileage that you posted up on that. So I
And
knew
part of me is like,
I knew it was stout.
Right. It's like, oh God, like only, 43 miles.
Yeah.
But it was almost 8,000 feet of elevation
right.
gain and loss throughout the court.
Yeah.
I ended up like fifth female.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Eighth overall.
Fifth female, eighth overall.
Yeah.
And that was the
Which
race you said there were more
surprised.
female.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes, phenomenal. But
Wow.
so like it's kind of apples and oranges. So sometimes, when people look at these numbers and they try to judge, or it's like you have to have a full understanding of what's happening.
Yeah, and I think the cool thing about ultra running too is like, you just think time of year, like the races take place any time of year. Like this race, it's the middle of December. We talked a lot about the sibling race, Loopy Looper, that takes place in the middle of the summer. Whereas, if you're coming from more of like that road track marathoning background, those races, the big ones at least that people try to PR, like pretty much happen in like an 8-week time period for the most part, or they happen during like fairly temperate parts of the year. Like, you're sort of like March, April, maybe May, take a break in the summer, fall races. Whereas ultras, like, it's not uncommon for a race to happen in the hottest or coldest parts of the year, because part of it is that, like, let's see what else we can throw in to kind of like test the runners and challenge ourselves.
We race all year round.
Yeah. So
at least I do.
This is another example of it. Yeah,
most of us do.
Yeah,
Right.
So this is another example of just like adding an element. And it's great. I mean, this race and Loopy are on the exact same course, but they almost like couldn't be more different in terms of just like the weather and the time of year. So, which makes it cool.
Yeah.
The time's different. Everything is. So, yeah, it's awesome.
What are folks in the chat saying?
Let's see. Good luck, Lowell. Good luck, everyone out there. Someone said we're doing great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
No, I will not take my clothes off on camera. Don't ask.
You got this, Bud. Talking about Bud Wilson, probably, I'm assuming.
Yep, Bud's out there.
Bud's a Leadville finisher. He
Yeah.
finished up Leadville again. Or just this past August.
It's so cool too. Like, again, like a lot of the names that we're like just trying to shout out and people that are out there. I mean, like, you talk about people from our local running community that have done amazing things and done these mountainous
out there,
races
man.
and are Cocodona finishers and Leadville finishers,
Arrowhead
and everything.
135.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my gosh,
these are the hardest races in the
Treacial
world.
Churns out there right now, who's currently Canada's most prolific ultra runner.
Absolutely
with over 400
incredible
ultra finishes. He's got well over 50,000 lifetime race miles.
Yeah.
All right, and this is a man who was at the Transcendental Marathon 3,100 mile marathon
Yep.
around a New York City half-mile block. Like, he was the first. He partook in the very first one of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's done that 3 times.
Yeah.
Man. Like, one of the founding members of the Shreepsham Marathon team from the mid-late 70s. Like,
That movie, the 3100,
Oh, it's
is
great.
Yeah, it's
so
great.
profound.
Yeah.
It's so
man,
incredible.
Fantastic, man.
It's great.
Fantastic. And I mean, that's just a couple quick names, but
Yeah,
as we run
yeah.
through this, a lot of these folks we know, and yeah.
Yeah, because it's such a small, close-knit community, but the people that are doing things in it and have been doing things in it for a long
But
time
we
are like
keep
making
saying
a
it's
name.
small and it's close-knit, all right? But, like, there's 221 wackos
I know.
here
Yes.
today. That's not exactly a little,
true.
cupcake
It's true.
8-hour race.
Yeah, yeah.
It
That's
is
a
true.
legit
I mean, I
number.
just love it. Like 220 some people
Yeah.
thought it would be a good idea to come out
It's a terrible
in
idea.
26 degrees and start running circles around a loop.
Yeah.
It's fucking
a beautiful
amazing.
thing,
Excuse
man.
my language,
Oh,
but
I love to hear you curse like that.
Yeah.
good because I do it a lot.
It
I
is
try
great.
not to.
Great.
Yeah, but not on camera.
Not on
I
camera.
love that.
All right, should we do some trivia?
Ooh,
Yeah, man.
okay.
Do it.
So, I wrote some trivia questions. I don't know how I'm going to ask. I'll just bring my computer back here. Here comes Brian
I don't
Toro
have my
real quick.
glasses
All right.
on, so I can't
Yeah,
read
yeah,
the
yeah.
answers anyway.
All right, we won't look.
So, I have a couple trivia questions. They're not the easiest trivia questions. So, maybe what we can do here is, if you guys want to, like, sort of compete against each other, you can. Or if you want to work together as a team to try to come up with the answers together, you can. So I'll let you sort of decide. And we'll throw some trivia out there to the
You're on,
audience.
dude.
It's been decided.
It's the first time we're trying some trivia, so I wrote some questions. And a lot of them are, like, multi-part questions.
Okay.
And this is back to
do
my
we get
teacher
like
days.
do we get like phone a friend or like
Do whatever you want.
All my friends are out there running.
I know.
Yeah. All
Don't have
right.
any help.
So I'll ask a couple. We'll save some for later.
All right.
How about
Okay.
that?
We're not looking at the screen.
Yeah.
Just,
Don't
like,
look at the
first one
screen.
to buzz in gets the answer first.
No.
need to
I'll let you both.
slap the
Maybe we
table.
should do. We don't have anywhere to like write answers down.
I'll tell you. Well,
You want to? Do you
we
have
can
your
put 'em
phone
on-
on
yeah,
you?
can put them on our phone. We can write them on our phone.
Like
Yeah.
just put it in a notes app, so then I
Yeah.
know like when we ask what your answers are, you're not cheating.
Oh.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Or you gotta, yeah.
Wait, you thought I would cheat?
No, like
No.
if Gags says
I
like an
didn't. He
answer,
did.
or if let's say you answer first and Gags is like, oh, that's probably right. I'm gonna say I have that answer too.
Go, Sam.
Ah, gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You got your phone?
Yeah, I just don't want to take
Oh,
my
all
hand
right,
off
all right, all
my
right.
gloves.
How about this? How about we'll let you guys work together for the first one and see how hard or how easy these are. Okay. First question. It's a 3-point question, so there's
Oh,
three.
boy.
Oh, there's points too? Yeah, we're definitely not teaming up. now.
Yeah. All right. Here's our first question for trivia.
Okay.
And I'll look in the chat too before they answer. So I'll let you guys think about this a
Okay,
little
okay.
bit,
All right.
and I'll
All
look in
right.
the chat. So it's a question that has three possible parts. So, who is the current male world record holder in the 100-mile distance? What country is he from? And is the time over or under 11 hours? So, do you have a question or you know the answer?
I know the answer.
Okay, hold on.
Of course he knows the answer.
All right, so current male record holder in the 100-mile distance is 1 point. The question or the country they're from is another point, and is the time over or under 11 hours is another point. So there's 3 possible points
Okay.
for that question. All right, I'll give you a second to think about it. Think about all 3.
I'm
of
ready
them.
to answer the third part of the question.
All right, how do we want to do this? You
I
just
think-
want-
Fuck.
do you
Gags
think?
is probably right.
That's all right.
Lithuania,
Okay.
11:56 is the record for the 24-hour. If I'm not
This for the
mistaken.
100. This is 100 mile.
For the 100 miler. Oh, it's under 11 hours. And Sorensen.
Okay, well, the third part to the question, I was going to say under 11 hours,
Yeah.
but I didn't know any.
Okay, Yeah, so correct. Yeah, so he got them all.
Dang.
You said 11:56.
Go ahead,
It's
say
10.
it.
It's 10.
Close.
Jake, so
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
but you said under.
But
so
the
you were right.
11:56 was the 24-hour record. What he ran? Whatever. But
Yeah.
I'm getting my stats mixed up, but I know. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Alexander Sorokin from Lithuania, and under 11 hours. It's
Can
10
I
hours
change
and
my
51
mind
minutes.
and partner with
You
Ken?
want some of this? Too late, baby.
So under 10 hours, or under 11 hours. So it was 10 hours and 51 minutes is the current world record in the 100-mile distance.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, that's just
Can
insanity,
we
man.
Can we just like?
I'll tell you it was cool.
let
I
that
was doing
sink in?
Yeah, so
I-
each of these questions can have a story too. Some of them I wrote like for that reason.
10 hours and 51
Yeah,
minutes.
it's insanity.
current record.
And when I ran
That's nuts.
6 days in the Dome back in June, Bill Schultz's race, Zach Bitter
Yeah.
set
Yeah.
2 records there. And
Yeah.
what's really cool is they had these like little plaques at the exact spot where he hit the 100-mile distance.
Oh, that's
Um,
awesome.
There's like a little plaque right there. It has the date, the time, the name, and he did it more than once. So there's like more than one plaque
That's
out there.
really
Cool,
cool.
man. And then obviously he lost that record, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
just super cool.
So cool.
Just to wrap your head around 100 miles in less than 11 hours.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's the world record for a reason. Yeah.
Now, is that in the Guinness Book of World Records?
I would imagine so. Yeah. I would
It's
imagine so.
really hard. The Guinness Book of World Records, like it's
Oh,
really hard
yeah.
to get a record in there. There's a lot of paperwork. There's a lot
Yeah.
of verification that's required.
totally.
Yeah.
So that's the men's one. All right, next question.
Incredible.
I'm ready if Michelle is. Just saying.
Next time we'll have paper and we'll have to write these down like on a board, and then you'll have to flash them up if you know them. Okay.
I don't even know if I could spell Lithuania.
That's all right. I would know
I
it.
can win the spelling contest for sure.
That would be good. Okay. So the next one is actually the same question for female. So who is the current female world record holder in the 100-mile distance? What country is she from? And is the time over or under 12 and a half hours? So 12 hours and 30 minutes. So current female world record holder, 100-mile distance. What country is she from? Is the time over or under 12 hours and 30 minutes?
I say it's just under 12 hours and 30 minutes.
Any guess on the person or the country?
No.
Okay.
This one, I have a little bit of a. This is a tough one for me. I know who's held the records in the past.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I think it recently changed hands, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see if anyone in the chat knows.
Yeah,
What's
see if
up,
anybody
ladies?
in the chat knows.
Nope, no one in the chat knows. I don't know if anyone's in the chat, but no one knows.
I'm going to say over 12:30.
Yeah.
I'll say Camille, USA.
All right.
Oh.
So we'll start with the time. Correct. It is over 12 hours and 30 minutes. It's 12 hours and 41 minutes. It's currently
Dang.
the world record. For the
Amazing.
women's 100 miles,
Yes.
which is unbelievable. And it is still Camille.
Camille?
It's
Okay.
Camille, it's Camille Herron from the United States is currently
Oh,
the
it's
world
6
record.
points.
Yeah.
Tabita, man!
Who's counting anyway?
So yeah, Camille still is the world record holder in the 100-mile
Incredible.
distance.
She
thought it
holds
changed
a
hands,
lot
but
of
I
Still
records.
is
think,
right
but
now.
I think what changed hands. I think one of her records that changed hands recently was the 6-day
Yeah.
or the 48. Something she just lost
Yeah.
one of her records.
Yeah, one of the ones from further.
It might
Wikipedia
have
might
been
tell
the
you differently
6-day.
though. Waka waka.
Oh.
Sorry,
I was
Camille.
gonna say, there is a fair amount of controversy surrounding.
She is the world's greatest ultra runner according to Wikipedia.
It might have been the 6-day at the Further Festival. I feel like that did not go quite the way that she wanted it to.
Yeah, she
Entirely,
broke.
yeah.
At Further, she broke
A number of records.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
if they
Yeah,
all
yeah.
stood though.
Yeah.
What's up,
Yeah.
man?
Wait.
Oh, what do you got? Oh, what we got?
Oh, little unboxing.
Oh,
That's a-
thank you. I'm
that's
wearing
a
this right
prize.
now. All right, thank you. Thank you. Hang on a second.
That's your prize for getting all the points.
For
there,
getting
buddy.
6 points so far.
Thank you.
So Gags is gonna put on a hat right now. Hold on, we'll shout it
From
out.
the Endorphins Run crew. All right,
From John Sarabee off
so
camera.
thank
What's
you.
up,
Thank
John?
you.
Thank you.
So John just passed Gags
All right,
a
so-
little beanie here. So shout it out, Gags.
John Servey.
There you
There we go. Endorphins.
All right.
So, Endorphins I believe has 10 or 12 chapters. I could be wrong, maybe 14, but definitely 10 across the country. They are hands down the biggest group in the city of Philadelphia at the moment. I cannot tell you how many times people come into my store, and we offer discounts for like all the run clubs. And one name after, it's constantly endorphins. I met John Serby when I was working at the Pennsauken location back in 2023, I believe it was. And he comes in the store, and like middle of the day on a Saturday, busy day, dude comes in, he just has this amazing energy about him, and he's like, hey, I'm running all the Philly runners in one day. And I'm like, what?
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, and I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, he tells me, I'm like, you're my guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we immediately started talking, bonded, and gave him a couple tips, whatever. And we just kind of kept in touch.
Now, for folks who might not fully digest that means that he was literally running to
we're talking like a
each
30 plus
of the store locations.
Right. We're talking about a
throughout the
30
day.
plus mile fun run just for shits and giggles. And that's
Dude,
when I
love
first
that.
met, and that's when I
so
first
fun.
met John. And at the time, I think Endorphins was just starting up. I've watched this crew build and gain momentum in the city, and frankly, they've caught the ire of some of the older veterans in the city as well, because these folks are young lions. They've weaponized social media. They have groups that are meeting 100 to 200 runners 2-3 times a week. When they cross a traffic light, traffic stops. They have created traffic jams throughout the city. Super positive, super inclusive. Thank you, John Serby. John also competitive ultra runner himself.
Yeah,
he's got a couple big races under his belt, and the sky's the limit for John. And thank you for keeping my ears warm, John.
Yeah, he was
You needed that.
Yeah, I really did.
John
I feel so much better.
He was top 10. He was in the top 10 at Loopy this summer. He was 7th or 8th.
He placed third. He placed third at Cape Fear, or was it Salt and City? No, it was at Cape Fear. Cape Fear. He placed third at Cape Fear.
That's fantastic.
I think he just had another big PR time. I think he had a really big PR in the marathon this year too. He was trying to go sub 3. He fell a little bit shy at that, but.
Yeah,
solid runner. Really
even
good
close
you reach
to
for the
that
moon and you hit the clouds or the stars or one way or the other. I don't know. But thank you, John Serby.
Yeah, it's great.
Much love, Endorphins.
Much love. Yeah, shout out your run clubs, man. I mean, seriously, it's like, and again, like when we talk about running as being community, like the run club world, I think is super important. I think there's a lot of times you feel like you're out there grinding away by your time, so like pop over to your local run club and say what's up to people. I know even locally, like just because of my life and schedule and kids, and a lot of times I run by myself in the dark in the morning, and whenever I happen to like run into a local Run 856 group or whatever, like it's nice to just say what's up to someone else for another a couple minutes and hop in. So I appreciate that. I love the local run clubs, man. It's a just like a really important thing. A lot of times, like, it's free too. You just show up, you meet people that are doing the same thing as you, and it's always nice to like have support in your community.
What I thought is amazing, because when I started running, I was running with this group up in the far northeast in Philadelphia called the Tarsdale Beer Runners, and now they're just called TBR Philly. But what was amazing was they are the OGs up in the far northeast, the very forgotten section of the city of Philadelphia, and from that group, I watched it grow over the years. Super, super huge club now. But they've had 5 splinter groups, or like what I would call splinter cells, break off from there. Or not so much break off, but kind of evolve from TBR. Yeah. You've got Pennypack Trail Runners, Northeast Beer Runners,
Elkins Park.
the Northeast Trail, Northeast Tri Team, Elkins Park Beer Runners spun out of that one too. Yeah, and that's just So when I think about what endorphins, so going back to endorphins right now, right? You've got on any given run of theirs, well over 100 people at that run. You mean to tell me little friendships aren't forming within that, and that these folks aren't going out and doing their own thing, from that, and
it's great.
And from a training standpoint, like, let's face it, man, a lot of times running sucks. Being out there by yourself sucks. You meet people, like, now you're being held accountable.
Yeah.
Like, okay, Wednesday, 7 o'clock, this is where I'm going to be. And I see it because I help lead the group runs at Philly Runner on Thursday night, 6 p.m., 1711 Walnut Street. Please join us. All faces, all paces, welcome.
Yeah.
My job is to be the sheep herder and make sure no one gets lost, so I kind of hang in the back or like lost or like left behind. And I see what that means, especially to like a newer runner coming out, finding that community, and within that, when they find the community, they oftentimes find themselves.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing,
Well
man.
said.
It's great.
Beautiful
Awesome,
thing.
man. Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
You know what's interesting too, and one of the things that I really love about running is that is available.
Yeah.
And it's so meaningful and so incredible for so many people to have that connection. But at the same time, if that's not your thing, like, that's okay too.
Yeah.
I am like almost embarrassed to say, I don't think I really knew about or understood. I certainly didn't know the phrase run club.
Yeah.
I'm doing my little air quotes. Run club. Like, I did not understand that was a thing. Run club. I didn't, like, literally until this summer. I was running the Warriors race.
Yeah.
And we were running that's a whole other story. But in this race, there are 9 of us that start out as the Warriors gang, and we get a head start, and the rest of the field chases us. It's shout out Todd ate a lot.
What's up, Todd?
But so I'm running in the middle of the night. The race starts at 1 a.m. in New York City, and I was part of this 9 all-female warrior gang, and we're running through the city in the middle of the night. And for the I've done this race year after year after year. For the first time ever, every friggin' block in New York City, everybody was shouting out like, "Hey, run club, run club!"
Yeah.
Like, what's this? A middle of the night run club? Like, what kind of run club is this? And I turn and I'm like, what the fuck is a run club? Like, what are they saying? What are they even talking about? So, like, almost embarrassed to say that I didn't even know, like.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? Because you know me, like, I just.
Yeah, you do your thing
I
by
do my
yourself.
thing. I
I'm
go
a
and
solo
I
guy
Yeah.
a lot of times
run.
too, so
Yeah,
And
you're up
that's-
before the sun. You're done, and you're done before the sun's even risen.
And that's my thing. And so
Logging
I
1 million
have,
miles a week.
you know, like, if you want that kind of the accountability, the connection, even just the camaraderie, like it's all available, but you can also do it a different way if you want to.
Yeah.
You know, it's like there's no right or wrong. It's like all these things are available, and you can access them as much or as little as you want.
There's these memes that are going around. They were talking about how run clubs have replaced like dating apps.
Oh, 100%.
I've heard that. Yeah.
I don't even think it's a meme. It's like a way for people to get
Right
together.
now,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the dating out of it and just say it's a wonderful place to meet people.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Because when I work at
Definitely.
I work at the running store. That's my full-time job. I help manage there. So I meet people from all over the country who come in, and a lot of these folks that come in that are flying into Philly for a work conference, a vacation, a family, whatever. They're runners, okay? And what's the first thing that we all do when we go to a new city?
You go to the local run store.
We go to the local run
Hell
store.
yeah.
We ask about who are the
Yeah.
run clubs, this and that. People just moving to Philadelphia, they'll come in the store, hey, listen, I'm a runner. I don't know who to run with, where to go. And it's like, it's a wonderful way to meet people and connect. If you choose to date, whatever, man, that's on you. That can get a little messy and dirty. I'd say don't do it. You know, that's just
advice.
my opinion. But in terms
especially
of meeting people,
to
it's
connect
wonderful.
with a local
Wonderful.
community, whether you're traveling or you're visiting or you're brand new to an area. I've heard that time and time again.
Yeah, man. It's wonderful.
Yeah, that's even how, I mean, like, even how this kind of all came together, like, you know, being able to, like, have the live broadcast and everything. Like, I first met Pete and Jen when we were all working part-time at South Jersey Running Company.
Yeah.
Like, it was, like, one of my first days was, like, also one of the same first days that Pete had, and we met that day, and we were just talking, and then a couple years later, we kind of had the idea to give these a shot, and that's how we met. We met through the running community, like through, you know, at the time I was like kind of running by myself, and I was like, I got to get a little bit more involved. I walked into the running store, and they were like, yeah, we'll bring you on part time, and next thing you know, you start meeting people, and you know, you just got to put yourself out there sometimes, and it's a great thing to do, and great things come from it. There's not a lot of negatives that come from like
Absolutely.
just trying to like put yourself out there and
Right.
in a community you care about.
I think we're probably preaching to the choir in this
Yeah.
instance because
Yeah.
someone who's listening to this broadcast, thank you very much. to the millions who are listening, but chances are you're already running, and you're part of a run club or not, or a run club or two. But in the event you're not part of that, and you're thinking about, just get over yourself and get out there and meet some nice people. Runners far and away are the crunchiest,
oh my gosh,
friendliest, most inclusive people you're probably ever going to meet.
Arms open.
I say it all the time, man. It's like this community is like a fucking Grateful Dead parking lot. Just super, super
I love it.
Crunchy and warm and inviting.
Yeah, it's great.
What are you laughing at my shit over there?
Great listen, man.
So, real quick, I'm
35.1 degrees, baby. Woo!
Getting hot.
warming up. All right, race update. Quick race update. My computer, I think, either died or froze, so
awesome.
we'll get it going. We'll get it popped back up in a second.
Wow, check out.
Yes, I know. So looking at the race, I just want to make sure we shout this out. Through 7 loops so far, 5th overall, first female, Erica Green. So is moving up the leaderboard.
Okay.
You know.
Oh yeah.
Right now.
Yes, she is.
And Rhiannon, who's second female, is 10th
in the
overall.
top
so
10.
In the top 10,
Let's
we have 2 women
go.
right now. One of them is in 5th overall, running really, really great, and that's Erica Green, who probably, if I'm guessing, just passed her distance PR because through 7 loops she would be past
Right.
Yeah.
the
Right,
marathon.
right.
That's
so,
phenomenal.
Again, I don't know if she's run farther than a marathon before. I know she's primarily like a marathon runner, but past the marathon now, 5th place overall, first female, with Rhiannon, 2nd female, 10th overall. And as soon as I can get my computer going here, we'll give you some more.
So that's when things start getting fun, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Like, I think a lot of people see the marathon distance, which is 26.2 miles, and they kind of compare that with a 50K distance, and
here's a
think
hot
like,
topic
oh,
for
it's
you.
only like 5 or 6 more miles, and don't have a full understanding or appreciation that it's sort of exponential. Like the more miles you add, things get different the further you go. Like, miles later in an ultra
Sure.
are not the same as
There's our
earlier
number
on.
2, Chris Shaw.
Wow.
I think because I saw.
He's
I
looking
think he's
strong.
Yeah, I think he's back to about a 4-minute difference between Lowell. That previous loop, he gained about a minute. I think he's now about a minute behind, or
Awesome.
4 minutes behind Lowell.
Yeah, he's running really good. Took his hat off just now, too.
Does anybody else have the desire to read these names like the way that is it Key and Peele skit with the substitute teacher?
Oh, yeah. That is good. That is
Low L Lead Brian.
Breon is the good one. Brian Toro in 3rd place. He'll probably be coming through, I would imagine, pretty soon. He wasn't
Yeah.
super far behind.
Michelle Goldberg's one of her dark horses there.
Yep.
And actually, Rihanna was your choice for
Yeah.
F1 today.
Yeah.
Which
Keep an eye on her.
Still could
Yeah.
happen. We got a halfway.
we got
noon's the
time.
halfway point time wise, so we're
4 hours, 25 minutes left.
getting close to that, but still, I mean,
Oh,
lot of time.
something important to point out is in a looped timed event like this,
Oh, yeah.
partial loops do not count.
Right.
Yeah.
At
So
this
there's
event, they don't
there's
count.
a point,
right.
at this event they don't count. So there's a point at this race where, like,
I believe the
by about
cutoffs-
3:30 p.m.,
Yeah, right.
I think that's the cutoff.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you
Like half hour
haven't
before.
started your last lap, you can't start a loop after 3:30 p.m. Because and even so, like, that's pretty ballsy. If you decide at 3:29 you're going to go out for another one, you have to finish.
Yeah, especially if you've been having
Yeah.
if you've been riding the struggle bus.
Yeah,
all day,
yeah,
You're
yeah.
not going to run 3.7
Right.
miles in 30 minutes.
Right.
You know, probably not. I shouldn't say you're not, but you're probably not.
Maybe not. Yeah.
And that's a lot of times what ends up happening too. Like, people will be, you end up kind of like deciding in
Yes,
that last hour.
there's a
Yeah.
decision that has to happen. But I think it's not like you can just, like, if you're still running up to 8 hours, it may or may not count if you can't get a full loop done.
Got my computer back here. Sorry.
Excellent.
It froze and then just shut off.
I think it's literally frozen.
Yeah, I think it froze. Yeah, it definitely froze.
So we got it, and then we can call some names out. Oh, nice. I didn't lose anything. It stayed.
Sweet.
Cool. All right, awesome. So, females, we talked first 2, Erica Green and Rhiannon Benson. Followed by Erica Bash,
All
still
right.
third place female.
Yeah.
Not quite through 7 loops yet, but I'm sure she'll be coming up here.
116. What's
Shortly.
her name? I think that's Shirley, if I'm not mistaken.
116.
116.
Let me see if I can look.
I think it's also fun to see all the different
That's
That's not-
strategies
that was the
folks
wrong
have
bid. Never mind.
in terms of crew and support on a race day like this. We've got some groups where there's just massive, where runners are out here with a large number of support people who, who are sort of like running their own personal aid station where they have their gear, they have their food, all their stuff set up. And then there are plenty of other runners who might just have a bag plopped out there on the field and they come by and sort of self-sufficient get what they need. And I think
She's running strong, too.
Yeah.
part of it's personal preference, part of it is experience, and kind of, relates to what your personal goals are.
Yeah, so I'll just shout someone out in the chat. I don't know if he's still listening, but Dan Marchese here in the
Oh,
in the
what's up,
chat.
Dan?
Yeah, shouted out a couple runners, Michael Harkins, Michelle
Aw.
Palmer. I don't know Jimmy Van, but shouted out some people here that, just to make sure we kind of shout them out. I know Dan coaches a bunch of runners too. I
Yeah,
believe
he's got a nice little
Awesome.
community where he, like where he's at. He's definitely a leader in
Sweet.
his crew.
which is awesome. So Dan, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it, and appreciate the shout outs too. So and both of those, I know Michelle and Mike are running really good. Michelle, we talked a little bit about. Mike Harkins is like 6th overall right now.
He's
All right,
steady,
so
dude. He's been steady all day long.
He was running with Erica Green when she came in first female. He
Oh,
was
cool.
with her, so
Okay.
he's like right in that range. And I mean, he's a really, really solid runner. He's like kind of just like a workhorse guy. He's out,
He's
like I
another
said, out here
Leadville
in the
finisher,
morning.
as a matter of fact. I
Really?
believe he finished Leadville 2023.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, so a lot of solid runners coming through right now.
I gotta say one thing too.
Yeah,
Like when I finished Leadville back in 2018, obviously it's a pretty prestigious race, whatever. And there's a guy that I've low-key man crushed for over a decade now. His name's Keith Straw.
Oh, yeah.
He's well over 400 marathons. He paces a marathon almost every weekend.
He's amazing.
Yeah, I think he's like 19 or 20 on the 100 for 100 mile club. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And I started to get to know him shortly before Leadville. And when I finished Leadville, I was on the couch with my crew back at the Airbnb, and I got a message from Keith Straw, and he said to me, he's like, "Oh, and Keith has this great British accent. Like,
Yeah.
he sounds like almost like Thomas the Train, or almost like a like your GPS, like when your GPS talks to you." So he writes me this message, and basically he's like, "Michael, anybody who finishes Leadville has earned my respect." I was like, holy shit! I was like, Keith Straw I gained his respect. Oh my god! And so anybody who finishes Leadville, you in my eyes, you have become a made man or woman in this sport. You know, and you punch your own ticket wherever you want to go from there. So I'm always going to recognize somebody who finishes Leadville.
Yeah, for sure.
You want to do another trivia question?
Fucking right.
Okay.
I know Michelle doesn't, but I sure as hell do.
right.
Okay.
Hold on.
Scoreboard, baby.
Let me see if I have
You
enough.
even had the time wrong, Michelle. So it's 6-1 right now.
That's so kind of you to point that out.
I was just reminding the millions of listeners.
All right, I got enough lag here to throw another one out there. All right. Okay, 2 points available for this one. This is like a
Okay.
modern one, a little like super recent. So we'll see who's been paying attention.
And we'll
all right.
see who hasn't been paying attention.
All right, so the women's world record in the 50-mile distance. Women's world record in the 50.
This just happened.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me read the question. Don't jump to conclusions, you two, all right? I gotta go teacher voice on you guys sometimes here. All right, so women's world record in the 50-mile distance was recently broken. Who broke the record, and what race was it broken at? Who broke
JFK
the-
50.
Is that your okay? So that's your race answer. Who's the person?
I literally just was looking at her name on Ultra sign up because she was nominated by Free Trail for Ultra Runner of the Year, and I did my Free Trail fantasy picks, and I picked her, and dang it.
I know
There's
she
Brian
went sub
Torrell.
6. I know she went sub 6. I don't know the name.
Okay.
I don't remember her name.
Okay.
I picked her for top 5 ultra running performances of the year, and I I'm blanking.
All right.
I thought it was
Like a
Tunnel
champ.
Hill, but I think Michelle's right.
No,
with
it was JFK.
50 because it was more recent than Tunnel Hill. Yeah, so I think Michelle's going to have a point for this one. It's going to be 6-2.
All right. Are we ready?
Yeah, baby.
There might be some. There
Is
might.
it 5:36 was her finish time?
It was something like that. So the person.
Such a nerd. I remember
Yeah.
her time, but not like
So
yeah,
it,
whatever.
It was Courtney Olson. Is the person. Michelle's going to be upset about this.
Uh-oh.
It was at Tunnel Hill.
It was?
Yeah, it was at Tunnel Hill.
Damn it!
So what you were thinking of, I believe, is Rachel Drake's performance at JFK 50.
Yeah.
Which broke the course
The
record,
course
and she
record.
was the first woman to go under 6 hours there.
Yes.
But the world record was just broken at Tunnel Hill, and it was like 5:30 something. So Rachel was close at JFK. She broke the record at JFK,
it
but
7-2
it wasn't
now?
the world record. So.
But I actually made it could be 6.5.
Stabbing you with my eyes.
Crazy, I know. And I knew as soon as you started saying that, I was like, I know exactly what she's talking
You're
about,
like,
but I had to let you
"Girl,
go.
be
I had to let you
quiet."
go. No. So that was Rachel Drake's performance just this recently
So
at
we
JFK.
did. So we did confuse those.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it was
Okay.
it was Courtney Olson
I had partial answers.
at the Tunnel Hill 50. Courtney Olson
Okay.
was also just on the U.S. Women's 100K team, and that race just
Amazing.
happened like a week or two ago. It was in India, I think.
Oh, wow.
But she was on that team too. So yeah, she's like
Wow.
a super
That's
fast,
awesome.
like super fast ultra runner, obviously, but runs mostly like the flat fast stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Which was playing her success at Tunnel Hill.
Tunnel Hill,
Yeah,
super flat.
yeah.
and
Yeah.
fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
So she was just on the Free Trail podcast too.
Yes.
Like
There's been a-
recently.
Yeah.
Couple records have been set at Tunnel Hill.
Oh,
yeah.
definitely.
Shattered
Definitely.
too, for that matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Camille had a
She had
world
one.
record on that
Oh, she's
course,
the world's
right?
greatest ultra runner.
Yeah, yeah. This-
So yeah,
Verified?
that was Tunnel Hill 50.
According
Courtney
to
Olson.
Wikipedia, anyway.
Yeah. So that's the women's 50 record. That's a good one. Should
that
we
was
do it?
that was good. That was a good.
That was very
Yeah.
good.
I know,
Yeah,
guys.
well
I got
done.
a bunch of them here.
Let's go.
You want another? All right, we'll do one more, and then we'll say it. We'll keep saving them. We'll sprinkle them in.
All right.
All right. Let's see what my next one is. All right. So this is a Western States question. There's a fair amount of Western States questions in here because I felt like there was like a lot of. There's just like a lot from Western States that people maybe that they may know. I didn't want to get too niche here and just have like questions about races
Okay.
that like I don't know or whatever. All right. So Western States question: since Jim Walmsley's first win at Western States in 2018, only 2 other men have won that race. So since 2018, when Jim Walmsley first won, he's won every year except 2. Who are the 2 other men that have won at Western States aside from Jim Walmsley? You don't need to tell me the years, but who are they?
Hayden Hawks, David Roche.
David Roach hasn't run Western States yet. He's running this coming June.
Fuck.
That is true.
Oh, I knew
David
something.
Roach is not one, but that is.
I
that
knew
is-
something.
And I'll give you another one too. Hayden Hawks has never won Western States. He's finished
But
second.
perhaps Gags
Second
has
to-
just predicted the future.
Maybe. Hayden Hawks, I believe, has finished second twice. He's
What's-
never won. So it's neither of them.
No. Okay, I'm wrong.
Wait, can
But
we
the
just
name is on the.
I can give you the years if it helps.
can we dial that back?
Sure.
And just hear that one more time?
Oh, I was.
When he said he
I
was-
was wrong.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. Totally fine.
Yes, dude.
I
I'll
can't.
give you the years.
I can't
so it's,
think of
it's
it.
2022 and 2023 are the years. So it's recent. They're 2 recent ones. One guy's an American, one guy's not. If that helps.
Was he French?
No, he's from the UK.
Dang.
I can see it. I
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah.
I know, but I.
Phone
but
a
I
friend.
Don't know.
Is this where we get to?
That's right. Hayden finished second.
He's
too.
full out
of
He's
lifeline.
finished second twice.
Yeah.
That's right.
There goes Erica.
Yep.
All right, so 2022. It was Adam Peterman, and that
Oh,
Adam Peterman.
yeah.
that was his first 100-mile race.
Yeah, and we saw him at
Amazing.
Javelina later on that
Yes,
same year.
in
and
2022.
did he win that year?
I don't know. I don't know if he's ever won Javelina. I have no idea. If
But
he
I
was in
do
it,
remember
but
that
I
he
remember
was there.
seeing him
Yeah,
there. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And then 2023 was Tom Evans from the
Oh,
UK.
I
Runs
wouldn't have come
that
up
one
with
I didn't know.
So he
at
runs
all.
for Adidas. He basically that year went all in on Western States and just said, like,
Wow.
I'm going to go. He went all in. He hasn't run it. He didn't run it again in 2024. He's had a couple pushes at UTMB. I don't know if he's ever been on the podium at UTMB. He might have been, but he's like basically a guy that just takes big swings and doesn't race a lot. And that year he won Western States in 2024.
That's amazing.
So those are the two other guys. Other than that, it's been Jim Walmsley every other year since 2018. So
Okay.
We've got some really cool drone footage right now, like zooming past the stage and out over the lot. So when runners come in this loop, they come past the parking lot.
Can we get the drone to like kind of be right in front of us? Is that possible?
all right, so we have, again, just a race update, like a number of people through 7 laps, which puts them through the marathon. So basically everyone through 16th place, 16th, 17th place is through 7 laps, which is through the marathon. So all of those people are under 4-hour marathons right now, which is awesome.
Phenomenal.
Erica Bash rounding that out, 3rd place female right now, 16th overall. And then our top 3 men, so Lowell, Chris, and Brian in that order, are all through 8 laps, which puts them like right around 30 miles or through 30 miles.
Amazing.
And it's in that order. It's Lowell, Chris, and Brian. With, it looks like Chris is like basically 3 minutes behind Lowell on their last split, and then
so
Brian
close.
is another 7 minutes back of Chris. So
I don't think we can emphasize enough how insignificant 3 minutes is during a race. Like that literally could be a stop at the bathroom.
yeah.
And you're caught up.
And then on the women's side, Erica Green is about 7 minutes up through 7 laps on Rhiannon Benson. So on the women's side, 7 minutes. Again, anything under 10, 15 minutes is anything under like that mile range. Is like you're basically
yeah, that's
running
fantastic.
pretty close to each other. So
Keep going.
So that's where we're at on that front, just in terms of like racing, and like I said, you have the leaderboard up in front of you as well. So staying dialed in. I mean, we're in the ultra distance now. This is where things start to change a little bit, start to get into the sort of heat of the race, if you will. When we're thinking about this race in terms of quarters, which Gags had talked a little bit about earlier, I think that 2-hour window from like noon to 2, I think is probably going to be where you're going to see the most action in terms of racing.
Yep.
I think 2 to 4, those last 2 hours, people are kind of just like holding on, trying to get as many loops as they can in, but also strategy-wise, you might see some people done at like 3:20, 3:25 if they like, just sort of like depending on where they are loop-wise. So I think the next 2 hours, like that 12 to 2 window is going to be your window where you're going to see kind of like the most action in terms of racing.
I totally agree with that. And I think there's something really cool about hitting the midway point in a race.
Oh, yeah.
Like I know for me, I love in any long distance just when I know I'm past halfway. So we're coming up on 10 minutes. We'll be halfway through this race.
I have a piece of ultra running trivia.
Oh,
for
boy.
both of yous.
Let it go. I love ultra running trivia. Let's do it.
All right. So recently in the city of Denver, I believe in the last 6 months, they've established something called the Taco Bell 50K, where everybody had to run to different Taco Bells and eat something different from the menu, right?
It sounds horrible.
Yeah, it does. So my question to both of you is, what year did the first Taco Bell open?
First Taco Bell at all?
Oh, like store?
Oh, shoot.
Oh, jeez.
First Taco Bell brick and mortar. When did it open?
I feel like there's a chance I say something that is absurdly not even close. But
you never know until you try, Brian.
1986.
yeah, that feels. I'll go.
We got it from Glass Jar
I'm
Media.
not giving
we
you
got
the
it
answer, so you
1971.
guys-
What did they say? 71. And
71?
you said 80.
I said 86.
86 is a good guess. I'll say 88. I think it's somewhere right around there though.
1962.
What?
Yeah.
Taco Bell.
Yeah. Who knew?
That's a long time. I didn't think. I would have thought it was like in the 80s. I was on.
Yeah,
I was here thinking.
yeah.
I was like,
That's
wait a minute.
amazing.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
And what part of the country? I'd be curious.
I'm not sure.
Are you
back to
consulting Wikipedia right now?
If I had to guess, I'd say probably somewhere out on the West Coast or
I would-
in the Southwest.
Unless it was somewhere where they did not
All right,
have
here we
access
go.
to tacos
I'm gonna ask-
and made Taco Bell just to
Deductive reasoning. I'm going to say it was the South, or it was in the Southwest. Because when you go out there, it's taco shops everywhere.
I know, but that's like maybe why somebody brought it to, like Kansas, because they needed tacos.
Yeah, I kind of think that too. It could be, or it's like the Northeast. Well, not the Northeast.
First Taco Bell was located 7112 Firestone Boulevard in Downey, what's the state?
New Mexico.
California.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Wow,
Address and all.
Deductive reasoning. All right.
Address and all.
That's a good one.
And we're back.
I've never eaten at Taco Bell.
I believe that.
Yeah, I don't know when the
Never?
last time I
No.
was.
They have
Yeah,
vegan
maybe.
options now, I think, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. I mean, I wouldn't trust it.
No,
but-
I'm good. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with you. I'm not a big fast food guy. Should we talk about... Actually, let's do this. Let's somehow find a way to tie the gap here between Taco Bell and ultra running, and let's talk a little bit about fueling
I
strategy.
thought you were going to say bathroom breaks.
Oh,
we
yeah.
talked about that already.
I'll be down with that pretty soon.
Yeah, fueling strategies. So, liquid calories versus, sort of real food calories versus gels. Is there a preference? What do you guys like to do? Start with you, Gags. What's your kind of like go-to fueling strategy for, a race like this or like a 12-hour race? We'll talk. Multi-day's different, but
It's evolved for me. Before, I used to just do pretty much gels and whatever looked appealing to me when I went to the aid station. Typically, a gel would be 40 to 45 minutes, no more than an hour. And then, if I come to an aid station, something if like candy looks good, well, that's my body saying it wants sugars or something like that. When I started doing more and more of the timed events with, some of these events will bring out really big names, right? And you watch these big names and their crews, and every fucking quarter mile, they're coming around and grabbing something from their table.
Yeah.
Whether it's a watermelon, a piece of potato,
Yep.
it's just a piece of corner of
Constant fueling.
Yeah, it's constant. So this last year and a half, I've really made the effort to incorporate more real food into my running in conjunction with my gels and with my with the powdered stuff, whether it's the Morton's drink powder, whether it's like Tailwind, So I've been forcing myself. So I've been doing more and more real food in addition, rather than just relying on gels.
Yeah.
So that's my strategy. So for today, I'd probably take in my bag. I would bring 10 gels with me. Probably use about 8. I'd be doing my handheld every 2 loops. I would be drinking that down, and I'd be grabbing something substantial every single loop from that aid station.
Yep.
nice. How about you, Michelle?
I definitely use a combination as well, and I think.
But you're also vegan, though.
Well, not vegan, but vegetarian. I don't
I'm
eat
sorry.
meat.
I thought you were vegan.
Yeah.
I am.
You are.
Not,
All right.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, more. I would say more vegetarian. But I've really made it a point in the last couple years of ultra running to focus on nutrition and fueling.
Yeah.
Because I think that's like your key to unlocking further distances.
100%. I was just going to say that, yeah.
And you really have to train and practice to be flexible. I know there are some people who are so rigid and so regimented. Yes, you have to be totally structured, but you have to have a variety of different things.
Yeah, options.
Because on any given day,
Yeah, like we said,
Like-
plan A, B, C, and
Yeah.
then there's a DEF plan.
absolutely. So the more things that you can learn to tolerate and take in. But I do use gels. I use a combination of gels and real food. And I am constantly, it's like a slow drip of calories. I nibble throughout. I'll have snacks like in every pocket.
Right.
I'll carry all kinds of different stuff just in case. I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches
Yeah.
and 100 miler. I make a whole bunch of little mini ones, but every once in a while, like javelina, the bread was stale
hot
and it
for-
was
yeah,
like too
just-
hot,
yeah.
and I had like 2, and I was like, fuck that, I'm done with them.
Yeah.
I'm just picturing you
And
taking
just-
a bite of a peanut butter jelly and javelina and just jelly just
Yeah,
dripping
like-
down
So
and
hot.
just burning your
Actually, like
skin.
it was so dry, not
Yeah.
even like just like.
There's our
Ugh.
first place female coming through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
You'll
she
see her on the
comes.
screen
Yep.
here.
Can you
On
two
our top
talk a little
screen.
bit about the challenges of being vegan or vegetarian in some of these races, and not just the challenges,
Oh.
but also the flip side how more and more race directors have become hip to
Absolutely.
that and
I think
more accommodating. Please.
Huge shout out to Endless Endurance because
Sure.
they always have options, whether it's vegan options, gluten-free options, but I think they're an excellent example of a race director, a race company. Look at that fantastic, okay,
I know.
really great view of the other side of our loop happening on the screen right now.
Glass Jar Media
look,
doing
you
it
can
again.
see
Glass
the runners,
jar with
too.
the
You see
drill.
some
That's
runners
such
there.
a great.
That's a great shot.
That's a great shot. Great vantage point.
That's awesome.
Really, really cool to see. That's about midpoint on the far
the
side of the
back,
loop. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you. Okay.
But
yeah.
kudos to Endless Endurance and there are a lot of other race companies. Vipa, for example, does a phenomenal job of having a wide variety of food options, and so many smaller race companies too. But it can be a challenge sometimes in a really, really small race. Like if you're running a race where you're going through the night, like your needs change at different times of the day depending on the weather, but also just depending on your circadian rhythm and time. And like at night I tend to like something a little warmer, so if you're looking for like broth or noodles and the only thing that they have is like chicken noodle soup, that really sucks. It's very hard. And I vividly remember, and probably will forever, New Jersey Devil. Okay, but in 2023 in April, and that's what I'm talking about. So it poured torrential rain.
Yeah, it did.
We had about 12 hours of torrential rain all night long, and Gags, you were out there to pace someone else who didn't finish the race.
Yes.
And
whose name we mentioned earlier, but I won't mention now.
yes. But you were so absolutely amazing because you were like, Michelle, I know you said you didn't want to pace her. Let's go.
So I believe I was your first
You
and
were
only
my first.
I was your
You
first
totally
pacer. That's right, baby.
So Gag
great
stepped
shot
in
that we got
at like mile 80. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
See the river right there?
Great shot.
Cooper River.
Might have to
Gag
kick-
stepped
might-
in at mile 80. I was so damn cold by the morning.
Yeah.
I was absolutely freezing. We got to an aid station. It was the very last aid station.
I remember this.
I was so cold that I was concerned that I didn't know if I physically would be okay because I was so fucking cold. All they had was chicken broth with noodles, and you know what? Like, I had like 3 cups of that stuff, and it literally saved me because I needed the heat. Like, there are times where you might be faced with a decision to have some level of flexibility in terms of what you eat or what you have in front of you. Just be like, I don't know that I would have.
Yeah. Now, did that affect your stomach the way like you eating like a couple pieces of bacon or something like that?
You couldn't pay me to eat a couple pieces of bacon.
I know that.
Yeah.
But like, did the chicken broth affect your stomach at all?
It didn't.
Or was it more up here?
It didn't because I think it was like again air quote like chicken flavored broth. I don't know that like it wasn't like it was chunky or there was any actual meat in there. So it was okay. And I really think I would not have been, I probably would have gotten hypothermic if I didn't have something hot at that point.
It's funny because vegans and vegetarians don't represent a huge swath of the population. However, in this sport,
It's
in
huge.
this world,
So
oh my
common.
goodness! Like I'm actually the oddball for being a fucking omnivore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's
And
kind of crazy.
there is
to
a
me.
thing like a lot of, at pretty much any ultra race, you will find people are frying up bacon and they're
Yeah.
frying up all the grilled cheese and all the stuff.
I gotta say this much too. I'm sorry to say it, but like
Yeah.
even me saying I'm an omnivore, like on mic, I need to make a couple caveats here. Like I don't eat a lot of meat.
Yeah.
I barely eat red meat. I do eat fish. Like I eat very light. I eat salads and nuts and vegetables and grains and stuff like that. But yeah, it's and so I just more and more race directors and race companies are doing a better job of recognizing that. And by talking to the runners that I
Look
do,
at the shot. I'm sorry, Gags. Look
That's
at
okay.
look at Philly in the
Our
background.
shot.
That is
there
a
we
money
go.
shot on the screen.
we're kicking
right
Pete
now.
off of the camera and we're keeping Glass Jar on it.
If there's reason enough to run that race,
He knows what he's
like
doing.
that.
Yeah.
So real quick here too, and then we'll keep our conversation going. I just want to note halfway point of the race.
Oh, there it is.
Chris Shaw and Lowell Ladd came through that last loop 5 seconds apart.
Wow.
Chris Shaw came through 5 seconds ahead of Lowell, so we've had a change in the lead.
Wow.
The two of them
It's
went
on.
through and are going through next to each other.
All right, so it's now 12:01. I expect them both to be back
Yeah.
here by 12:28.
Okay.
Yeah, probably somewhere around there. Yeah.
That's amazing.
So yeah, they're running pretty much right next to each other. So we got a race for at the front too, which is awesome.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, the food conversation is an interesting one. I was kind of letting you guys go. I've been vegan since I started running ultras, so I never like there wasn't like a change. Like I've always kind of like ate the way I've ate now since I've been running long distances. And most of my ultra running hasn't been through the night. Like I tend to run like the 12-hour distance, 12-hour time and under.
Yeah.
So I haven't had to deal with that as much. But no, I mean, but it's definitely something like to think about. I think in terms of like what people and like my advice to people, there's a shot of us.
That's what Gags wanted.
That's us. There
Yes.
you go. My advice to people is find what works for you and stick with it and practice it to the point where you feel comfortable. And
Yes.
I think, I've ran my first ultra 4 or 5 years ago. I'm still trying to figure out what that is, and I'm always kind of like playing with what feels the best on my stomach in different seasons and everything. But you got to find what works for you and try to.
What
just
made you
keep
go
going with
vegan?
it. So I had like some health issues before I started running, like probably like 2018, 2019, and I just like had some health issues. I was like not the healthiest person. This kind of like gets into my running journey in general. I was someone that was like, I was out partying a lot and just kind of like living a life I was kind of over living, and I made a bunch of changes, and going vegan was one of them, and it stuck. It was one of the ones that stuck. So running
That's
stuck,
awesome.
going vegan stuck.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that stuck,
Nice.
and
Yeah.
I was just kind of like at the time. I was like training for a 50K. It was like right around COVID. There weren't a lot of races, so I was like, I'm gonna sign up for a trail 50K. And I was like just getting into it and running a lot, and I was throwing a lot of things against the wall and seeing what stuck, and like the vegan thing stuck. But
That's
it was
cool.
more like just like trying to be healthier and be like more conscious of like what I was eating. And
It's crazy because I'm leaning going that direction. I'm
Ooh.
very very close.
Vegan
Like,
curious.
very very vegan curious.
Yeah.
Like, vegan. I think
Yeah.
it's fish would be the one thing I have a problem with. Tuna and salmon, but like I do more and more tofu,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Oh,
like
I love some tofu.
seitan.
yeah.
The people in close to me in my life are vegan or vegetarian.
Yeah.
Like. So we're getting there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, and like especially
see
too,
that.
like you're a city
It's coming.
guy.
It's
Like
coming.
there's
dude,
so many
and
options.
where I'm at in
yeah.
the city, like
Oh,
I live.
you have so many amazing
you're like a
options.
center city,
Dude,
right? Like,
yeah.
pretty much,
Like
yeah.
I
Yeah.
live smack dab middle of the neighborhood in Center City, 13th and Locust.
Yep.
Across the street on one side is Charlie Was a Sinner.
Oh, that place is great.
So
Other
good.
side of the street is Veg, which is like a nationally
Yeah.
recognized like 5-star. And just a bazillion vegan options in the city. Now, if I lived in the suburbs somewhere,
It's
or
harder.
even
It's a
in
lot
like
harder.
Northeast Philly, for
Yeah.
that matter,
Oh, gosh.
forget it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They think vegan is like not putting cheese on them.
I know. So we actually too, like that's one of the reasons why we live where we live. Like I live right around the corner from here, and like we have a lot of really good options here.
That's
Like,
Yeah.
great.
for like basically a suburb. I mean, we have a ton. Like I never have a problem like going out to eat. But even like 15 or 20 minutes away, like once you get a little bit farther from the city, like there's some spots where it's hard to find stuff to eat like when you're going out, because also too like like I'm vegan because I try to be conscious about what I eat. Like I don't always just want to be like eating Beyond Burgers. Like what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah,
like not
exactly.
and a lot of times you'll go somewhere and that's like the only option, and it's
Or
like,
they'll just like throw a pile of lettuce at you.
Yeah,
And you're like, okay,
so-
but I got to run
Yeah.
20 miles tomorrow. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
exactly, yeah. So it there's ways that makes it easy and ways that makes it harder, but yeah, man, mine was more just like health conscious. It wasn't so much like other issues that people go vegan
Okay,
for.
fair.
Yeah. So. All right.
Do we want to plan for our next break?
Yeah, sure. We
That's
could do.
that's Michelle saying.
Yeah. Yeah, we can.
I love that shot with Philly skyline in the
That's so
background.
great. So many good ones. Yeah, things are really like shaping up at the front of this race too. Again, Krishaw and Lowell kind of went through that last lap basically together.
Very
Erica
exciting.
Green still first place female through 8 loops, so we'll probably see her.
I saw
come through.
Rhiannon run through
Prince
too.
Donnell lost
Yeah.
this,
Yes.
lost the pants. He's now in shorts.
Oh yeah.
Let's go, Sharon! Sharon, the purple runner.
with the women in ultra running.
Yeah.
Yes. I work with Sharon. She also believes Die Hard is a Christmas movie. In fact, when I asked her at work yesterday, she's like, "Is that even a fucking question, Gags?"
Is that a rhetorical
Yeah, she's
question?
like, "Are you
What's
serious,
going
man?"
on here? I gotta watch that. I haven't seen that movie.
It's a good
so
one. I mean,
long.
it's not good, but it's great.
It's so yeah.
But it's not good at all.
It's so not good that it's great.
Exactly.
I love movies like that.
Yeah, we could kind of sign off and do another little break here and come
Yeah.
back on in another 30 minutes, 40
Come
minutes.
back 12:30, 12:45.
Yeah,
What do you think?
12:45.
12:30 to 2. Take a short break and then we wrap
little
it up.
one and then wrap
Bring
it
it,
up.
bring it home. Baby.
Try to grab some people.
I might just come back on mic and just grab somebody and start shooting this shit.
We can, yeah, feel free.
Yeah.
I know Rachel's here. We talked about trying to
Yep.
get Rachel
Yeah.
from Women in
That would
Ultra
be
Running.
fun.
Actually,
That'd be
yeah.
great.
Let's get Rachel
Yeah.
up here.
in our next segment.
Yeah.
We'll, you
Not
wanna
this.
gi-
Not right now.
yeah, we'll give her.
Yeah.
We'll take a break and then bring her on.
Yeah. Okay.
Give her a chance to.
I
let her
mean,
know.
listen, I'll stay on mic if you guys want to grab Rachel. I don't care.
Do you want us to go get her? Yeah.
Yeah. Grab
All right.
Rachel.
All right, so we'll
Jen
get
is
Rachel. We'll
on
stay
it.
on here for a little, and we'll grab Rachel from Women in Ultra Running. As long
Yeah.
as she's not too busy. I know she's like probably.
All right, let's take a quick 10-minute break.
Okay.
Quick break. We come back with Rachel. The hijinks are starting.
Yeah. All right, so we'll pop off for a little, and then
Couple
we'll
minutes and
come back with some guests.
Come right back.
Okay.
Good deal. We'll be
Cool.
back. Sound good? You
6.5
guys
to
take your
2
time.
is the score.
We'll
All right.
pause for this commercial.
All right, welcome back to the Frosty Looper. Took a short little break there. We are joined now, all the way to my right, by Rachel Bambrick from Women in Ultra Running. We'll get to our, kind of our interview here with Rachel in a second. Talk a little bit about Women in Ultra Running, what it is, but also just have Rachel with us for general race commentary, shenanigans, and trivia, which has basically been what the last couple of hours have been. So Rachel's joining us. Rachel, thank you for popping on real quick.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. We'll do top 10 real quick and just make a couple of notes. So, yeah.
It's a balmy 36 degrees.
36 now.
Warming up, but cooling
Full
down.
36.
I don't know how that's possible. It feels warmer, but I feel colder. But yeah, so race-wise here, a little bit of movement at the top. We talked a little bit about this before we went off last time. We have Chris Shaw and Lowell Ladd kind of at the top of things. Chris Shaw is through the last split about 2.5 minutes up on Lowell. Now, I don't want to speak too much too soon, but there was
Rumors
a
are
note.
flying.
Yeah,
Rumors are circulating around the track here.
That Lowell may pull the plug on this one. That he was going out really hard, and he may have overcooked it and maybe calling it, but we'll see. I don't want to speak too much.
I heard someone say if Lowell does drop, he's taking his timing kit and going hhome.
So it's going to very quickly become a 6-hour race instead of an 8-hour race. So we'll
This is what I heard.
That's what So we'll kind of have to see over the next lap or two, because again, with a timed race, there's not really like a DNF. Like your time is still on the board.
And there's 221 runners out there, so anything can happen.
Absolutely.
And again, it's one of the
Lots of time left, too.
It's one of the really cool things about a timed event. We are at that time in the day where there have been a number of people who are like, you know what? I just ran for 4.5 hours. I'm good.
Right.
And that was their goal, and they've achieved that, or they just, they got a really great training run and had a blast, and they're okay with just being done. And that's the beauty of the timed event, is that's fine. Like come out and do what you feel like doing.
Yeah. And then, so aside from that, there hasn't been a ton of changes in the top. Brian Toro, again, in third. He's been in third. Nick Schroeder's another name that's up there. First female right now is Erica Green in fifth overall. Erica Green's been the first female since about the third loop or so.
Yep.
So she's been holding that position. She's running, really, really strong. I think for her at this point, probably at a distance PR. We talked a little bit about this earlier. Comes from the marathon kind of road running world. So for her, probably right now distance PR, but she's running really, really strong. Fifth overall. Top 10 rounds out with Greg Donnelly, Bill Durante, Michael Harkins. We've talked about him a little bit. Local runner. Rhiannon Benson is second female overall. Currently sitting in 9th place. So we have two women inside the top 10 overall. And then 10th overall, we have Olix. First name, from as we talked about earlier, from Toronto, Wisconsin. I didn't know there was.
Nobody knew.
No one knew.
Nobody
I don't know if anyone knew. And
I'm
then
gonna have to look at the map.
just for
Where is my favorite name to say? Where is Adam Chatver?
Oh yeah, he was right in that mix. 12th
He's
overall.
at 12 now. All right.
And then
He's top 10 men.
for females,
Check out Steve Epifano in 13th place.
yeah,
overall.
climbing back up. I know.
Yeah,
So that's a
we
name
talked about that.
about
Yep.
Steve being one of those names that
Yeah.
might not see till later in the day, but then he'll kind of climb up.
Yep.
Keeping his head down, slow and steady. They're just slow and steady.
And then third female, just because she's outside of the top 10 right now, but third female right now is Michelle Palmer from Collingswood. So Michelle, I mentioned this earlier, Michelle was second overall in the 12-hour of the Loopy Looper. Again, another name here that has just kind of been like steadily climbing up that leaderboard. So Michelle Palmer currently in third place on the women's side of things. So that's where we're at race-wise right now. Again, with those names that are up there. And then also, too, just a reminder, live results. You can access the live results via the QR code on the screen. You can also find them pretty easily online through 2L Race Services. They're active live results, so it should be right on their home screen. So a bunch of places you can find them if you are unable to find them through myself. I'm going to shout out one more name, and then we'll get to Rachel, just because this has come up a couple of times. Lieutenant Tupper or Lieutenant Tupper. Not sure how to say the last name, but a couple people shouting him out. And he's right in here somewhere. I just saw right here. So 14th overall, Zach Tupper, 34 years old from Delran, New Jersey. Looks like, lieutenant in the armed services. A couple of people shouted him out, so I just want to make sure we shout him out as well.
Yeah, if anybody in the chat has a little more info
Dude,
about
chatters,
Lieutenant
look at the
Tupper,
chat stuff.
shout it out and give us a little detail, and we'd be happy to share that.
Yeah, and he's running really great. So again, someone we don't know, appreciate the service as well too. So awesome to have him out here, and he's running really good. 14th overall, 12th male. So
Awesome.
running great. All right, let's turn our attention to our esteemed guest. Yes, Rachel. So we have Rachel Bambrick again from Women in Ultra Running. We talked a little bit about Women in Ultra Running earlier. We got the logo on the screen as well. Rachel, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. First things first, let's just talk a little bit about what Women in Ultra Running is. So give me the elevator pitch, 30-second mission statement, whatever it is, just about Women in Ultra Running. Just like a general introduction. If someone doesn't know what it is, what would you tell them?
Yeah, let's see how good my elevator pitch is.
Yeah. A good practice question.
Yes. So Women in Ultra Running, we are an organization, a newly established nonprofit organization too, which is really exciting for us, with the mission in mind to help welcome more women into the sport of ultra running. I always say in a very dynamic and inclusive way. So by dynamic, I mean we offer different running events that are always educational, so teaching folks about mental strategy, nutrition, all the things that go into ultra running to make it feel more accessible by creating communities. That way when you show up to races like Frosty Looper, there are folks that you know and you feel comfortable with, and it's less intimidating of an environment, and always making sure that people feel included and accepted, because I think a lot of folks that have run ultras before know how wonderful this community is, but it can feel like there's a big barrier to entry, so helping to lower that for women, to help just continue to diversify the sport and make it better.
It's a pretty solid elevator pitch right there. That's awesome. So, yeah, just talking. So let's talk. We'll kind of start micro here and then zoom out. So just thinking like today about the race. One of the things that I noticed that I think is really cool, and in the last couple of races I've been to, is just like visibility with your brand, like, and not just on social media. I mean like in person, because I think there's a lot to be said for that. Like, you have a tent over there, right? There's a lot of runners here wearing Women in Ultra Running stuff. How much do you like think about visibility, and how much does that like play into what Women in Ultra Running like is all about?
Yeah, I think we're really lucky that I don't know. I think our logo is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is.
My friend designed it. She's not a graphic designer. She's just a really talented artist. So I love it. It's super bright, super colorful. And someone asked me once, like, where we came up with the logo concept, and I'm not really sure where we come up with it, but I feel like it's such a good representation of what I want ultra running to feel like for folks.
So, there it is.
Oh, I've talked to, there it is. Look at the beauty.
Got the logo on the screen.
High tech, baby.
I've talked a lot about how, to me, sometimes like races, ultras can feel like they're supposed to be really like dark and tough and like scary, and that's okay. We can get those things out of ultra running, and for some folks that's what draws us to it. But I know for me that wasn't what was always drawing me to these races. Is I wanted to wear glitter, I wanted to be bright and colorful, while at the same time doing these really tough, challenging things. And kind of that I think that paradox is really interesting, and that's what I hope our logo represents. And that way when you're at an event like this, you can spot, like I can see our flag from all the way over here, bright, colorful, kind of showing people it's a place they can feel welcomed.
Awesome.
I'm gonna do a shameless plug here.
Jump in there,
just for 1
Please.
second. I've recorded a bunch of conversations in the past. You can find it. It's called Running Times with Gags, wherever you listen to your favorite podcast. And I believe my last guest was Rachel Bambrick. The name of the episode, or the name of our conversation, is called Glitter vs. Grit. Mm-hmm. And I mean, on a personal note, I watched you at your first 100 miler at Pine Creek, I believe 2020, if I'm not, or was it 21?
2021, yep.
21, and I've seen you kind of grow, just like Michelle, for that matter.
We shared that first 100 miler.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same year, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Just like Michelle, I've seen you both grow, kind of find your legs, so to speak, and like you guys have each spread your wings, and it's cool to see you guys have teamed up together to do stuff too, which is kind of wild, but. I don't know. I just feel I'm proud of both of you, for coming into your own in this sport, and like now you each have your own following. You're both visible people in this in this community, and it's not just here in this local area. It's on a more broad scale. So I'm super proud of you both. That's all.
Yeah, and I will say, shameless plug on the shameless plug. That podcast recording, I think, is really where I started to kind of understand like my story and develop it. You'd asked, I was going to run Cocodona that year, and I hadn't finished it yet. I hadn't even gone up to the race, but you'd ask, like, when you get back, let's have a conversation about it. And so I was out there on the trails. I was with my friend, I think a lot of us know him, Jesse Keenan, and I was telling him, I was like, Gags asked me to be on this podcast, but, like, what do I have to share? Like, I didn't know. I was like, what is my story? I feel like all of these guests have these, like, tremendous stories, and they're so inspiring. And I was like, what do I have to say? And we had a long conversation out there on the trails in Arizona talking about, like, what my perspective was. And I think that's really where I started to develop it with him. And then we had our conversation, and I continued to see, like, what the importance of that story was.
And then you guys sent me videos of you impersonating me.
No, that was Joel. He is the best Gags impression. Joel, shout out if you're watching. It's so good.
He was trying to get here today. I know he's having some car trouble.
no.
So, yeah.
So
Yeah.
again, like maybe purposely to bring this up right now, but Erica Green, who's our first overall female, just moved into 4th overall.
Heck
While
yeah.
we're,
Woo.
while we're
Awesome.
tackling our women in ultra running. So
Serendipity.
yeah,
There
it's
you
awesome.
go.
That is, yeah, it's so cool. So
That's
let's
awesome.
talk. So Gags just brought up, I think, something.
There's a women in ultra.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Nice.
So Gags just brought up something interesting. I think you were talking about kind of like being within the sport, but not just on a local level. So what are some of the things for women in ultra running, or like how are some of the ways you think like you're starting to see this grow, like outside of just the local, like Delaware Valley community? And did you expect that? Is my question. So what are some of the things happening, and like how is it kind of changing the brand, I guess?
Yeah. I think first, like, no, I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
And I think I've shared the story that I thought I didn't start out doing this thinking we would have an organization or a nonprofit or anything close to that. I just wanted to, like, teach people in the Philly area about trail and ultra running. And then it just kind of developed, and we really saw a community grow. And then we started to see that community grow outside of the Philadelphia area. So we had people, we had an Instagram presence. We had people following us from kind of all over the country. So we really tried to continue to build it, to make it not just a local brand, not a local brand, but also like countrywide and maybe even beyond. So we do have a few offerings for folks that don't live in the area. Every other week we have a mental health series called Off Trail. So we focus on different topics and we come together and share. It's hosted by 2 therapists. One of them, Lee Ryan, is running today.
Oh, nice.
And then Katie Burns. We also are starting a book club next year. All of that's going to be virtual as well. And then we are in the process of developing 2 new chapters, potentially one in Colorado and one potentially in Montana starting next year. So we're going to see it
That's so
continue
cool.
to grow.
Montana.
Right?
Holy shit.
That's awesome.
We've just had women in those areas, become very involved and reach out and want to grow it in their area. So we're starting small, but we're going to hopefully continue to open it up and
that's
have people
exciting.
apply to start chapters in their own communities.
Love that.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
There's something. All right, so this is like not even a question, but there's something I think like really to be said about like the in-person meetup chapter thing. Like obviously
Yeah.
there's a lot you can do online, and our world's so interconnected, and we can have Zoom meetings, but like to be able to, and again, just like knowing what the club is or the what the group is in this area, like being able to have like those in-person, like we're going on a night run to, you know what I mean, or like whatever, I just think like there's so much to be said for that. So congratulations on that. That's
Thank
a
you.
really
That's very
cool
exciting.
step. That's a huge step, I think.
It's
Like,
it's scary. So much of this, I'm like, I did not go to school for this. I went to school to work in a hospital. I don't know what I'm doing, but like I'm just learning as I go.
no, you just do it. You do the thing that you
Yeah.
care about, and people follow along and
Yeah.
get, you know what I mean? And they see that, and I think that speaks volumes too.
I'm
So.
going to do one more
Yeah, get in
shameless
there.
plug
Yeah, yeah.
for Rachel and I. Rachel and I, Rachel works at Philly Runner on a part-time basis. I'm there all the time. And last year we did an intro to Ultra Night. It was a huge success. We had a lot of giveaways. Over 100 people had showed up, plus the folks who tuned in live. And we're going to be doing it again this February. Stay tuned for details. My social, BDG123 on the gram, and
Rachel_Lynn, LYNN07.
there you go.
And then the women, what's the women in ultra running?
It's
on
just
Instagram.
at Women in Ultra Running, one big word. And then I always, just to kind of bounce off the question too of how people can get involved if they don't live here, we also have a community on Halo, which is like a different app, but it allows for kind of just like a more deeper connection. We have chat forums and topics, and people can post questions about nutrition that they're trying or gear that they want to learn more about, and learn from others all around the country with varied experience levels. So definitely join us on Halo too.
Cool. I want to, again, something to touch on, and if either of you two have questions, make sure you jump in too. I don't want to feel like I'm the only one asking questions here. But to give you another thing that you had mentioned earlier, and I actually saw this on Instagram too, about the like newly established like nonprofit status. What is that? So, and I'm asking truly because I don't know, but like, how does that like what level does that give your brand, or how does that like change things for the brand as a whole, like being established as a nonprofit? Or
Yeah, and I'll say I barely know, and I'm just continually getting a grasp on it. All that stuff is so confusing to me, but we're working through it. But basically, so what we also want to do is, I think it would be silly of me to think that just by offering like education and community that means that women can just run ultras. Like there's a huge cost barrier to the sport. It is so expensive to go to races, fly to races, get a coach, take time off, and all of that stuff, gear. So what we want to do is create a fund that would help, so folks could apply each year to have a race entry fee covered, to have coaching for a few months covered, things like that. That
provide
again,
resources, offset some of the costs.
Exactly. So we want to create that fund right now. All of the gear that we've been selling, once we kind of like make the money we put into that back, all of that has been going into the fund. But to have nonprofit status, and then we're working towards this like a tax exempt status as well, that just means we can start applying for grants, we can start asking for larger donations, have larger fundraising events, and really grow this fund to help continue to lower that barrier to entry.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, like I said, I honestly had no idea, so that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, being able to have I work in a small business too, as in my full-time job. So being able to have some of those other ways to access capital is like huge, and then what you can do with it again on top of that once you have it is also huge. So yeah, that's great. That's super cool. You got anything, Michelle? Any questions or anything?
No, I was just going to add,
spot,
it also, I think folks are more inclined to make donations to a group when it is like an established 501c3 kind of, So it's fantastic, and I love the way, you're working so hard. Just because I think talking about the number of women in ultras, there's such gender disparity, but it's not. There's no easy. It's multifactorial. The reasons that play into that.
What were the stats for today?
It was like 47%.
53-47.
Yeah, pretty close.
Holy
That's the
sugar!
final number,
Like,
which is amazing.
cheers to Endless Endurance, because that is phenomenal, and this local ultra community.
Yeah, I was just gonna. Yeah, and the people in the community.
That is so absolutely fantastic. It's probably the best percentage I've seen gender-wise for certainly any of our local races. Pretty amazing.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anything big coming up locally on the calendar for women in ultra running, like events, or what are some of the things coming up?
Yeah, not coming up, but we just had what was, I think, one of our biggest undertaking for events. We just had recently, to kind of say almost 1 year of our existence, we did a Wissahickon 4 Corners relay.
Nice. I saw
that. We
mapped
out the whole perimeter of Wissahickon. We had 6 teams of 5 runners, all doing like 5 to 3 mile segments, and then a big kind of celebratory party afterwards. So huge undertaking, but now that all of the legwork is done, I'm hoping that can continue and be an annual like end of the year event for us. Coming up, it's not announced yet, but I can tease it out. We're going to do an event in January, another in-person event, really just like running it back through. So we started January of last year with an introduction to ultra event, kind of just teaching the basics, going for a trail run. And I want to bring that back again in January, because I think there's a lot of folks that have learned about us in the meantime, but missed out on some of those introductory events. Like we did Intro to Ultras, Mental Strategy, which Michelle was our co-lead on, Nutrition, and Hills and Technical Trails. So in some format, we're going to go cycle back to those events so folks can continue to learn. And I'm always learning things about nutrition and mental strategy. So there's always room to grow. So I don't have the date finalized yet, but it'll be towards the end of January. We will do another in-person event.
It's crazy. It's only been a year. Like, I feel like when I think about
it's also crazy that it has been a year, right? Like, wow.
But it's, I mean, and this is like a credit to you and your team and to the people that are involved. Like, I feel like, and maybe it's because I'm a part of the running community at large, but I feel like I see women in ultra running, like, in a brand. I see it everywhere. Like, I see it all the time, like every race I've been at. And I think, like, that, in my head, it's something that's, like, been around a long time.
Yeah.
And to hear you say, like, coming up on a year, like, I think it's, credit to you and your people for how much you guys have been able to accomplish in a year. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not a question, but just like a kind of like credit to you guys. It's a big undertaking, but you guys are doing a lot of awesome work. So yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
great. Yeah, of
Super
course.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been wild ride, but so much fun, and
Yeah.
I'm really excited for it to continue to grow.
What have been like some of the biggest challenges? I'm sure there's a handful, but like just ones that you can like kind of speak to, and it doesn't even need to be things that you've like overcome, even things you're still working through. Like, what have been some of the big challenges, like with like just getting the brand established and things like that?
Probably biggest one is just time. It kind of coincided with this past year. I've, rather than working one full-time job, kind of took a different path, and I've worked a variety of part-time jobs while also doing this, which in one sense it allowed me to have the space and time to grow this, but at the same time there was a point, I think spring or summer, where I was like, I'm working 4 part-time jobs and growing this
And
for free.
living a personal
Yeah.
life and being a badass ultra runner, because Rachel has tackled some phenomenal races this year.
Don't worry,
so-
those questions are coming next.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So yeah, finding the time has been hard, but throughout this year we've grown really like sort of a leadership group in Philly. So we have groups of people helping me to work on different areas. So that's been huge to continue to like just offload some of that and also help me look at the broader picture, like consider growing new chapters or doing things like that. I'd love to get to a point where we can do some research and like put out some surveys to learn more about, you know, I know what I think some of the barriers are to women running ultras, but learning more about that. So I'd say time is a big one. I think another thing that I'm just trying to constantly like be aware of and learn about and like better myself in is just always kind of doing the work that we're doing, looking through it with like an intersectional lens.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I think a lot of groups that we're trying to increase women in the sport or increase any, you know, marginalized group into the sport, we're only looking at one lens.
Yeah.
Like, how do we
Right.
just get women there? Which often then it ends up being, how are we getting white women there?
Yeah.
So I myself am a white woman, but I'm trying to lead while also learning from others.
Sure.
So how can we also help queer women access the sport? How can we help BIPOC women? How can we help Asian women? Like, there's just such a broad spectrum, and I'm always trying to be aware of like my own bias and what I bring to it, but then how can I continue to like help uplift the voices of others?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It's just something that
Absolutely.
it's not a struggle, but something I'm just constantly trying to think of and make sure that we're leading in the best way that we can.
Yeah, it's a big
I admire
undertaking.
that
I
so
mean,
much, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Go
so
ahead.
important. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had anything else. I didn't want to step. I don't know. I'm trying not to step on your toes. No, yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, I think. Let me say this. I think you recognizing that and being able to voice that and say that is a lot of the initial work, anyways, right? And again, that's coming from someone that is a white male in a sport that's dominated by white men. But I think like even just, you know, you kind of like saying that and being aware of that is huge and super important. So again, like just kind of a kudos and credit to that. in
Yeah,
that sense,
just
too.
trying to I'm trying to always kind of keep it open that like if people notice something or they think like we're making a misstep or we're missing something, to please just like approach us or approach me, and try to always, you know, let people know who they're talking to. If they're messaging us on Instagram, I try to sign my name at the end so they know this is Rachel. I can reach out to her. There is like a person behind this brand, because I'm always willing. We're all going to make mistakes, but I'm willing to like understand that, learn from it, and then continue to grow.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. Michelle, you just kind of teased this. Well, and I did this, Rachel, last time that we spoke too. Separate women in ultra running from Rachel. Let's talk Rachel Runner right now. And Gags' face just lit up a little bit. You're like, all right, here we go. So, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to, because I'm not sure that Rachel will make this plug, but
Okay.
we
Plug
did
it.
earlier. We talked a bit about the Blueprint to Ultra podcast. We had Jeff Winchester was chiming in on our chat messages, but we talked about this podcast that's hosted by Jeff Winchester and one of our runners today, Steve Epifano, SoCal runner. Rachel was the guest on the most recent episode of Blueprint to Ultra. It just dropped on Friday morning. Maybe
5,
it was Thursday morning. Yeah. But everybody, please go check out the podcast, but definitely check out this episode with Rachel because it was such a great listen. I love the episode, and yeah, I just wanted to make that plug.
Thank you. I never know how. I mean, I trust all the podcast hosts, but I'm like, were they good? And
I feel that way all the time. Yeah.
Did I talk nonsensically for an hour? I don't know.
It's great. So let's dive into your own running. So we'll start with what's coming up, and we'll kind of work from there. So races that you have, what do you got coming up on the calendar, and how do you feel about like what you got coming up?
So first up, hopefully, I'm going to get off the wait list.
Definitely.
Putting it out, we're manifesting. To get off the wait list for Black Canyon, I'm number 11, so like it's very likely. Michelle is, I think, 16, 14.
Are you really?
So like, I think we're both getting
14
in.
on the wait list.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we'll be going.
What, March?
February.
February. Okay.
Yeah, so that's going to be next. We're going to get in. We're manifesting it now. And then I'm running the Arizona Monster 300 in April. We're sending a team.
And that's the inaugural.
Yes.
So.
And there's one person to blame for me signing up for that, and he's sitting right here. Because I talked to him like months ago. I don't even think he knows. I don't think you know this. That we were talking at Philly Runner, and you were just like, did you hear about this race? And I was like, yeah, like, but it's 300 miles. Like, why would anyone do that? And you're like, yeah, but it's only 50 more than Cocodona. And I was like, oh, yeah. And I was like, the inaugural year, Gag said it's only 50 more. So I'm blaming you for this. That's it.
I blame Gags for my entire ultra running.
Yeah.
In a way, he should be.
It's all my fault.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
I love that.
I kind of remember that conversation, actually.
Yeah. Oh, I
With
do
the center-
vividly.
Yeah.
It will haunt me. Like, first thing you out on the trail.
They
like,
announced it.
"Guys."
I'm sure. Okay.
That's
Fair
awesome.
enough.
All
It's
right.
the beginning of April.
It's so exciting.
Yeah, we're sending, but right before that, I'm not running, but we're going to send a team for women in ultra running to the Speed Project, which is really cool.
No way.
So that's
Yeah.
a 340-mile
Yeah.
like relay event. I mean, there's a solo option. We're doing a
Sure.
relay team from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, so I'll be out there supporting them and then going right to Arizona Monster.
Yeah.
And then, I'm going to put my name in, I think, the High Lonesome Lottery, which
Yeah.
could be
Fabulous.
crazy because it's up in the mountains and I live at sea level, but like
Yeah.
it's a really beautiful looking race. They really prioritize split, and I
Nice.
think they're working with the
that.
Trail Mix Fund this year as well to increase the number because they cover race entries trail mix for LGBTQ and BIPOC folks. So I believe they're working with them as well. So I just really love what that race is doing to help diversify their start line.
That's great. I actually didn't even know that, and I'm familiar with that race, but I had no idea they were doing that much work.
Yeah. So the lottery I
that's
think
cool.
is in a week. So I'm going to put my name in and we'll see what happens. But
Nice.
yeah.
Awesome, man. That's so cool. So, and then we'll backtrack a little bit. I know you ran a multi-day this year.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, Divide.
The continent, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Gags. Ask
No.
away.
You're there.
Yes.
Perfect segue. I was going to say,
Yeah.
just, you're no stranger to the 200-plus mile races now.
Sure.
I'm not
I've
saying
run
you're
two.
the most. No, I'm not saying you're the most experienced
Yes.
out there, but even in the world of ultras, I think when you start going past 100 miles, I think it really starts to, like, that percentage of folks gets even smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
It becomes a very, very exclusive club. So I was just going to say, just like talk a little bit about your time at that race in particular. I was following you. I know that you had a little bit of hardship here and there, and I'm being very diplomatic when I say that, but just tell the millions of folks at home just a little bit about that race.
Hello, millions of folks. So I ran the Divide 200 in September, about a 200-mile race throughout the Rocky Mountains in Canada. So Alberta, Canada, somewhere western. It was the hardest race I've ever done. An incredible amount of elevation change, an incredible amount of elevation gain. Technical trails that don't exist here. I spent my whole summer looking for any bit of technical trail and elevation that I could find around here. And there's some, but it was an effort to find it, and I don't even think I came close to what I should have done when I got out there.
We spent a lot of time earlier talking about how we don't want to get hung up on numbers and like it's not all just about the numbers, but give the folks at home an idea of what, air quote, incredible amount of elevation change actually meant for the Divide 200.
It's 200 miles, and I think it's about 43,000 feet of gain.
That
Which
is
is
an
roughly
incredible
Mount
amount.
Everest and a third.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was a
That's a
lot.
shit ton of
And I
climbing.
think it's equal up and down, and you
Oh.
really feel that because you truly, sometimes some segments, I was like, I'm just literally going up to the top to immediately dive back down.
Did you have poles?
And then over and over. Oh, yeah.
Good.
Poles were like attached to my hands by the end. We experienced a lot of rain, which made it extremely challenging. So I think from day 2 on, it was decently consistent on-off rain, which turned all of the trails into just like mud pits. So, the few runnable sections in the race just became like ankle-deep mud slogs. So I think, a lot of my hardship, it was by far the hardest race I've done with just elevation change and the technicality out there. And then that rain and that mud, wow,
It
messed
sounded
with everything.
wild. Like some of the stories that I've heard you tell and I've heard from other people about the rain and the conditions during the race, like holy cow. I've also heard multiple people say that course makes the first 38 miles of Cocodona look like a tea party. Like there
Damn.
just is not much comparison.
Yeah.
That's saying something.
Yeah.
I had
Right?
someone,
Yeah.
the first 38 miles of Cocodona is, pretty notorious for being one of the hardest 50Ks sort of out there, and it's embedded in that 250-mile race. And I was with someone, and we just finished, and I knew the first day of Divide is also supposed to be the hardest of all the days, and we just finished that really, half of that day. So the first really tough section, and I was talking with someone who found out I ran Cocodona, and he was like, oh, yeah, how did that compare? I know the first day of Cocodona is really tough, and I was like, it doesn't compare.
Wow.
Like it just, to me at least. I think
Yeah.
it's different. I think the heat of day 1 of Cocodona can be really
Yeah.
hard. I
You're
don't.
exposed.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't mind the heat as much, but to me at least, it was like worlds apart. It didn't compare.
Yeah.
But it is also like, I think I always try to stop and say it is a beautiful course.
It sounds
the scenes
remarkable.
are insane. It is such a well done race. The race director Brian Gallant is such a wonderful race director. It's very well put on and organized. So like I don't want people to be scared. 'Cause
Yeah,
I keep saying
no.
so hard. It is, but like I'm also so tremendously proud of
You know
myself
what?
Yeah.
because
Be
like
scared.
that's why.
If you're watching at home, be scared.
Yeah.
Not to say you can't do it, but you should have a healthy
Right.
respect for
Oh,
this
gosh,
nonsense.
yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
be scared and then go challenge
But then go
yourself.
do it.
And
Yeah.
that race company puts on a number of different races.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there is like a Sinister 100 or Sinister
The
7 or
Canadian
Sisters
Death
or
Race
something?
is their like very
Oh,
well known
yeah.
100.
There's
There is
another one.
Sinister 7.
Sinister 7.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's
of.
another one. There's now another Divide was the only 200 miler in Canada as
Yeah.
of last year. This coming year, they're doing another 200 miler. I think more towards like the East Coast. I forget the exact province that's going to be in, but now there's going to be 200 milers in Canada. From what I heard, vastly different, but
Okay.
2 opportunities to go run 200 miles
Nice.
north of the border.
And Rachel and I shared some trails. Well, first of all, Michelle was in Javelina too. I don't
Yeah.
think I saw you when I was in Javelina.
I know that is
So
absolutely
you
crazy.
you did not
we
run
shared a
Javelina
tent.
as far as I'm concerned. Even though we shared a tent.
Okay.
So with that being said,
With the
Rachel
hand.
and I shared some trail time
Yes,
together on
yes, we did.
Javelina. I believe it was on our 4th loop. What were we talking about?
I have told so many people this story. Well, I don't know. Are you referring to the desert mice, or are you referring to people
The desert
saying
mice
"good
too.
job,
Well,
good job"?
but more about good job.
Okay. Yeah, I've told
Good
everyone
job.
the story.
Go
ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I fucking can't stand during an ultra, especially late. Like whenever you pass somebody, all right, or whenever there's this compelling urge to be like, "Great job, you're looking good, way to go, you're so strong, you're killing it, you're crushing it, yeah." And it's like, motherfucker, I look like a fucking Tetris piece. I can't stand up straight. I'm ready to die. So I had it. This was the year, if you told me looking good, I pretty much told you to go fuck yourself. So go ahead, Rachel.
I find gags in the middle of the night. I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" We're running together for a little bit. Someone passes us, and they go, "Hey, good job, good job." So Gags. And he gives me this whole spiel just like he did, and he's like, are you one of those people? And I was like, Gags, you know me. Of course I'm one of those people. Like 100%.
Just glitter on her fucking eyes when she's telling me she's one of those
Smile and
people.
say, yeah, great fucking job.
Ah.
No, so every time I'd see him, I was like, hey, Gags, good job. Have a wonderful race. Bye. So anytime you see Gags during an ultra, like, yes,
Give him
Gags,
all
good
the
job.
love.
Keep going. You look amazing.
Tell him how strong he looks.
Everyone, that's gonna be for the rest.
Tell me how strong I look. Watch what happens.
That's awesome.
You're looking great. Feeling like shit.
That's great.
So,
man.
yeah.
That's a good story. Oh my goodness, that's awesome.
I let loose on some woman, and then when I got done with my little tirade, I was like, I'm really sorry. I think you are doing great.
Oh.
You know?
She was real confused. She was like,
Yeah,
I don't
she
know
was
what's happening with you
like,
guys.
yeah,
I gotta go.
That's so funny. All right, I'm gonna give you a quick race update, and we'll jump
Yeah,
back into
I
this.
just realized there's an hour and 21 minutes left.
No, that's the time.
No.
No.
No, the time is...
It's one.
No, Michelle. It's 1:21
It's
in the
1:21.
afternoon.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
I had it reversed.
You gotta be out here in the
Yeah.
cold a little longer.
That's the
It
time.
can easily
Like,
be
2.5 hours.
any other way.
basically,
Okay, just kidding.
Yeah, you're good.
Strike that, reverse it.
Yeah. So Chris Shaw's in the lead.
had it back up.
Yeah, Chris Shaw's in the lead. He's through 12 laps. He's the only person right now through 12 laps. Second place is Nick Schroeder, it looks like. So it appears like Lowell may have stopped. Lowell lad, who was in first place for a while. He had the course record. Seems like he may have stopped. He's still technically through 10 laps on our sheet.
Which is
But
ridiculous.
Nick Schroeder
That's a
really
super
jumped
fast.
up.
That
I
is.
know.
That's a big jump.
I know. Yeah, so Nick's in second through 11 laps. Chris is through 12. Other than Chris and Nick, no one else is through 10. So it seems like there's a pretty big kind of gap there. Just in terms
Through...
of finished 10. Yeah, so like on their 11th. Like Chris is a lap ahead of almost everybody.
Chris has finished 12 laps.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Through 45 miles. Yeah. So he's pretty far ahead there. And then it's Nick, and then Lowell is still technically third.
No, just
And then
whenever.
Brian, it looks like, would be next, right? And we have our leaders on the board. And then on the women's side, we haven't had too much movement. Erica Green is still first, leading the women's race. She's through 37.5 miles. Again, out on the course right now, so farther than that.
Who's in third now for women?
Yeah, so it was Michelle Palmer a second ago. So second right now is still Rhiannon Benson in 8th overall. So she's climbed up a spot overall. And then Michelle Palmer is
Okay.
third female
Cool.
in 16th overall. So that's where we're at. So that hasn't changed.
I just want to say one more thing, too. Robert Noguet, who was the fastest first loop, hanging
yeah.
on 14th
He's still chugging, man.
overall, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
fantastic.
That's always good
I've been
to see.
keeping an eye on him, too.
Nice.
Because to me, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah,
insanity.
He ran that first loop in like 22 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
it was
It was
wild.
blazing fast.
It was
Yeah.
so fast.
Really fast. And
Yeah.
looked really, really strong.
There, we have our top 10 up on the screen. But just a reminder, keep checking that QR. You can scan the QR code in the bottom left of your screen and get those live
Totally.
results.
Yeah, and that'll give you a little bit more too. So you scan that QR code, you can click on runners and see their splits and have their see their paces per loop and things like that, and dive in a little bit deeper if you want to. Just with like how people are running and what paces they're running at and things like that. Should we do a trivia question?
I think we should.
For Rachel?
Okay.
Careful, Rachel.
All right.
Careful.
Hold on. Let me see what our next question is. Let me get my gloves off here so I can grab our computer. Gags has been dominating trivia.
Oh, has he?
I mean, thank you, Brian.
He has been.
Let's just say I'm holding my own.
But it brings up some good conversation. So, all right. Just you can't look. Don't peek.
Okay,
Oh,
no
okay.
peeking.
I don't have my glasses.
That's even winning.
Maybe he's.
Yeah.
All right. Let me find a good one here because the next one's like not really that good of one. Okay. Oh, here's a good one. Okay. So, the question is about UTMB, the most recent UTMB.
Okay.
Okay.
Gags is tracking his memory here. So, the most recent UTMB, it was 2024. How many women finished inside the top 20
Ooh.
at this year's UTMB race? Bonus points if you can name them. So how many women do we think finished inside the top 20 at this year's UTMB, and then bonus points if you can name them. So we'll start with how many women do we think finished inside the top 20 of this year's UTMB? Who wants to start?
Okay, I know that this year's UTMB was very, very hot, and I think there was a pretty high attrition rate overall because the conditions were really tough. Sugar.
I'm going to kick it over to the women in
Yeah,
ultra
that's
running
fine.
one.
Yeah.
Top 20.
Top 20?
Yeah, just top 20.
I would say maybe a handful.
I was going to say
I'm going to give an exact
5.
number.
Okay. What do you
I'm
think?
going to say 4.
Okay. So we have a 5, we have a 4.
And I'm also going to say I don't really pay attention to UTMB because
Yeah.
I live in America.
No, I know. It is. I had to get some UTMB questions on there, but it definitely
I'm all about
is a
Western
little bit
States,
harder.
man. That's my one.
All right, I got some more Western States
But no.
questions on there.
But seriously though, I'm going to say 4.
Okay.
I'm going
I'll
to
let
get
you
crazy and say 6.
Okay.
And
So we have 4, 5, 6 as our
was
answer.
Katie Scheid one of them?
We'll talk. We can talk names before I give out answers.
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
one of my, it's probably
Okay.
the name I have.
Let's all play together.
Yeah, what
So-
names do you have?
All right, so Katie Scheid. So Katie Scheid is one. Katie Scheid won
Okay.
the race. So
Yep.
Katie Scheid won the female race. So she was inside the top 20. Yes. And then any other name? Yeah.
Do I get a point for that?
Of course.
Okay.
Any other names we think before?
Well,
we...
let me ask you a question. How many points could we possibly get on this round?
Do I get half a point because I was going to say Katie, but Michelle said it first?
Yeah.
So I get half a point, right?
I'll share
Yeah,
my
yeah,
point with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll share.
Basically, if you ask about points and if you received them, the answer is yes. I'm not getting in the way of the points.
Yeah, but truthfully, I don't really pay attention to UTMB
Yeah.
all that much. It's not one of these races where I'm like, I got to get in there. I got to do it. You know, it's... And I was making a joke about being from America. It's just
No,
it
Wait,
doesn't
Did
really...
Courtney run it this year?
No.
I don't think so. Did
No.
Lee Yingling run this year?
Yes. Is
Not
that
a
guess?
name?
Not a name.
Okay.
Not. She
That
was
was a
outside
guess.
the top 20.
I'm
Okay.
thinking
So I'll
of
give you a hint. The
states
other
for her.
women, all the other women, all the other women inside the top 20 are not from the United States.
Oh.
What about Magda?
Not in the top 20. I don't know if she ran because I know Magda ran Western States and I think
Yeah.
set the women's
Yeah.
masters course record.
Yeah.
Which I should have made a question, but I did not. Make
I'll
that
throw a name
question.
out there. Lucy Bartholomew.
Nope. I think she was 10th overall female.
That's a good name.
And I'm just guessing. I don't know if she will. I think she was 10th overall female,
All right.
though. All right, I'll give them to
Okay.
you because I don't know if we'll get them. So, women inside the top 20, there were 3.
Ooh.
So we were
Wow.
close. So 4 was the closest. So it was the women's podium was
But
inside the
Price
top
is
20.
Right rules, we all lost. 'cause
Okay.
Yeah.
we're
We're
gonna
doing
win
Price is
Yeah.
over.
Right rules. So, yeah, inside the top 20 overall was the women's podium. So the whole podium was inside the top 20. Katie Scheid won.
excellent.
Yeah, so Katie Scheid won. I think she was like 7th overall. Or so. I think she...
Wow.
Something... I think she was inside the top 10.
Phenomenal. It was a phenomenal
Yeah.
performance.
And then the 2 other women, Ruth Croft was 2nd.
Oh, yeah.
And then 3rd was Marianne Hogan,
Oh,
which is
okay.
kind of a... not. I mean, she's not from the U.S. I think Marianne Hogan's Canadian, which makes it kind of like sometimes maybe she gets lumped into that. But she was 3rd. So the whole women's podium
Okay.
for
That's
UTMB was
awesome.
inside the top 20.
Nice.
Nice.
All right.
awesome.
Good question.
All right, so Rachel and I each have a half point.
All right, here, this is kind of a fun one. So we can kind of like, we're just going to end up throwing a bunch of names out there. For the 2025 Western States Endurance Run,
Oh.
so for the one coming up,
Yeah.
there are 6 Matic entry golden ticket races. There's 6 of them. There's 3 in the United States. There are 3 international. How many can we name?
Okay,
So
go.
golden ticket races, there
2.
are
Ready?
Black Canyon, Javelina.
Javelina.
There's one more in the U.S.
those 2 are both. Yeah, so Black Cannon and Javelina. And then there's one more in the United States.
Rocky Raccoon.
Nope.
Hard Rock.
Brazos Bend?
Nope.
Nah, it wouldn't be Hard Rock, I don't think.
No, it's not.
Got to be a Hoka race.
Correct. Or a UTMB race.
That's true.
Grindstone?
No.
It was Grindstone last year. They removed Grindstone. I have a bone to pick, and I'm going to say it right now.
Say it.
And I've been okay. So
Ooh, look at Brian.
no, I'm fired up. I'm fired up.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm fired up, and I almost wrote an article about this. Not that
yeah.
necessarily
Backing
anyone
away
would have read
from
it,
this guy.
but I'm a little bit
probably
fired up.
can.
All right, so I wrote an article for Free Trail for last year's Western States, and it highlighted all the golden ticket winners. It was posted right before Western States started. In that article, I made it very clear that I thought Grindstone was a super important race to be a golden ticket race because it was on the East Coast. And there's so many strong East Coast runners that I think could do really well at Western States because Western States is not like a crazy, crazy mountainous race.
Right.
Like, so Grindstone for me was really important. And, you know, we can go down a rabbit hole here. Caleb Olson on the male side won Grindstone and then ran the fastest ever time at Western States for a first-time Western States runner. Came out of Grindstone.
There it is. Yeah.
They scrapped Grindstone. It's not a qualifier
So it's
anymore.
kind of like a pipeline issue for the East Coast.
Which bothered me. Yeah. Caleb.
Yeah.
Was it Caleb Olson? No, it might have been actually somebody else, but it was one of the Calebs. Got in. Oh, hold on.
He's like, what is happening?
Oh, there's a.
No, yeah, we're doing a broadcast for the race that's going on. So.
Did I just run into the middle of the race?
No, you're good. You're good.
Nope, you're good.
Nah, you're good, man.
You're good.
No, you're good.
Oh, good, dude.
You're
Fine.
fine.
We'll give you a shout out. What's your name? Yeah.
Sure.
What's your name?
My rap name's Introverted Heart.
Rap name is
Introverted Heart.
Introverted Heart. You on the
I
gram?
love that.
You on the gram?
Yeah, I'm on the gram.
What's your gram?
Am I on camera?
We are.
but you're
Uh-oh.
All right, hold that thought.
All right, all right,
I
all right.
have a guest too, so I want to guess first after this
Okay.
break.
Okay. All right, we're gonna have a guest appearance. We
Super
mentioned
guest
that the park
appearance.
is open.
Super guest appearance.
All
I
right.
don't know what's going on, but
Here, just say.
All right, just say hi.
Introverted Heart, the rapper?
what's up?
Right there. What's your
Check
gram
him
name?
out on the gram.
Verted Heart. I have 2 grams, so Introverted Heart, 1, and then Verted Heart.
Right on.
All right.
Perfect.
Everybody
There you go.
check it out.
All right.
Good to meet you.
Guys, enjoy
Yeah,
your
yeah,
day.
Enjoy your day.
Everybody follow me on Spotify.
You got it.
Right
you
on,
got
man.
it.
But Instagram.
Wherever you get your music.
Yeah, I love that. And like that's one of the things that's we were talking earlier about how cool it is that it is a public park. Like it's an open park. So sometimes you get like a random bump of energy from somebody you totally wouldn't expect from outside the race. That's so cool.
All right, back to my rant. No.
Okay.
No, yeah, I was just.
Grindstone being cut off now.
Yeah, it bothered me because it was just an East Coast race, and a guy that ran one of the best performances ever for a first timer came from Grindstone. Like came out of that race. The other guy that came out of that race was another guy's first name's Caleb Bowen. Was the other guy that came out. He's the head women's track and field coach or cross country coach at Marshall University. He's from West Virginia.
Yeah,
and he's unbelievable. Like he has his 100-mile PR is like 12:40. Like he's so fast.
Wow.
He was second at Grindstone, so he got into Western States. Like there was just.
So you'd think that there'd be interest in continuing to foster that connection.
Yeah,
because
with the East
obviously
Coast.
it's producing some
Yeah.
really incredible times.
Lottie
and-
Brinks got in from that race
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Another one. So that was her
She was
golden ticket race
amazing.
was Grindstone.
Yeah.
So I just had like a big thing with Grindstone not being a race. I thought it was so cool that it was a golden ticket race. I still think it's cool that it's a UTMB race, but like I thought that being a golden ticket race was really important for the East Coast.
So what
and I'm
now
upset that it wasn't.
is the third one?
Canyons?
It is Canyons.
Yes!
Yeah. So and it's
Great
Canyons.
job.
And it's been Canyons because Canyons is like half the Western States course, like in reverse, basically.
So all 3 of them are in Arizona?
They're all
Canyons
California.
is California.
Okay.
All West
Canyons
Coast,
is in
so-
California, but yeah, they're all West Coast.
Yeah, Arizona,
So those
Arizona,
are the,
California.
Those are the 3 U.S. ones right now.
I'll say
Okay.
Fiji over in.
Interesting.
Fiji was last year. Hold on, let me look and see if it still is. I don't think it is anymore. I think they changed all the international ones too this year. Hold on, let me look though, but don't look.
Yeah, I know I know that some of the international ones did change. I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
Cape Town? Is that one? No.
No, so Fiji was last year. Cape Town, I think, has been before. It's not this year.
Didn't Walmsley get his ticket at Fiji last year?
He got it at Nice, which
Oh,
was
it
like
Nice?
another one.
Oh, that's right.
Not
it was
this
Nice
year.
because he was still living over in France.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not any of them.
Huh.
It's all first time. Well, other than one. Well, I shouldn't say that. 2 of them are new golden ticket races. 1 has been a golden ticket race before.
Okay. At the table, how many tickets did you have in for the Western State Lottery, Rachel?
4.
How many? You have a bunch.
I had 32.
Yeah, I don't have any.
4. I had 4 also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to have 64 when I go back to Javelina next year.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, so one of them CCC. from
Oh,
UTMB.
okay.
So that
Okay.
is one, because those are
That makes
connected
sense.
now. It
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
for a while, but they are connected now.
You know, okay.
Yeah. The other big one is Tarawera.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So
Okay.
that's a golden ticket race this
New
year.
Zealand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that hasn't been one before. And the
Oh.
other one is an Italian race that I actually have never heard of. It's a UTMB race.
Which one?
You
It's
know
not Lavaredo, is it?
No, Chianti or Chianti.
Really?
Yeah, it's a
Oh.
golden ticket race this year. It's an Italian race. Yep. UTMB owned a race in Italy.
Wouldn't have got
So
it.
another one here.
Not that I
Interesting.
would win the golden ticket. That's
No, I know, it's cool.
Lavaredo.
So another one though that they got rid of, which again, like a little bit of Western bias. This doesn't get talked a lot about. There was the last 2 years there was a golden ticket race in Asia. There no longer is.
At all.
And,
Wow.
and I think the last 2 years at Western States, there's been multiple athletes, both male and female, inside the top 10 that came out of that race.
Yeah.
So there's another one that kind of gets scrapped. And I know those are hard decisions to make, but
Yeah, but still, that's
Right.
really
It feels
interesting.
like
Well-
we're prioritizing
Yeah.
certain
Yeah,
areas.
one of
for
my
sure.
one of my
Because
favorite
they have an
T-shirts.
entire
like,
continent. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
not one in Asia. Yeah.
Yeah.
one of my favorite T-shirts that I own was put out by the Yeti Trail Runners back
Yeah.
in 2020 during the pandemic,
I
and it
love
says,
their
"I don't
shirts.
care how the West Coast Trail, or
Yeah.
I don't care what the trail runners do in California."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That.
That's a great shirt.
Come run the East Coast trails.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might
Yep.
trip and fall.
East Coast.
Love it. Yeah. So yeah, that was my that's my bone to pick with some of those races. And again, I'm not, that's just one person kind of talking and being like, I wish there was more
No,
representation for our
I
people.
definitely feel that.
I actually
understand
think
that.
getting rid of the race in Asia is crazy because
Yeah.
there was
Yeah.
every year the people that come out of that race are inside the top 10.
Wow.
Like at least, and I think both years there's been one male and one female out of that race inside the top 10. And now it's like no longer
Yeah,
a
it's a
golden ticket
shame.
race. I know.
Yeah, definitely.
Hard decisions to make, but nonetheless, that's what's going on. All right, you want another question, and then we'll dive back into the race?
Yeah. Is this
Sure.
on our screen? Is that Erica Green right there?
Yeah, that is.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I
Oh,
hope
Why
she's
is she
done.
looking like she's done?
Uh-oh.
Erica,
She
no.
must be.
Uh-oh.
Someone go out there and tell her to keep running.
That looks like
is.
a final pose.
It did, didn't it? Let's see. So,
Well, what mileage is
and
she at?
She's
gotta be
third
50K.
overall.
41.25.
She 50K?
41.
41?
and
So
a
she's
quarter.
on. So she's on 11 loops.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And if she may be done. That looked like a picture like she
that
was
definitely
done.
Yeah.
looked like a finish shot.
She's currently third overall too.
Wow.
Someone needs to
Maybe
go
it was
convince her
a
to not
40-mile
be done.
celebratory picture.
I hope she's not done because that is.
I
I'm
hope
looking
not,
at women
too.
in ultra running over
'Cause
here.
you can keep walking.
Someone might have to go out
Yeah,
there.
like that's the thing about this is if you don't feel like running anymore,
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
keep
just
going.
walk,
Just
yeah.
keep walk. Just walk.
But who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows what's happening?
We'll
Could
see.
be. Yeah.
All right, we'll do one more trivia question.
Okay.
And we'll get back into the race.
Cool.
Some of these are a little. Okay, we'll do another women specific one for you guys for our women.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, there goes
Crowd.
Rihanna.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Brian right behind her.
Oh, yeah.
All right, since 2013,
Yes.
so a little over 10 years, only 2 of the women's race winners for Western States have not been Americans. So that race has been won by Americans numerous times, probably 10 times since 2013.
Okay.
Who are the 2 women that have won? And I'll give you a hint. The years were 2021 and 2022. So basically, who was the women's Western States winner in 2021 and 2022? They are not Americans. Jogging here. Jogging memories. Gags is locked in. Going through his Wikipedia database.
I smoke too much weed.
Database is coming up blank.
Database is foggy.
I mean-
the database is foggy.
I don't know why that, and maybe I'm just my brain is also a little foggy. Ruth Croft, did she? Yeah.
Ruth Croft is
Yeah.
one of them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
From New Zealand, Ruth Croft is one.
We're tied now,
Yeah.
Michelle. As far as I'm concerned, we are
Yes.
tied.
That was a big
Yes.
one.
Yeah.
That was a big one. And then there's one other runner. The runner's from the UK. I'll give you a hint.
I'll go Lucy Bartholomew again.
Not Lucy. Nope.
Okay.
I think she's from Australia too.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
heard
yeah,
the accent.
yeah. I think she's from Australia.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna recognize when you say it, but I don't think
I
I'm
know,
gonna
of
get
course.
Yeah, Beth Pascal from the UK.
Ah.
Okay.
Yep. was
Okay.
the other winner. But
Okay.
other than that, yeah,
Wow.
the women's race has been won by Americans every other year since
Yeah.
2013. So
Nice.
yeah, cool. All right, I got a couple others, but we'll take a trivia break.
All right.
It's good.
Can I admit something?
Yeah.
I will enter the Western States Lottery every year because I don't have any, like, if I get in, I'll go, but
Yeah.
I'm like,
Same.
I don't really care all that much. I know for some people, they talk about, like, it is the end all be all, like, but I'm like,
No, Michelle, I'm with you. I
believe
it,
in
like,
you.
feels sacrilege to
Yeah.
say, but
I know,
like,
that's
it's
what-
just,
right?
I will do it, and I'll keep entering.
Yeah.
I'll run Javelina right after Divide because I wanted a damn ticket
Right.
this year,
Yeah.
but like,
right.
it's not my driving force.
I feel the exact, yes, that's exactly how I feel. It's
Yeah.
not my driving force. I'm like,
I just.
Do you agree
I
or
don't know.
disagree with that?
I
know
totally
you-
disagree with
yeah,
that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
totally
yeah.
disagree
Yeah.
with that. Like, I honestly believe that when I cross the finish line at Western States, like, my life will never be the same again, and it will change for the better.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
wholeheartedly believe that.
Yeah.
Like I was talking earlier about, someone who finishes Leadville. In my mind, it's like you become a made man or like a made woman in this sport, and you can punch your own ticket. And that's kind of like that's how I feel about Western States.
Yeah.
And I think just, this past year, 9,993 individual runners for 257 spots.
Yeah.
Right? And last year in the 23 drawing for 24, there was a dude with 256 tickets who flew his fucking family out
Wow.
and didn't get in. And he was the first
Wow.
person to have 512
12.
tickets in the lottery.
Oh
He was the
my
third
gosh.
name called. So, I had 6 years worth of tickets in this year with a 12.7% chance of getting in,
Yeah.
and I finally had a sliver of hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A tiny, tiny sliver
Yeah.
of hope. Yeah, and when I get in Western States and when I finish Western States, I'm going back to Javelina that same year and get my ticket for the following fucking year. I want to run Western States as many times as I possibly can.
Yeah.
But I got to run it at least once.
Yeah. Yeah.
No ands, if, or buts about it.
Yeah.
Period. End of discussion. To me, it's like,
Yeah.
and that's why I said I don't really care about UTMB. I don't really care about hard rock. Those
Yeah.
aren't my things. Hard rock, especially. That's like just way beyond what I do
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
on the
Yeah.
daily. But
Yeah.
That's more like some of the stuff that you're doing. Honestly, like
Right.
that's super mountainous.
Right.
Yeah.
I was honestly I was sad that the races I didn't do this year, like Divide
Yeah.
isn't a hard rock qualifier.
Yeah.
I was bummed because I think it could be. It's
It
just
should.
it hasn't been around.
It seems
only
like-
its second year. It hasn't been
yeah,
around
yeah.
long enough.
Okay.
So I was seeing all the encouragement to put tickets
Okay.
into hard rock, especially for women. I was like, I want to. So I'm hoping. I believe High Lonesome is. And
I can
yeah,
see
that's
that.
a little.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's way outside of my comfort zone too, but it gets that like itch in my brain a little bit more
Yes.
than Western States.
Yes.
when
but-
you look at the
I get that.
prestige of Western States, you look at the history. I mean, the first 100-mile race, blah,
Yeah.
blah, 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 and you just look at, like I met, you guys probably know John Giesler, legend in the multi-day world. He and I were running together, and I've run with him a couple times before. We spent a lot of time together on the track out in Milwaukee. And,
Wrong way.
oh, there's introverted heart. But he and I had spent a lot of time on the track together out in Milwaukee this past year, and I'm asking him about Western States, and I asked him, I'm like, now this is a guy who, when he became when he joined the 100 for 100 club, it wasn't even a thing yet. He was like a second or third guy to do it. And I'm like, what year did you run Western States? He's like, Gags, I don't even know. I can't remember, right? So he was telling me when he used to run, when he done Western States, it wasn't even a thing. It was just like, you just could sign up and you could do it.
Yeah, it was
you
no
didn't
big
need to be-
deal. Yeah, yeah.
So, for someone like him,
You were like mailing the slip in from the back of the magazine.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And for someone like him, he's totally disgusted with Western States
Yeah.
and what it's become.
The way it's blown up. Yeah.
Now, I
And
don't have as many
yeah.
years in this sport that
Yeah.
he does, but for me, it's still it holds an immense amount of like luster, and it's so shiny
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
it is for me. It is the penultimate
I
in
think
my sport.
And I know
Yeah.
a lot of people feel that way. And I kind of, like Rachel was saying, it almost feels sacrilegious. I'm kind of like, I don't know why, but I'm like, I don't.
Conversely,
Yeah.
Boston, I could care less.
Oh, yeah, I don't give a...
I could care less.
I
Like,
qualified
it doesn't even
for
mean
Boston
anything to me.
twice, and the last time I qualified, the first time I qualified was like pandemic, and then they cut the
Yeah.
time when it came down to it. But the second time, I totally could have gone. I ran a 100-miler that weekend instead.
I love it. Yeah.
I was like, it's fun. I mean, it's fun to qualify, but
Yeah. Yeah, I think the one thing about Western states that's interesting, or like, and we talked a little bit about this with our sport just in general, is that like the sport is still small enough that if you want to run the penultimate golden shiny race with the best pros in the world, you technically still can. It's going to take a bunch of years.
Yeah.
And you got to do a lot you got to plan every year to do it. But like, you can still line up at the Super Bowl of American ultra running.
Yeah,
as,
Gags,
like,
you
a
will
non-elite.
be there. Yeah.
You
Oh,
know what
yeah.
I mean?
It's a will.
Yeah.
It takes
for
a
sure.
long time to do it.
I told
but
you, I'll come
can,
crew.
Which is which is amazing that the sport is like still at that level. And to be honest with you, I don't think it's ever going to get easier to get into it. You know what I mean? It's only going the other
Yeah.
way.
I really hope it doesn't. I hope it remains as hard to get into. Like I was thinking
Yeah.
the other day, like, what if they did like a winter Western States? Or what if they expanded the lottery a little bit and I got in that way? I wouldn't feel good about that. It's
they
it's
keep
like
it how
like
it is.
being a charity runner in Boston. That's not.
Yeah.
I don't think you should say that you ran. Oh.
Yeah.
Can I give my husband a shout out? He's still out there.
Of course.
Man, come on.
Come on.
Let's go.
We got a runner number
Talk about the
254 coming in.
Here, use this mic. Here, see if you can pass
Come
it
on
back.
in.
Or
Where do you
you
want
can
to
probably pick you up.
There you go. Go ahead, Rachel. Or
Can you hear me good? Okay.
Yeah, I
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Don, honey. I love you so much. I have
Aw.
one more loop.
I love you too, honey.
I want to let you know. I love you. Yeah, Gags loves me too. But I want to let you know that I'm so proud of you. And I'm so grateful that you continue to set the bar for our family. The only reason why I'm out here right now is because you continue to push the envelope. And you're not perfect, but you are a man of progress. And so I want to let you know that I'm so proud of you, honey. And I can't wait to see you cross the finish line. So let me go finish my last loop.
Yeah.
And then I can welcome you. And I love you, babe.
And give
What's your
for the gram,
name?
Dad.
What is your name?
Dana Chanel, and Prince Donnell. That's it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Dana
Thank
Chanel.
you.
To every other runner, this is some hard shit.
Yeah.
You go. Thank you
Very
so
good,
much.
very good.
Look
Yes,
at
of
it.
course.
Adam.
Thank you.
Okay, can we just say like that is what it's all friggin' about? Like that is that like I just got all teary eyed. Like that
I
is
know
so.
you did.
I know.
saw you
You're
too.
like oh you
Both is. She was getting teary-eyed.
you fucker.
That's
It's
great.
weird.
I love it.
More
No.
glit, less glitter.
I'm just saying, like, that is what we're talking about. Like, you might not be in the
Yeah.
top
No,
10. It
totally,
might
man.
not be a name that we're, like, focusing on and refreshing the screen to see where you're at. But like, that's what counts. That's what matters is, like, that's an individual doing, two individuals, because she's out there friggin'
Yeah.
doing it, too.
Yes.
Doing hard things to learn, to grow, to be, I don't want to say to be a better person, but just to live more fully is how I would better state it. To live more fully as a human and to set an example and share love on a course. Wow, that is so cool.
100%.
I love it.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
Got one left. Yeah.
And she's right. Like it is hard. What folks are doing out there, it's hard. And I think being willing to choose to do the hard thing is so phenomenal. I love it.
And
Do
to
hard
keep choosing.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, and there's a reason people do it. Like, and we've talked about this a lot earlier. Like, there's a like, you get you get enough out of it for people to obviously want to keep doing it, right?
Yeah.
Like the feeling you get from doing something this hard is worth it, or else people wouldn't do it, right?
Right.
And you can't also like the feeling you get when you finish something that you thought you couldn't do is what makes it worth it.
Yeah.
It's the reason people want to come out here and do it, and it's a feeling you can't necessarily get doing everyday things, right? There's a reason why people want to do this
just
on Sundays.
manufacture
Exactly.
that.
Yeah. You know, you
You have
can't
to live it.
You can't pay money to feel the way you feel when you do
Right.
something you thought you could never do.
It
And
always
that's
seems
why people do it.
impossible until it's done.
Yeah.
And frankly, where else can you eat quesadillas and perform
Yes.
athletically?
And hang out with friends.
Yeah.
And do, whatever.
Maybe a
The
bowling league.
greatest. I don't know. This is the greatest thing in the
Dare I say
ever.
pickleball? Ugh.
No, don't dare say that.
All right, we'll do a quick race update, and maybe we'll take a little break and then hop back on for the last hour and a half or so. But
Yeah.
just a quick race update. We have Chris Shaw is still leading this race. Through 13 loops. He's a lap ahead at this point of pretty much everyone. He's through 13 loops, through 48.75 miles. He's also running at a 7:05 pace, which we haven't really talked much about.
Nuts.
Yeah, so he's running really well. He was the 12-hour winner.
Damn.
So he's running really strong. We have Nick Schroeder.
I believe he tied
second
my
place.
course record, as a matter
Yeah,
of
they all
fact.
did. No one broke it, but they tied it.
They didn't
Look how
break it, but
tight
they
these
came damn
paces
close.
are.
I know. Yeah, there's a bunch of close times in here. So we have Nick Schroeder in second place. We'll talk about the women's race in a second, so I'll jump past Erica Green for a second.
Yep.
Bill Durante is a name we haven't talked about, or Bill Durant is in third place for the male race. Greg Donnelly's in fourth place for the male race. Brian Toro's in fifth, rounds out the top 5. So there's a couple names we haven't talked about there. So it looks like there may have been, again, some people that have decided to stop or have kind of slowed down a little bit. And then, again, there's other names on there that kind of round out the top 10. I want to make sure we touch on the women's race. So, again, Erica Green still in third place overall. First female. Not sure if she stopped and was done. It looked like she may have, but I don't want to make any assumptions.
Yeah.
We have Rhiannon Benson's second place female, 6th overall. She's climbing up the board and still running.
Yeah.
Right? We saw her come by
Definitely
not that
still
long
running.
ago. Michelle Palmer is third place female. She's in 14th overall. I know she's still running, or I would doubt that she has stopped. And then rounding out the top 5 for the females, we have Julie Benyak, who is from New York. She is in 23rd overall. And then right behind her, in 24th overall, is Victoria Lovins, 31 from Philly.
She's
Know her?
part
Shout
of
her
our
out.
women in ultra running
Yay!
community. Let's go, Tori.
There you go.
How many women are out here from ultra running, from women ultra running? Because I've noticed
Scroll
quite
down a
few.
little bit
Some
more,
have
look
the
at some of
gear,
the other-
some don't, but most
Yeah.
of them do.
We put
how many?
together like an event to register, so we knew who were going to be here, and we had 21 people register. So
no
not,
way.
I don't know if we have
Damn.
21 people
That's
running,
phenomenal.
but we have
So that
21
47 to
people here.
53 breakdown,
Yeah.
you got a big piece.
Yeah,
of
that's a
that.
big
You
chunk
gotta-
of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fabulous.
That's great. All right. Should we
You
take
got a hand in that too. Yeah.
We'll take one more little break, I guess,
Sure.
for now. All right, so
Yeah.
we'll take one more break. We'll probably pop back on somewhere around, 2:20, 2:30, and then just stay with you through the end of the race and see who we
And
can
we'll have a couple
grab
more
at the
special
end.
guests.
Yeah,
too.
grab
I'm
some.
Yeah.
gonna wrangle up some of these people.
Good deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, pop back on for the end of the race.
Thanks, Rachel.
We'll grab our
Thank
winners.
you.
Yeah, Rachel, thank you
Always
so
happy
much.
to be here.
Yay.
Yeah, thanks for playing trivia with us, too. That was awesome. So we'll be back. We'll be back shortly. Thanks again. All right, welcome back here, Frosty Looper. As we wrap things up, we got a new guest with us. We got John Servy with us here, who will throw it over to some questions and introduce and talk to John here a little bit as we kind of, I don't want to say wind down, but we'll probably take this through to the end of the race. So it's 2:30. We got about 90 minutes, a little bit less of race time left. So we'll stay on through the end of the race here. We'll do a quick race update, and then we'll jump into our conversation with John. So just looking at the leaderboard, which you will be able to see here. So we have Chris Shaw in first. Chris is basically like a lap up on the field at this point, right? So with 90 minutes, I would say unless something catastrophically goes wrong or he decides to stop, I don't know if anyone's just going to catch him. Again, about a lap up plus 6 minutes, it looks like. So a lap plus 6 minutes. So he's got a pretty good lead on the field.
Possible new course record today also.
Yeah, so the course record is, if he finishes, I think it's 16 loops would be the course record. So the course record's like 56 and change, and he's at
Is it really?
52 and change.
Nice.
Yeah, so he'll hit it, and then we'll see if he can like get that last one in.
Right.
Yeah, so it's going to be close. So he's in first, followed by, again, the names on your screen. We have Nick Schroeder, who's kind of been up there all day. Bill Durante is another name that, again, in third place for the males. And then fourth place overall is our first female. So Rhiannon Benson has just kind of been steadily climbing up the leaderboard here. Yep. Again, she was, kind of been in that second, third female spot all day. She's now first place female, followed by Brian Toro, male, fifth place overall. Erica Green's name is on there as second place female. She did stop. So she did stop running. Officially stopped running. She left. I had a chance to talk to her briefly in our last break. That was her first ultra distance. She was super happy with how far she ran. And she said, "Don't worry, I'll be back next year." So I'm going to hold her to that. We'll see.
I love that.
Yeah, because we're talking, and in my head, I'm like, oh, she's third overall right now. I'd love to see her kind of like keep pushing. And she said, "Don't worry, I'll be back next year." So, so her name's on there. We'll see kind of where she ends up for the female race, but right now she's still second overall. Third female is Michelle Palmer, who's outside of the top 10, but we'll make sure we mention her. She's 13th overall, third female. I was walking back over here, and she said, "What place am I in?" And I said, "I think you're still in third." And she said, "Oh, fuck," and then started running.
Listening to this later on.
Yeah,
I love that.
And then she had a snack in her hand, and she went, "Oh, fuck," and then turned around and started running. So I was like, so she's here competing. I know that.
Yeah.
So, I love that.
So I knew you would.
I can totally relate to that when you find out that you're still a contender, and it's like, oh, no.
You get that second wind.
You can't ease up. Don't take your foot off the gas. And that's the exciting thing about a timed event like this is you kind of never really know where someone is, behind, like where you are in terms of things. So the trick is to never take your foot off the gas because you don't know when that person right in front of you might just decide they're done.
Yeah.
And they might call it, and then you have the chance to move up.
Especially today, there's been a lot of attrition today. We were talking about, like, even like looking out here now, and I know there's a lot of race time left, but like it's starting to thin out already. It feels like.
We're getting to that stage of the day where a lot of folks have maybe hit their distance PR, or they've hit whatever personal goals they may have, and their mission is to complete, not compete. So that's kind of where we're at in the race right now.
Yeah. So
in that area.
That's where we're at. Let's throw it over to our guest John here because I know he's got a little bit of a hard out time-wise. So
before I say anything, I have to say hello to someone very special back home, and I am buttoning my jacket. I got called out on the break. Like, you're the only person who doesn't have your jacket buttoned, and you telling me you're cold. So I buttoned up my jacket. All right. There we go.
All right.
So with that being said, I'd like to introduce somebody very special to me. I consider John Servy to be my little brother in the Philadelphia running community. I told the story earlier today how you and I met, John. And John is the leader of the Endorphins Club here, and he's one of the leads of the Endorphins crew here in Philly. John, how did you and I meet? I want to hear it from your perspective.
So I kind of got into running back in 2019 and started to dive into the ultra scene a couple years later. I believe it was 2023.
Yes.
And while I was prepping for my first ultra, which was Rock the Ridge 50 miler in upstate New York, I had these long training runs to do, and I just wanted to have more fun with some of that mileage. So I think I was prepping for a 30 miler. It might have been just I'm saying just a marathon. Just a marathon distance. And so I had this idea.
John, you can say that.
I had this idea to essentially run to all the different Philly runner locations in Philadelphia. And so one of them on the list was the one in Manayunk. Gags was there at the time. And so I popped into the store.
Wasn't even supposed to be there that
Really?
day either. Yeah, that was just sheer coincidence,
Circumstantial.
man.
That's
Wow.
so funny.
That's crazy. But so I popped in there, and I'll never forget it. He gave me advice. He said, well, what's your fueling strategy like? And I haven't really incorporated in real foods up until this point. Like I said, I was a novice in the ultra scene at the time. Still am, actually. But he said, have a hash brown and a Coke from McDonald's. It's going to change your world.
That's
And
what you
I
learned
kid
in
you
your
not.
very first 50K.
That is what I
That's a
learned
fact.
from Mary Arnold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She taught me the value of hash browns from McDonald's and a Coke.
Yep.
A fountain Coke.
That's
And
awesome.
it did change my life.
It is a game changer, and I think that's really a big battle with ultra running in general. The biggest the thing that I noticed the most changing from training for road races to ultras is how important real food is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were
We
the
talked
first one to
about
teach
that
me
earlier,
that.
yeah.
So
Right on.
that was
Yeah.
really
Right
cool.
on.
But yeah, then
sure.
from there, the rest is history, kind of.
I love that, John. And we had spent a lot of time this morning talking about community.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I know you could talk ad nauseum about community also. This is a great chance for you to talk about what endorphins means
Yeah.
to you, to the city of Philadelphia, and then on the national level.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. I'll try to keep it brief.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But so Endorphins is a community that is all about spreading happiness and positivity through movement and exercise. We say it at every single run. We mean it, and we try to embody that. So I think a big part of that is being available, and so we meet 3 times a week. Monday
wow.
mornings, Thursday evenings, and Saturday mornings.
That's pretty unique for a run club,
3
right?
times a week's
Like,
pretty legit.
isn't that-
Yeah.
yeah.
and we're not talking just 5 people showing up.
No,
here either.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking scores. Scores.
It's grown a lot, which is really, really cool. People ask me, what's the secret sauce behind it? I just think it's our intentions at the end
Yeah.
of the day.
Yeah.
That and social media helps, obviously.
Sure, but
I found out, about a year ago, the community was ready to grow and it wanted more. And working a full-time job and everything that I was doing, I could only give so much.
Yeah.
So we made the decision to bring on more city leads and pace leads, and it's kind of a community built by the community for the community. So
That's
you
so
give
cool.
these people more power, and this is theirs. So we truly let them embody it, and it is skyrocketed since then. So it's really cool to see. We actually have several runners out
Yes.
here today.
That's awesome.
Big Herm's one of them.
Yep, Herm's out here.
Happy Sunday.
Liz is out here. Natalie's out here. Ashley's out here. Brad's here.
Brad.
So the community has grown a lot.
Where can we
and-
find you guys on social media, like to get more info
Yeah,
about maybe coming out
at
for runs?
Endorphins Running.
Okay.
On Instagram.
Don't try to find John's handle. It's a series
it's a
of
nightmare.
underscores
Okay.
and then John
All right.
underscore
But-
Servy.
Yeah.
At Endorphins.
At Endorphins Running on
Running,
Instagram
okay.
would be the best place to find
Awesome.
us. And we run in Philly. That would be the most local club to here, Cooper River Park. But we're in 10 cities now.
It is 10.
That's
nationally.
incredible.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that is so cool.
The cool thing is, especially on big half marathon or marathon weekends,
Yeah.
if it's in a city that we run in, we'll have a shakeout run, we'll have a cheer zone and things of that nature, which is really, really neat. And if you're traveling for work or something, you might be able to
Yeah.
still run with that same global community,
Yeah.
which is cool.
Very
I love
cool.
that.
Yeah.
Very cool. Where'd the idea come from?
So
Was it you or was it Tyler?
Tyler started it all up in New York.
Okay.
And so it started in New York, and essentially it was kind of born from. The story goes back to Tyler wanted to start this. It came from a shakeout run that he went on a shakeout run with a few friends and realized, wow, this is so cool to share in that, that runner's high, right? And that's kind of how the endorphins name came about. The shared endorphins
Nice.
of experiencing that with someone else. And so he said, hey, I want to start running with more people. I want to meet more people. And so he kind of put it on social media, and a few strangers met up to run with him in New York. And then it started to grow bigger and bigger. I found him through social media, believe it or not, and started going up to New York to run with him. We were internet friends and trained for an ultramarathon together, Rock the Ridge. And while we were actually running, I think it was mile 32 of that race, he asked me, he's like, hey, do you want to start this in Philly? And my thought was, hey, I'm going to be running regardless.
Yeah.
And if no one shows up, I'm still going to be running.
Yeah.
But why not put it out there?
Yeah.
And that was kind of how Philly was born. Philly was the second city, and people have been reaching out left and right about wanting to bring it to their city after experiencing it somewhere else, which is
That's
really cool.
amazing. And you know what? Like, I want to really highlight something that you just said, because when you talked about the Endorphins Run Club and the whole, your endorphins, that's a hormone in your body that gets released as you do something vigorous, right?
Yeah.
So it's such a personal thing because it's a chemical process in your body. So when I hear about endorphins, and to me, I'm thinking about the process inside my head, inside my body. But what you just said is it's about sharing that endorphin high with other people. That's the important distinction.
Yeah.
That just totally changed the whole perspective on it for me. And I'm like, wow, that is so cool. I love that.
Yeah. And it's a neat
That's
space.
really cool. It makes it much more about what we experience together and not just what the chemical process going on in my own body.
Correct.
Do you know? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
that's
one
fabulous.
thing that we try to do is we do Saturday long runs because what we found is that that's the really difficult one, right? In training, to think about 18, 20 miles alone is tough. And so we have really made it a point to have different pace groups ranging from 8 minutes all the way up to 12 minutes to give a space where people can kind of turn their brain off and say, hey, I'm just going to follow this group and I'm going to hit a distance. And it's so cool. Every weekend we see people hit their furthest distance ever or train for races together. And we have people who are new to the city for jobs or other reasons. They come in and they actually make some of their best friends at our run club, which is really cool.
And that's the point I was touching on earlier. You can definitely speak more to this. I was saying how, people come into the store, I ask them who they run with, they start talking, whatever. And I have met a shit ton of people who didn't know each other before endorphins who are now running on their own.
Yeah.
So what you guys built, it then kind of breaks out into like little splinter cell,
Absolutely.
like little splinter cell run groups. And
Yeah.
that's the beauty of this whole thing, man. Like, you talk about community, that's exactly what we're talking about here, man.
And that's, I'm glad you said that actually, because I actually like to view run clubs a little bit almost as revolving doors to an extent.
Fair.
The community is always going to be there for you, and we're going to always have that organized space for you to meet. But by all means, if you come in and you had a purpose of why I want to be in this run club, and you find that purpose, and then you're going and living a happy life because of it, that is awesome. So that's really neat to me. We're here for what you need, but people come and go, and if we can just have a small impact on their life that has ripple effects, it's hard to quantify, but it's really, really special. So
And you guys meet Monday mornings, Lloyd Hall, 7:15.
Rocky Steps, 6:45.
Rocky Steps,
Nice.
6:45. I
Yep, on Monday mornings. Yards parking lot, Thursday nights, 6:30 p.m.
And then
And
Saturday
then
morning.
Saturday mornings, right now it's 8 a.m.
Yeah, 'cause-
at City Hall. In the summer, we'll shift that to 7 a.m.
Yeah.
to beat the heat a little bit.
Makes
But,
sense.
those are the three
Nice.
times that we meet.
Sense. And I guarantee if you guys show up to an endorphins run and you don't know anybody, you're going to walk away knowing a bunch of people. John especially. John's very good at being the leader, getting people motivated. This dude reeks of positivity.
You want me? I can move away a little
No,
bit.
man. I need some of your He's just a young lion with a big heart, and I love that kind of energy that you put out, John.
I
really,
appreciate
really
that.
do, man.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah, 3 times a week is, I think, super important. Just
Is
like
that
I've
your
just
train-
been
I mean-
listening. Yeah, I think 3 times a week is
Yeah.
significant. I mean, like, there's a lot of groups that are once a week, maybe twice a week, but 3 times a week.
And
you talk
I
about
wanna-
visibility. That's like something I think
I want
a
to
lot
add
of.
something else. There's a shit ton of groups that meet once a week,
Yeah.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. They'll go run 3 miles and then drink 12 beers.
Yeah.
Right.
I ain't with that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like
That's
more
not my
social. It's a
scene.
social group,
Right.
not a run group, really.
Right. Now,
yeah.
when you have a group that meets 3 times a week, essentially, that's what you're doing. Like, your core training for any
Yeah.
kind of race or any kind of training block is going to have at least 3 solid runs per week,
Yeah.
plus a little bit of cross training. So
Yeah.
with endorphins, you can get all that and then do whatever else you need, either with folks you meet from the group or your own friends or by yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, 3
And
times a week is
the
awesome.
fact that you even do the long run,
Yeah.
I think is really cool. Like for me, I I've never done a Saturday. I've never really done a run club thing, but I've
You're a
never.
lone wolf.
Yeah,
You were a lone wolf.
But like on a Saturday morning, like
Yeah.
I want to go for a long run. I don't want any like that's what I'm gonna do,
Mm-hmm.
and it's kind of neat to think like, oh, there are groups that actually do that together. That's
Yeah.
very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it can't. I don't know if any of them will listen to it, but it's not possible. You know, it's not just me. It's,
Yeah, yeah.
It's my other leads. It's Gage. It's Chloe. It's Nicole. It's Erica. It's all the pace leads. We have over 20 some
awesome.
pace leads
Yeah,
who
that's
help
crazy.
out.
That's fantastic.
Liz being one of them who's
Let
who's
that
running
sink
today.
in,
So,
man. Let that sink in.
That
You've
there's
got-
that many people that you've
just for
20-some
just
people
for
lead.
pace,
Yeah.
just pacers. They
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
over 20 pacers.
And what
It's-
that really means, and I think what everyone should understand from that, is it means that it's accessible and open
Yeah.
to everyone. Like
Yeah.
all
Like, truly,
all
like everyone
paces,
says,
all
you know what I mean? Like, it
faces.
truly-
that was
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
that was really important to us. And
Yeah.
if you ever see some of my content on social media, I goof around a lot on there, and it's a lot of fun. I like to make people laugh. You know, if I could just
John's
put a
a good
smile on someone's face, that's it. But I do a lot with intentionality.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
where we meet, we try to meet in different parts of the city. We try to meet at different times to accommodate for different schedules.
Right.
And a big part for us is we want to. It's for our community. So we constantly each month do community votes, so people can have a voice, and we're constantly evolving because. If you just stay the same, then it's gonna get old.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
It's cool. It's cool, and it's ever changing, which
That's
is neat.
awesome.
I mean, I think groups like that. I mean, we just had Rachel on for a while with women in ultra running. I think
Yeah.
it's like a similar idea. Like people right now, and not even just in running, like in life, are like craving for something like authentic, like something that feels real.
Oh my gosh,
they want to
yeah.
do something
So
that feels
true.
real. They want to meet people that are like-minded
true.
like they are. And they also want to be able to like do that, I think, like off of social media too, like have it be something that's real. And like I think when you take a group like Endorphins, and Women in Ultra Running's the same way, like, and you see all of the people that are showing up, like that's why, because like you're
Yeah.
giving them something that's real and authentic, and it is purposeful. And that's why like I've harped on this a couple times, like the 3 times a week thing to me is like the selling point. Like that is
Yeah.
like huge, where it's not like these are people I'll see once in a while. It's like, you know, 3 times a week is significant. Like that's, you might be seeing those people more than like you see your family, or like,
Yeah.
you know what I
I
mean?
do.
Like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's so significant. So I think, I think that's super important. I mean, credit to you guys for what you're building.
Thank you.
That's awesome. And yeah, like that authentic piece is like, it's people are craving that, I think. And I know I've said that a couple times, but yeah, that's what it seems like is going on with a lot of these, your group, Women in Ultra Running. It's awesome. So
Yeah.
keep it up, man.
I know John. And
Thanks.
I know
Yeah.
John's here to support his runner, who's going to be coming to the start-finish line very,
Yeah.
very soon. One more time before, and I have one burning question for
Okay.
you, but one more time for the folks at home. How can they follow you? How can they follow Endorphins?
Okay, so my handle on Instagram is 6_ JOS. 6. So
Clearly, you were thinking about this
yeah,
years ago when you jumped on social.
I had that handle ever since I was in like high school, and I've just never changed it. And we're sticking with it now. On TikTok, it's at Jonathan Servi. So that one's a little bit easier. And then Endorphins on all socials is Endorphins Running at
Right
Endorphins
on.
Running.
And John, the burning question of the day: Die Hard. Is it a Christmas movie?
Yes.
Your motherfucking
Yeah.
I'm in.
If anybody answers differently, they're wrong. So
Thank you so much.
Brad's family, if you're watching at home, hi. He's doing
Brad's
well.
family. Yeah, he is.
He's coming up on mile 41.
Well,
I
I'll
think.
tell you, hold on.
So he's going to have 11 loops in the bag.
Refresh.
Going
And I
out
think
for
we
a
got
12.
one more. He's gonna get one more.
Yeah,
Hold on,
Yeah,
Sam
he's got
on
time
here.
for one more.
This is his first ultra.
I love that.
Nice.
Oh,
Is that-
see, that's what we're talking about
This is
too.
so. I do have one more minute, so I'll just say
Yeah,
this.
you're good. Yeah.
Brad, for almost every single one of my ultras, has been my crew chief. He's been there for Badwater Cape Fear. He's been there
Third place.
for. He's been there for so many, and so this being his first ultra, it's so special to be able to return the favor for him and be his crew chief. So it's been an awesome day. I'm really, really proud of him.
I love when that happens.
we're gonna leave here in a second and go close this out.
Nice.
And
Yes.
I'm really proud of his finish. So.
Awesome. Yeah, he's through 10
Awesome.
loops, so coming up on his
Perfect.
11th loop will be
Awesome.
41. Yeah, something around there. So.
And we got one more, which will get us in the mid 40s.
Yeah,
not
it will.
bad for a first timer.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So yeah.
That's
Very cool.
awesome, man.
Fantastic.
John,
Let's
yeah,
go,
great.
Brad.
Thank you.
You keep shining your light, brother.
Appreciate it.
The
Yeah,
city needs
nice to meet you, man. Like
Thank you.
officially
Yeah,
to meet you the
officially.
first time. Yeah, I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
guys.
Cool.
And good luck to all the runners out there.
Awesome.
Thank you, John.
Yep.
Thank
Peace
you.
and love, brother.
Bye.
Awesome.
That's so sweet.
Good dude, man.
We should. I can't wait to like dive in more
Yeah.
on all of that.
Yeah, go ahead.
As I totally let's refresh because we are coming in.
Yeah, we
like,
got like an hour left. Basically.
just a little over an hour left. So we are at the point now where, like we said, folks, if they're not out on if they cannot start a loop after 3:30 p.m. So we're getting close to the point where folks are going to have to make a decision.
Yeah.
Do I want to go back out there and haul ass and try to get back before 4? Or are they going to call it?
So I'll throw this one out there. I mean, because it's going. It seems like at this point,
Yeah.
pending something catastrophic, it's going to happen. Chris Shaw, when he finishes his next loop, is going to break the course record.
Wow.
So the current course record here is 56.25 miles. Chris Shaw is currently tied with that, and he's
Wow.
out on a loop with
So
a little
he might
over
even
an
hit
hour.
the 100K mark today. If he
If
keeps
he-
this
depending
pace.
on when he comes in,
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah. So
And
he's going to
if he
break the
keeps
course
that
record, which
pace,
is
like,
awesome.
Man.
Yeah, which is really, really cool. And again, so this is something I would have to dive into the history books here to look. I don't know if someone, and I guess Gags, you would be, because you had won the 12-hour for a number of years in a row, if someone has won a Loopy race and a Frosty race. So I have it right here. Hold
Okay.
on. Yeah, Lara Miller has
Oh,
it
yeah,
from
that was last year.
That was
yeah,
last
yeah.
year.
Yeah.
And it had
okay.
been that. Like I think
I remember that.
she had maybe done that twice.
No,
Or no, that was a new one.
I think that was
Yeah.
a new one.
So 52. So when Rhiannon comes in, she's gonna tie that.
Excellent. That's
And
fabulous.
then if she wants to like try to send it, it's gonna be tight. But
Right.
as they come in, that's where.
She could be coming back soon.
Yeah, she went out at. She went
We
out like
saw-
11 minutes.
When John was talking, you and I were both like,
Yeah,
"Ooh."
she went by. We
Yeah.
saw her go by.
Yeah.
So she's in 4th overall right now through 13 loops. And then our other names up there, Nick Schroeder, Bill Durant. I should probably need to look and see some of the other stuff that they've done. Nick's name in 2nd place. I don't know. I tried to find him.
Yeah, Bill Durante. And folks, don't forget, hit that QR code on the bottom left of your screen so that you can see these results, because in the next hour, it could change pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's going to be really fun to see how that goes. So check in on your people, check in on your runners, look at the results. Not much time left.
Wow.
This is
So is this Nick the same Nick? Yeah. All right. So the Nick that's in 2nd place right now.
What?
Won Pine Creek
holy sugar.
this past year.
Nice.
1450 at Pine Creek.
Damn.
Has a couple wins. One,
That's stout.
oh wow, won the 100 mile, New Jersey Devil 100 miler. I'm surprised I didn't. This might be my fault here. I had his
16
name.
hours
Oh, I did
at
have his
the
name
New Jersey
here on-
Devil?
I had his name on my runners to watch list, but yeah, we
Damn.
didn't have a chance to talk much about him. So that's Nick, who's in 2nd place right now. Nick Schroeder. Again, if I'm mispronouncing your name, I apologize. 32 years old from Blackwood. Again, in 2nd place. Looks like he'll probably stay in 2nd place. I don't know if anyone's going to catch him. He's seems like a kind of like a lap up on Bill, who's
Yeah.
in 3rd. But yeah, Nick's in 2nd, has some really stout wins. Won Pine Creek. That's a huge local 100 mile race to win, which is pretty awesome. So
Yeah.
he's having another really good day. When he comes in, he'll tie the existing course record as well.
I
so.
heard the course conditions at Pine Creek were pretty hellacious this year.
Yeah, have you ever run Pine
The
Creek?
weather.
Oh, I still have one of the
dude.
top 10 fastest.
There you go.
Yeah, totally. Are you kidding?
I was just going to say one thing. When I first ran Pine Creek, it was in 26. That was my first 100 mile. I ran
Okay.
it 2016, 2017, and then 20 and 21. When I ran it in 16, there was maybe 25 finishers.
Yeah.
I went
Wow.
back in.
Small.
I went back in 17. There was perhaps 30 finishers. I actually talked to the RD afterwards. I'm like, I'm not saying this has anything to do with me, but I just said to him, like, listen, man, like, people are all about buckles, myself
Yeah.
included. You're not giving out buckles. You want to see this race explode? Give out some
Make a
fucking
buckle.
buckles. He's
Yeah.
like, I'll think about it. 2 years later, he put out Buckles. Now that race is over 100 people
Yeah.
finishing it every single year.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Fair. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Pine Creek was my first 100.
Yes, it was.
2021.
I remember that.
You were there.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Again, that was your fault.
But why were the conditions hellacious this year?
I just heard
The
the
heat?
weather. No, the weather was terrible. I actually think Peter Y ran it, and he was
Okay.
telling me, and I think it got really cold. It was like it was some kind of freak weather condition that
Okay.
just sounded awful.
Interesting.
Let's see if I can
Yeah.
find Bill here, who's in
Okay.
third place. Oh, sorry. Here, cover
Yeah.
for me.
All
Here's
right.
Bill. Let's see. Yeah, so Bill's having a really good day. I mean, in terms of results on Ultra Sign Up, he only has one. It's a 50 miler from the Dirty German.
Okay.
Nice.
And he was, yeah, I mean,
Modest.
820 is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Kind of in the mix there. Again, I don't know if he has other results off of Ultra Sign Up. That's kind of what I'm using here. But yeah, one result on there, and he's having a really good day here in third place. So solid.
That's
And then
awesome.
on the women's side, Rhiannon's still in first. Again, she'll tie the course record when she finishes her lap.
I guess there's no way to tell from here how many people are still active.
No, you
We
kind of
don't
just have to
know.
like look
Yeah.
at the time and
Yeah.
assume, which is a little
You
bit
can
tough.
kind of guess.
But-
There's Prince's
Dana?
wife, whose name, yeah,
Dana.
Dana.
Yeah, Dana is still going.
Oh yeah, she was.
Just
like,
crossed.
Yeah, she said she was just gonna do
Oh, her
one more,
arms
and
are up
she's
like
still
she finished,
going.
So I think she may have.
That might have been it. It looks like.
That looked pretty.
Yeah, this.
finished
I
with
mean,
those.
with an hour left.
Yeah, she's done.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
that's
Good
fantastic.
for her. I think that's her first ultra
Yeah.
distance.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Do we
And that's what it's
know?
all about.
Yeah, I'll find her.
Yeah, probably DANA.
Yep. I think she is a fairly large social media presence.
Huge.
By like so
I see.
fairly large, I mean like 1 million people.
Oh wow.
Just on her gram, just on the gram alone.
Uh,
Her
X out
husband
the
also.
Dana.
Nah, they're like movers and shakers in Philly.
yeah.
That's amazing.
I don't totally know how to find it.
I think you were. If you do this.
All right.
Yeah,
so
there we go.
No, unless it's under something else. Try to,
Try just the last name.
what's her last name?
bear with us here, folks.
Yeah.
CH.
A-N-E-L. Nah.
Try CHAN.
We'll get it. We'll figure it
Yeah.
out.
Or slash.
Let's go, Sam. There's one of my athletes right there.
I
Nice.
tell you
Along.
what, our sunshine really never did come back. It is a gray, chilly day, but it's nearly 40 degrees
Nearly
out here
40.
right now. Feels a lot different.
Yeah, as our runners kind of debate with, again, this is the question, the last hour.
Yeah.
Let's see what Sam does here. He's looking at his watch. He kept moving. Very good. My man, Sam. Oh, he's walking to his tent. We'll see.
And then, so yeah, Michelle Palmer on the women's side of things has moved into second place.
Very good.
Awesome.
Okay.
I have to
Fantastic.
imagine.
Oh, and I gotta say, Robert Nogue sliding up into number seven.
After that big push
Yeah. That's
early
amazing.
on. Oh, there we go. My computer's getting a little bit cold. It's acting up on me. And then on the
Yeah.
females,
To win the fastest first loop and still be hanging tough
Yeah, you're certified.
and still be in contention toward the like that's amazing. Just to be moving still.
so on the women's side of things, something that'll be kind of interesting to look at for the podium spots there. So just for third place right now, it's still Erica Green. However, there are two women that when they finish this loop, if they are still running, which I believe they are, just looking at their times, there's two women that will pass her. So there's a woman named Wissam, who is 21st overall, but currently fourth female.
Phenomenal.
And then Julie Banyak it looks like they're basically running together. They're about a minute apart, and they're right next to each other. So the two of them will bump up. So there'll kind of be a little battle there for third place
Yeah.
female. I'm not sure if either of them are aware of it on the course. Again, it's always so hard to tell in looped races, like where you
Right.
are and what's going on. But the two of them will be kind of right in the mix. It seems like the women's podium, though, at least first and second place is going to pretty much be Rhiannon, and then Michelle Palmer will be second, it seems like.
Okay.
Nice.
And yeah, kind of, shout out to Michelle Palmer. She's having another good day. Again, she was second in the 12-hour here in the summer. Looks like she's probably going to finish second here in the Frosty Looper race as well. Again, kind of like home course for her. Here, I got you. You going to get down?
Yeah, let me take a look.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me just give a shout out to Sam Beckett, one of my athletes. I want to see where he
Oh,
finished
yeah.
up.
Yeah, so
And while we're geeking out over the details of the results, don't forget, hit your QR code and y'all can check the full results as well.
Maybe somewhere around 30.
When you guys, I have a question.
yeah, go ahead.
When you guys finish in Ultra, what is like the very first thing you do, or like what's the first thing you want to do? And I know this could depend so much on the day and what you've just done. Let's say 12 hours or less, you finish. What's your immediate, like, what do you immediately want?
When I finish the race?
Yeah.
I'm usually really, really hungry because I'm not great at fueling. So I know that about myself. It's one of the reasons why I do better at the shorter stuff. So usually whatever I'm in a huge deficit of, which is usually something super salty, is usually something that I'm gonna need, and I usually very quickly eat all the food I should have eaten during the race, which for me is actually usually peanut butter and jellies.
Yeah.
Which I'm kind of the same way. So it's usually I'll have 2 or 3 peanut butter and jellies still wrapped up that I barely touch, that I
shove
usually
them in
eat,
your face.
Right away. At least recently, that's what's been happening. So
I think for me, this is going to sound silly, but when I finish, I usually have a T-shirt lined up for my post-race photo.
Usually.
I do.
Standard.
Yeah,
Always.
and it's a special shirt. I don't wear the same shirt twice after a race.
Yep.
So, once I've crossed the line, I'm done. My first thought is okay, shake a couple hands, thank the race director, thank the timer, thank the volunteers, get my shirt on. Who do I trust to take a picture, and what's the backdrop going to be?
Yep.
That's silly, but that's usually the first things I think of when I'm
Do putting
done.
on slides come before or after that?
You know what, Michelle? I don't really put on the slides.
Nice.
Really?
All right.
I usually don't.
Sweet.
I usually don't change my shoes.
Yeah,
usually not. I don't even eat right away either.
Yeah.
For me, usually, if I'm heading back to the house or the Airbnb or the hotel or whatever, I just want to shower.
Yeah.
It's bad. When I can smell myself.
Oh yeah.
That's
for
never
sure.
never a good thing. So
Right.
shower then, and even I've tried to eat after races, and a lot of times my mouth gets real dry. One more, all right, Steve.
Let's go. Epifano going out for one more.
I don't know what it is, but sometimes my mouth gets really dry and it's hard to chew and swallow.
Yep.
So it takes a couple hours. I might be hungry, but I'm also nauseous.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes a couple hours for me to actually be able to get something in my stomach and keep it down.
That makes
frankly.
perfect sense. I think a lot of folks don't realize, or as
Yeah,
the
you
runner,
think
they
you'd be
get kind of
starving.
freaked out by that. But it's you are so depleted, but
Yeah.
sometimes there's something either you just don't want to eat,
Right.
or it's really hard. And I think that's a strange concept for folks to understand sometimes.
And you think so your
common.
body is trying to regulate trauma, so
Yeah.
it doesn't want to digest food.
Well, it's the
it
same-
wants to keep your vitals going,
Right.
not process whatever the hell you're trying to put it in.
Same thing about sleep.
So that was just gonna say,
most
that's my
people
big
deal.
say
I'll,
most
get
people
a
say
fever a lot of
oh,
times
so
that
what do you
night.
pass out and sleep for 2 days? And I'm like, no.
No.
It takes me at
Has
least
been after an ultra.
Oh,
you
it's
think,
horrible.
you think, oh, I'm going to sleep. No, dude.
No.
For me,
Yeah.
I'll take a quick little cat nap. That's
Yeah.
a different story. But actual sleep, I'm wired.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit nauseous.
You're achy.
And my legs are doing the jumping
Yeah.
thing. I need to say something to somebody.
Okay.
I'll be
Oh,
right
yeah,
back.
go
But
do your
yeah,
thing. Yeah,
that-
I'm
yeah.
I usually am I wake up with sweats. I'll
Oh.
get night sweats and feel like I have a fever.
I've heard, I've heard
That's
that.
me.
That's fairly common.
Yep,
I
that's
haven't
almost every
experienced that, but I know a lot of people do.
Yeah, almost every time, the night of, especially if it's something 12 hours. Under that, I'll usually be all right. But
Yeah.
around that 50-mile / 12-hour distance,
Yeah.
I'm usually night sweats.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
feel like I get a fever.
I usually I'll wake. It's like either I'm too achy or my body's just so thrown off, or I'm so hungry. Like I'll wake up in the middle of the night and like I'm too hungry to sleep.
Yeah, I've had that too, where like you're like getting ready to go to bed and you're like, I don't know if I ate really enough.
Right,
and then
right.
it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm with
always
that.
immediately want something like hot to drink.
Yeah.
I think if it's, I usually like coffee or just something hot to drink because your body gets so out of whack.
Yeah, especially like those longer ones.
Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting one today. I mean, like the 8 hour, it's you get into such this like where you're like, oh, it's only 8 hours, but then like you start putting, the miles together, the time together.
This maniac has no shirt on.
What? All right. Well, I did mention it's
really hard.
almost 40 degrees. So here comes
I thought the guy wearing shorts and a t-shirt all day was
hot-blooded
crazy.
runner. All right, wait, you're going to see him in just a second on your screen. Here he comes. No shirt.
I love it.
Oh my
What a
goodness.
maniac.
I love it.
We have a lot of people that are going to be coming in now, like wrapping up.
Yeah.
So you're going to see a lot of celebration loops, celebrating crossing the finish line.
Totally.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, it's the best part. Again, it's so cool. It's like the coolest thing is like these races like meet you where you are on your journey. Like for the people that are like it's their first time running this distance, or they've run the farthest, or for some people it's just like a big a big brick in a training plant, like whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like it's something that's like worth being celebrated and worth like feeling proud of. I think I know that's something that like I struggle with. Like the more races I run, like you have to remind yourself like you're not going to PR every time. You're not going to have the best day every time, and like you got to take the wins when you can get them, and it's still awesome to come out and
some days it's just as simple as getting it done
or whatever.
Yeah. Oh my God, I was gonna say that, and I think like in terms of celebration, like anytime you just get to the start line, like that should be celebrated. Get to the start line healthy.
So I think this is Chris.
Oh
right
my
here.
gosh,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think this
in
is
the white
Chris
shirt?
Shaw in the white. Yeah.
Wow.
So if it is, he's going to break the course record right now as he comes across. I believe that's him in the white shirt coming across, and I think that's him. And I think he's going to stop because we were talking to his dad, and his dad said he just wanted to hit 16. He wanted to hit that course record, and let's refresh a couple times. It's been taking like a second.
It takes a minute to refresh.
But I'm pretty sure in the
So
white.
is he going to break it, or is he going to?
I think he did.
He
but
just broke it there, so he's not going to add on to it.
So that's it. So that was Chris.
Wow.
In the white. And again, it looked like he stopped, and he's walking down there now. So I think he's probably going to stop. Chris Shaw, who's going to finish in first place. I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch him. 60 miles.
All right, let me get him.
Yeah, if you can.
I'll be back.
Yeah. So 60 miles. It's going to put a new course record on this
60 miles in 7 hours and 10 minutes. What?
7:10 pace.
That's amazing.
That was Chris in the white. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I think he's going back out.
Is he okay?
Yes.
He's got time. I mean, he's got 50
time.
minutes, obviously, for the way he's been running.
Yeah. I
But-
hope.
So
I
either
hope
way,
he
he broke
does.
the course record now, which
Wow,
is pretty
that's
awesome.
amazing.
First person to win. Loopy.
I believe, the first person to win
Yeah.
Loopy and Frosty in the same year.
Definitely.
That's amazing.
Because I mean.
Yeah, you had a bunch of the 12s. I didn't know if there was maybe someone that like had won a 24 and then won this or something, but I don't think so. So, yeah, I mean, an unbelievable day for him. 60 miles. Haven't seen 60 miles hit in this race in the 8-hour distance.
That's amazing.
He did call it.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to grab him.
Yeah.
It looks like he's sitting.
Yeah, see if he'll want to. Even
Yeah.
if he needs a couple minutes, we got time. Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
he's down there at the end. That's awesome.
We're going to see if we can get an interview with him. If he's feeling up to it, I'm sure Gags will talk him into it. Yeah.
I have my ways.
Yeah.
I'm sure that medal.
I'm sure Gags is going to talk him into it. So it'll be cool to get an interview with him. Again, the three of us don't personally know him, which is cool.
Yeah.
So I've always loved the opportunity to sit down with someone that just won and shake their hand and tell them how great they did.
He's
because
23 years old.
I know he's
That's
young.
incredible.
Yeah, had
Wow.
another really good day. I mean, 7:10 pace for 60 miles.
That's
is like,
absolutely
you're starting
amazing.
to talk about, some pretty serious.
That
running.
is amazing.
Yeah. pretty legit. So
Wow.
yeah, really good day for him.
That's super exciting.
Again, sounds like he's done, and that's kind of what happens with this kind of race.
Yeah.
Michelle was hinting at it earlier, where like people will hit a distance or they'll, maybe call it a little bit before, and it makes our jobs a little bit tough because we're trying to figure out if people are actually done, because as opposed to being a race for distance where people are done when they cross the finish line, here with the time you don't really know if someone's going to go back
choose your finish
out.
line, basically. Yeah.
So.
But I want to keep. There goes Lisa Perry. Go Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa's great. I don't know where she's at.
But I don't want it to get lost how amazing it is for every single person who came out today and ran any distance. It is absolutely friggin' cold out here. It takes a special person just to show up, just to get up in the morning, get yourself ready, get here at 8 a.m. with what you need, and to go out and do any distance is so fantastic, and just everyone should be celebrated.
Yeah, and that's
so cool.
It's the kind of day we're having here too, which is great. This is the the golden hour, as they say. I know it's a shorter race, but the opportunity to kind of take it in and celebrate and enjoy the effort that you put out, and you put forth, and be proud
There's
of yourself.
Such fun energy toward the end of a race too. We've got a lot of people who now they're picking up the pace, either just to celebrate the vibe and run across that finish line, or because they want to hurry up and try to squeeze in one more lap. At this point, there's still time to squeeze in one more.
There is.
For most people.
I think it's until 3:30, right? We talked about how there is that 30-minute cutoff at the end, so that's when we'll kind of know when we hit 3:30. As you see people cross the finish line, that would be the last time they'll cross the finish line. But until then, you do have the opportunity to go back out on another loop. So, you'll still have about 15 minutes before people...
There's Gags on the camera.
Yeah. Looking for somebody. Trying to get someone on screen. So how about you running-wise? You have any... I know you just ran a race. You have things on your calendar. I know
I do. I had a 12-hour last Saturday. Mm-hmm. My next race is January 17th. I'm running Dark Anchor 34-hour.
Oh, wow.
In Savannah, Georgia. So another timed race, but a little bit longer duration. 34 hours, a looped course.
Yeah. Looped trail or looped paved?
It is... it's trail, but it's Savannah, so it's flat.
Yeah, mellow. 34 hours is an interesting time.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. It really is. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be... It's the amount of time where you have to manage...
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to have, any sleep for any, massive duration, but there are probably going to be some little naps in there, here and there somewhere, which is exactly my intention. But I do have goals for that race. I don't usually talk about my goals.
You don't have to. I'm not asking you to if you don't want to.
Yeah. But I'm excited. I'm looking forward to that one. I am waitlisted for Black Canyon.
Yep.
I'm number 14 on the wait list, so there's a real good chance that I get into Black Canyon's 100K, which is February 8th. And after that, after that, I'm doing Cocodona in May.
Oh, nice. Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I'm not going to squeeze any races in between February and May, but I'll be running.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, you got a lot coming up. That's cool. 34-hour one's interesting. I've never heard of a 34-hour race.
I know,
so that
right?
immediately I was like, whoa, that's an interesting. Yeah.
It's a neat time, and that's exactly why I want to do it, to be able to navigate that and manage that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that'll be a good stepping stone or block for Cocodona too.
Yep.
All
exactly.
the things.
Yeah. Exactly.
Awesome. That's cool. Good deal.
Yeah.
Good luck
What
with
about
it.
you?
Actually, probably for the first time in 4 or 5 years, not signed up for anything right
That's
now.
awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll see.
You kind of have a major life.
Yeah. So my
about
wife
to
and I are
happen.
having our second kid in February.
Yay!
Yeah, which is awesome. Exciting.
When is she due?
She's February 3rd.
Okay.
So
Sweet.
February 3rd, having our second kid. We have an almost 2-year-old now. So running, I've still been running a lot. Actually, I've been, still running 50, 60 miles a week, just to stay in shape,
great.
but not signed up for anything right now. Yeah. So.
And sometimes that's really nice. And I feel like for a lot of folks talking about running, it's always like, oh, what race do you have?
Yeah.
And for me, I feel like I don't necessarily need a race.
Yeah.
If I want to go run a 50K, I'm going to go run a 50K, and it's fun to come up with adventures. And
Yeah.
like John was talking about coming up with an adventure to make his 30-mile training run more interesting. Yeah, go run to every store of some chain that you appreciate, or go like think of some interesting place that you want to run to.
Yeah.
I had one 50K training run that I did a while back. Gags was running City Invincible, another one of Endless
that's
Endurance races.
Yeah, you
and-
ran more in your training run than I ran that entire day.
Yeah.
But that's
But
another story.
I just
Yeah.
needed I needed like a direction to point myself. Somewhere.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I'm gonna run from home downtown, see Gags, and that was kind of fun. I ran downtown and ran to New
Yeah.
Jersey.
yeah,
Yeah,
from your
it's
house
great.
to Jersey.
Yeah.
No, it's
Pretty awesome.
That's like
Yeah.
kind of how my running is right now. Like this past
It's
year,
fun.
I only ran 2 races, like 2 like true signed up for races. Tried to put a fast 50K out there, and then ran Hainesport recently. And I talked a little bit about this. Like I didn't
Yeah.
have a great race at Hainesport, and I'm totally okay with it because I just there's a lot going on in our lives right now with getting ready to have our second kid. So just running to run right now, because at the end of the day, like that's what I really like to do. To be honest with you, probably more than I even like really like racing. I just like running.
Yeah.
I just like to go out and run. So
And
yeah,
all those
they'll be-
connections that you get to make, and like all those different things. Like you talked about some of the people that you got to spend
Yeah.
time with at Hainesport. Like
Yeah.
that's the incredible
That's
part.
the fun stuff.
Is
Jim
regardless of the
Logan?
numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim.
Running hard.
Oh, and
yeah.
Brett.
So I did just come back speaking with the new course record holder.
Yes.
Chris Shaw, super nice dude. Him and his dad were there. He's not sure or not he's going back out. I think
Oh, all right.
his main concern was, if I don't go back out, am I still going to have the course record, and am I going to win?
Yes.
And I let him
And
know.
yes.
I said, listen, don't take my word for it. Please talk with the timers to verify
Yeah.
what I'm going to tell you. But, Nick went out at 2:48 to begin his what would have been, I guess, his 15th loop at 56. So
Yeah.
even if, and
Yeah.
he's been holding true about 33 minutes the
So he
entire
could
day.
tie it,
He
but,
could
yeah.
tie it, but Chris would still be
The winner
the course
and
record
Record
holder
holder.
and the winner because
Because he finished it first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So just in case folks are not aware, so if you run the same number of loops as someone else, technically you've done the exact same number of miles.
Yeah.
The person who is first is the one who did it in less time.
So on the results, like let's say Nick and Chris wind up with 60 miles each. Chris
Yeah.
will have 60.002.
Yeah.
And Nick will have 60.001.
Yeah.
Right.
Just as a way to as a demarcation line of where they're at. you
Yeah.
know? And Chris said he's more than likely going to join us one way or the other, and I
Cool.
hope he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of things, on the female side, so Rhiannon right now at 52.5 miles has tied the female course record. It looks
Yeah.
like so 7 hours and 17 minutes. So she has 43 minutes to finish another loop, and that would give her
Wait.
the course record.
Did she just come through?
That's great.
She must have just
Did I
recently,
miss
within
it?
the last 4 minutes, like 4 minutes ago,
Okay.
she
That's
went
great.
through. So if she keeps going, again,
So
I don't know if
she's-
she's over there or
Did
not.
she
but
go back out? I'm looking.
Yeah,
I'm
if
looking
she goes
right
back
now.
out and finishes that loop, she'll break the female course record and put a new female
Oh,
course record up at 56.
I wish I could see where she is.
There's
right
Sharon
now.
Tejada finishing her race right now. Sharon this is her distance PR.
Nice.
As soon as she crosses that finish line, it's her distance PR. There's Rachel, women in ultra run, taking her picture.
Yay!
Atta girl Sharon. Way to
Yeah.
go.
Woo! She's got the women in ultra running shirt
Yeah,
and the
Sharon's
hat.
also one of the leads of Queer Run in
That's awesome.
Philadelphia.
Yes.
She
so
sits on their chair.
Nice.
hopefully people are tuning in to see your runners finish. People from home.
Yeah.
Again, if we don't shout everyone out, I apologize. But yeah, looking at some of the comments, look like Vin Kennedy's in here. Vin, I don't know if you're still watching.
Vin, what's up, buddy?
Said congrats,
Oh,
Chris.
That's
great
my buddy
work.
Todd Pollock. 60 miles,
60,
right?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Which is awesome.
Got the race director shouting us out. Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Beefing up
Hi,
that chat
Pete.
stream. I love it.
And we already have, this is great too, from Vin, who's in here. That Vin said,
come to
Oh,
Santa.
love it.
12-hour already locked in. See you
Santa
guys there.
is
So
flying.
Love it.
Vin's already saying 12
go,
hour in
Vin.
the summer.
Bring it, Vin.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
go.
great. I love it.
Look at here comes Santa so fast.
Christina Chang. Yes.
Very
in
nice.
the Santa
Way to
gear,
go.
wrapping things up.
She ran all
Now, is she
day in that
third
Santa
place?
costume.
No, she was.
I'm sorry.
She's
fifth.
like pretty
Fourth
close.
or fifth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, her and that bang.
Hold on. No, I think she
Banyak.
might be a little bit lower.
Banyak.
Christina. I'll tell you in a second. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Christina finished. Christina Chang No, she was a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit lower, but
Steven
yeah.
Pizza in 5th place is a name that I don't think we've really mentioned
We
much.
haven't. So Steve Pizza is currently male 4th, overall 5th, 25 years old from Philly. So.
Steve.
And he
Steve
doesn't
Pizza
even
doesn't
like
like
pizza.
And he doesn't even
Pete-
like pizza. I
Our
know. I've
race
seen that
director
name. He
Pete
ran
just answered the question we were all
Maybe-
wondering
yeah.
about.
ran a really good race in the summer race too. I remember seeing his name like around that 10th place. Like
You can't
in the
forget
mix.
that name.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember seeing it.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But yeah, I don't know him. He's running really well. I mean,
Yeah.
he'll hit 50 miles
I wonder if
unless he
Steve-
didn't go back
I
out.
wonder if Steve's a contrarian by nature. How do you not like pizza with a name like Pizza? Well, first of all, who doesn't like pizza?
Yeah, that's the.
Shame on you, Steve. If you're listening to this, buddy,
Oh no.
or your family, somebody failed along the way.
Oh,
Sorry,
Gags.
I'm getting the no. We can't talk like that
No.
sign from Michelle, but it's true.
Somebody call out Gags. Here's our winner.
All
right
right,
here.
there he
Here,
is.
grab him a chair. Yeah. Here, you can sit over here, man.
Please.
We won't hold you too long. I know you're probably cold.
Put
and
a
trying to
blanket on
wrap
your
it up.
legs.
All right,
too.
give him the blanket, the hot
blanket.
chocolate. Dude,
Chris, we've never actually
phenomenal
met.
performance.
Here, this is you, buddy. That mic.
There you
That
go.
mic's yours. Yeah.
Never actually met, Chris. I'm Gags.
Nice to meet you.
Very
Chris,
nice to
I'm
meet you,
Brian.
man.
How are you,
Doing
man?
good.
Hey, Chris, I'm
Michelle.
Michelle.
Michelle,
Good
nice
to
to meet
meet
you, Michelle.
you.
So-
Congratulations, man.
Yeah,
So we're
thank you,
talking.
thank you.
You're the first person. So you have tied my course record for the Loopy Looper 12 hour, and you're the first person to win the Loopy, Loopy Looper, and then go and win Frosty Looper
In the same year.
In the same year.
Wow, really?
First person to
So,
do that. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
man.
it's so awesome.
Thank
Yeah.
And you checked with the timer. You're going to be good to go.
Yeah.
Because even if Nick does hit 60, you got him beat by more
Yeah.
than
that's what
by plenty of time, so you're
yeah,
fine.
That's what I figured. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So, Chris, I had the pleasure of being on the call for the summer race as well for Loopy Looper, and we didn't get a chance to meet because it like stormed at the end of that
it was a
race.
crazy storm,
It was
yeah.
crazy, and I was looking for you, and we didn't get a chance to meet, so I appreciate you coming over here.
course,
like
yeah.
like Gag said, absolutely. Congratulations first of all, first
Totally.
person to win both in the same year is awesome. Course record here today is awesome. You had a great battle in the summer race. That was like a back and forth race
Yeah.
most of the day.
Yeah, Vin pushed me, and
Yeah.
we both reached out and connected, and made
Yeah.
a new
He was
connection.
giving a shout out in the
Yeah.
chat on
Oh,
the live
really?
stream just now. Yeah.
Iron sharpens iron, man.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
real, for real.
So let's just talk general. We'll talk a little race strategy here. Like coming into today, did you have an idea or have it in mind that you like wanted to shoot for the course record, or you just kind of wanted to go out and see like what the day presented, or what were kind of your like thoughts coming in? To this?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to definitely try to get the course record.
Nice.
That's something that I was kind of doing my research. I kind of saw it was like, done in like 2021, 2022. So I was like, it's time. It's
Nice.
time for it to go down.
Yeah.
Love that.
Heck yeah.
So I mean, I just kind of just took it how it came. Listened to my body. I told myself the race really starts 50K in.
Yeah.
That's about like where it was going to start.
Yeah.
And I really didn't know how I was going to feel the entire time. I just kept going and looking at my pace. I was just really wanted to stay around like 7:10, 7:15
And you
as best
did.
I could. But
Yeah.
I mean, towards the end there, I just tried to, hold on. I kind of started feeling it around like 52, 53 a little bit, but yeah, I mean, I looked down at my watch and I was like, wow, like 50 miles, and I mean, that was like a PR for me in the 50 mile by like 50 minutes.
Wow.
or something like
That's
that.
huge.
Yeah,
And for
Yeah.
the record, Chris, you seem to have maintained a
7:10
7:10 pace for the day.
It's impressive,
Thank
man.
you.
That's
Yeah.
That is
Nothing
incredible.
to sneeze at, man. That's really impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let me ask you
Oh.
this too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You got a question?
I do have a question.
Go ahead. Jump in there. My bad.
Speaking of speed and pace and whatnot, you didn't make a play for the fastest loop. I would assume, on the first
Oh,
loop,
no,
right?
no, no.
Right. And you hear the way he said, "Oh no, 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 no,
No, I let them do their thing. I let them do their
All right.
thing.
Yep, smart.
Let those
Smart.
sharks eat each other, and then
Yeah.
you navigate through that.
I was
All
in.
right.
I was in like I don't know.
I think you were
was in,
third
like,
place
third
when you
or
came
fourth.
around.
Yeah,
You were third. You were, I think, third or fourth. Because I know, I think Lowell was ahead of you on that first loop, and there was, it was like you were third or fourth. So you didn't, you had no thoughts of that.
Yeah. No thoughts.
Okay.
So
Absolutely smart.
yeah, so just looking at again, like just looking at Ultra Sign Up, you have like 1 or 2 races on there, not a ton. But then so that was kind of you weren't really on our radar in the summer race and came out of nowhere and just, I mean, you won, you ran an unbelievable race, tied the course record, set the course record here today. Like, what is and you're 23, is that correct? You're 23.
Yeah, 23.
So you're on the younger side of the field. Like, what is your sort of
Chris,
background?
you're
I
killing me,
know.
Chris.
So your back, like, what's your background with running like? Like, what's your training like? Yeah, just in terms of like getting ready for races like this, because you're on the younger side to be like running this well this early in your like sort of ultra career. So like, what's the prep look like for you, like coming into races like that?
Yeah, first off, the first thing I am is a student in grad school right now. Kind of just working, doing school and everything like that, and then
Where you go to school? Where do you study?
I go to Stockton. I'm in
Nice.
grad school. I study occupational therapy.
Right on.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm in my last year right now.
Good for
So
you.
yeah, I'm looking forward to moving that forward. So kind of running is like my secondary thing. It's kind of just getting in training when I can. I can't lie, my training sucks. I can't lie. I can't lie.
Youth is wasted on the young. Oh my God.
I love it.
It absolutely sucks. But it's, I don't know, my philosophy, I guess you could call it, is just like going out and I guess it started 2 years ago, because I was a collegiate runner. I ran in college, ran in high school.
Where'd you go to college?
Stockton.
Where'd you run? Okay, so
I'm
Stockton
gonna-
also for your undergrad?
Interrupt for 2 seconds just to make the point that it is now 3:30. So
Yep.
anyone who crosses the line
Right.
now cannot go back out. So
Correct.
everyone you see is finishing. Here comes Meredith the banana finishing, arm in arm with a friend. All right.
But
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah.
So ran at Stockton.
We
Yeah,
apologize.
ran at Stockton, and I just fell in love with really long distance stuff.
Yeah.
I've always
awesome.
been into doing long runs, and kind of like fell in love with the marathon game, and did a lot of marathons, and
What's your marathon PR?
2:36.
Oh wow, yeah.
Damn.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm even trying to get that down.
Yeah.
As well. So.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Really?
Yeah. And but really, it kind of, my training, my philosophy is kind of just like just do things that suck, like do things that I don't want to do.
Yep.
And I don't know. It's all been all about just sharpening my mind and kind of just
We
just
spoke about that earlier.
Absolutely.
like
Yeah,
the-
perfect
the-
for ultra running.
the biggest thing in ultras for me is just my mind.
Yep.
Like it's not even about the pace. Like I know I can run like ultras are made, you're pretty much running a slower pace, but you have to be able to maintain that for a very long time, and that's where the mental game comes in.
So that
Because
7:10 pace for you is comfortable?
it's comfortable. Probably I would say until like 53, like I said. I was throwing down a
That's
couple
fair though. I
7:30s
mean,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
2:36 marathoner, 7:10 being comfortable. That's
Yeah.
fair. That's like
Yeah.
fair to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I think
that's-
you're absolutely right. We talked a lot about that throughout the day, about that mindset and the importance of the cognitive, the mental element in ultra running, and the importance of practicing that not just on race day, but in choosing to put yourself in situations where to some extent you can be safe, but you can challenge yourself and you can get really uncomfortable and do those hard friggin' things that you didn't once think you could. Yeah,
And doing
that's
the
where
hard
it's at.
stuff just becomes the normal stuff.
Exactly.
That's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very much it.
I really am a huge fan. I think if I could, I would have went into the military. Like that would have been my second thing.
Yeah.
Just I love the Navy SEALs. They're kind of like those people that are like
Goggins fan?
I like him. I like I like Jocko. I think their mindsets
There you
are
go.
Yep.
they're a little crazy. I won't lie, but you know their mental
Yeah.
game, like their
Yeah.
ability to break things down. Like
Yes.
that's my biggest thing. I'm always chunking things up. Like it's not
Yeah.
like, oh, I have to go run 60 miles right now. It's just like get to mile 20, get to mile 25,
And that-
get to
For
you know.
you to have an awareness of that
Digestible.
already
That young,
at this
right.
point is huge, because I think that's something a lot of people struggle with. Is they look at a big distance,
Yeah.
they look at a big challenge, and they see this big giant friggin' elephant challenge, but you have to be able to break it down into
Right.
small manageable pieces that you can conceptualize and that you can approach a little more rationally and that you can work
How
through.
do you run 100 miles?
1 mile at a time.
1 mile at a time. yeah. And you know, I think, like I said, my training is like harder. Like my training, honestly, is probably harder than being out here and
Yeah.
racing today because I'm up probably around most days like 3, 4, 5 in the morning, getting
Yep.
in runs before school, going to school from like 9 to 5,
Yeah.
doubling after school. It's just
And
it's just,
that's where
consistently-
it's at, is having we also were talking about that earlier today, about having a consistent routine
Sure.
and build, like, stacking those bricks and learning to appreciate and love the process and kind of
Yeah.
like the work. Like we all relate to that. Like
Yeah.
I think that's
I
so
lo-
tremendous, and it's such a friggin' incredible life skill. Like
Yeah.
this is life skills. This is
Yeah.
not just ultra skills. This
Yeah,
is like
you're learning this at age 23.
fucking
I didn't
awesome.
learn this shit until
Yeah.
my late 30s. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Yeah.
kudos, man.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it carries over definitely into like everything
Yeah.
else I do
Yeah.
because I'm like,
Absolutely.
oh, let me go sit and study for 4 hours. Like that's nothing because I just ran for like
Yeah.
7 hours.
Yeah.
Like and I think it's just such incredible training, and that mindset and the approach with that kind of philosophy can carry you literally anywhere in life. Like we can handle anything that comes our way, any challenge that we end up facing. One way or another, we're going to find a way to get through it.
Yeah.
Might feel like shit for a little bit, but just keep moving forward and persevere, and you get through.
Yeah, I mean that's my thing. Like, to just like one step at a time. I actually ran 100 miles before.
Yeah.
I did it with kind of just like off the record.
Yeah, like
with a
on your
couple
own.
friends.
Fabulous.
Yeah. And that was like my second ultra because that's been something that was always on my bucket list.
Yeah.
So I remember doing it, and I got to like mile like 84, and I was just like, oh man, I'm done. Like, so I had to walk. I had to walk actually the
Yeah, of
last
course
like
you did.
17 miles.
Yeah.
And that was
You're
such.
human, Chris.
That was such,
Yeah.
Very good.
That was
Good
such
to hear.
like that was such a mental like barrier for me
Yeah.
because I was just like I never like walk like there's so many people
Yeah.
especially in running like
Yeah.
collegiate run like when the pace goes down that's when the mental game is over.
Yeah.
My mental game didn't end when the pace went down.
Yep.
Like it I knew I had to continue to lock in because 17 miles of walking
Yeah.
It's
after running 84 miles like that's
yeah. I was giggling when you mentioned mile 84 because we literally were talking about
the
like
race starts
the
at mile
mile
80.
yeah, that mile 80 point. There's something really profound about that.
yeah.
What's I'll mix
Fantastic.
it up here a little bit. What's your nutrition fueling strategy like during a race? Do you have something you kind of like lock in and stick with all the time? Is it kind of free flowing?
Tell me you eat pizza rolls the
I
entire time
I
or
can't-
something crazy.
I can't lie, like my diet is off the rails.
This guy's great, dude. I love it. I love it.
I love pizza. I love pasta.
hand-in-hand
I really,
finish. Aw.
I would say my nutrition is. I mean, during race day, a lot of salts like pretzels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today I had soft pretzels. I had goo. My stomach can tolerate goo pretty well.
Okay.
So goo. Over the summer, I was eating like PB&Js.
There's
Sure.
Prince and Dana.
There they are.
All right, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah,
We got so many people crossing
Finishing
the
up
finish
right
line
now,
and
too, I
wrapping
know.
up. And
Congratulations.
Oh,
Actually, I have a
look at
question for
that.
you also, 'cause,
That's a great shot.
That is a nice shot.
Yeah.
Because you got the three of
Yes,
us all
look at
work
that
in like
energy.
run specialty, right? And different
Yeah.
different capacities. So we're nerds when it comes
Yeah.
to shoes and gear. What kind of shoes you wearing?
I got Hoka Arahis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cushion
nice.
stability shoe
Yeah.
for the folks back home.
Yeah.
The Arahi 7.
Lightweight.
Yeah, the Arahi 7.
Yeah,
I mean,
really
I have
lightweight.
an issue with like pronation.
Yeah.
I used to get a lot of stress fractures when I would wear, other shoes. So these are stability shoes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also.
You wear an insole?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Got you there.
But I also, I also just recently bought the new. There's like a new and up and coming brand called Mountain Coast.
Yeah.
Crucial's out
Yep.
here now. Yeah, man.
Yep.
Crucial's out here now. He's been a close friend of mine for
Yeah.
years. I was just talking with those folks down in Austin.
I've seen a few
at the
pairs out
Running
there.
Expo.
Yeah.
That R1R is supposed to be the one.
Yeah.
Is that the one that you have?
I have the P1, which is more
Okay.
like a stability kind of
Yeah.
type shoe.
Fair.
Nice.
Yes,
so,
it is.
So I've been wearing that recently, and it's really good. I got it on Black Friday, so they had this
Oh,
like free
nice.
Galacticos hat. So.
Question for you. Why
Yeah.
didn't you wear that
Some
shoe
good
today?
shots.
Just out of curiosity.
Why didn't I?
Yeah.
So my bread and butter was Hoka's. I was like going back and
Okay.
forth this week, and I
Yeah.
was like, I don't know, like should I wear the new shoe? Should I try it? And I was just like, no, I'm gonna stick with
Okay,
my bread
fair.
because I wanted the course record. That's what and I didn't know.
That's
I didn't know how that was
respectable.
gonna.
Yeah.
How that was gonna
It
feel
makes
with
perfect
the other
Right
sense.
on.
Yeah.
Cool.
So.
Makes perfect sense.
Right on.
One more for you here before we kind of wrap up, and we'll kind of get back. We'll highlight some people finishing.
Sure.
Anything coming up for you running wise? I know, like you just, this is
Yeah.
a huge win, awesome course record. Obviously, like enjoy this, celebrate it. But do you have anything like short term, long term running wise that you want to do? as
JFK
well?
50 next year.
I mean,
what are you thinking about?
Long term, I'd love to do like Western States one day. I'd love to do Badwater
I fucking love
potentially.
this guy.
Bad water potentially. I love
Yeah.
Badwater
that.
potentially because
Yeah.
I'm just a big fan of just that
Yeah.
heat heat
Yeah.
running. Like it's just
Yeah.
like that's so mental. Really, I guess javelina. I guess
Yeah,
is
javelina.
big.
Yeah.
Big javelina
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
There's a big East Coast contingent. Seriously, if
Oh,
you
yeah.
decide to sign up, reach out because all of
There are
us
a
have.
bunch of us that have done
She's
it multiple
twice.
times.
I've done it
Really?
3
Yeah.
years in a
Wow.
row.
Yeah.
Actually, shit.
You got your buckle, the javelina.
Oh, you got the buckle.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you want to do that, keep this crew in mind because
Yeah.
there's always someone
Absolutely.
going. Yeah.
Happy to answer
Absolutely.
questions.
You on social?
Yeah.
What's your social?
It's
For the folks at home.
I'm brand new. It's like it's called like CSOT.
Okay.
Because of my occupational therapy background.
nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
All right,
I don't
we'll
know if there's
find you on the gram.
underscores or not, but yeah. You'll find me. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Right on, Chris.
Yeah, and I mean, the next race coming up, I know I want to do some marathons.
Okay.
I want to get in, maybe potentially London or something next year.
Yeah.
I want to rock a 50K, maybe,
Like rip one.
like rip
Yeah.
one. Yeah. So,
I
like
love that.
yeah, but that's pretty much it.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, thank you for hopping
Yeah,
on with us.
seriously.
Congratulations,
you.
awesome
Huge
too.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank
Yeah,
you
man,
so
nice to
much
meet
for
you.
having
Thanks
me.
for
Nice
coming.
Nice to meet you
So
all.
good to
Yeah.
meet you.
It's
Absolutely.
nice to finally meet you. And
Yeah.
listen, I'm saying this on fucking camera right now. Next year, I want you to break my course record.
Yeah.
Here
Dude, I'll
at
be
the
back.
12 hour.
I'll be
I
back.
know
I'll
you
be
will
back. I'll be back.
Awesome,
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. All right.
Good deal. Well, thank you,
Excellent.
man. All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
All right,
Records are made
thanks,
to be
Chris.
broken, Chris.
Congratulations.
That was Chris, our
Chris
men's
Shaw.
winner, overall winner.
The new champion.
Course
Awesome,
record
man.
holder for the Frosty Looper 8-hour race.
Thank you, Chris.
That was sweet.
Fantastic.
That was awesome.
All right, we
What a good
have
dude.
like
I know we've had a
Man.
bunch of people finishing through.
18 and a half minutes left. We got so many people
I
coming
think
through.
I think I have a new man crush.
I think you do.
Come on, he's
I
talking
know.
my language.
All right, let's hit refresh on that.
I know.
bad
I
boy.
have been. People coming in and finishing. I know. Kind of keeping an eye on Rhiannon, see if she's going to come through
Yeah.
and break the course record. I
She's
know.
gotta
I
come
don't know if
through.
she's still out there. I don't know if she went out, but if she did, she'll finish that loop and break the course record. I know on the
I have my money on it.
female side of things, second place is locked up. So Michelle Palmer got second. She came
Sweet.
through already.
Nice.
Yeah, so she came through, so she couldn't go back out. On the men's side of things, so there's still a fair amount of people out there, I think, towards the top of that leaderboard, like Nick, Bill, Rhiannon.
I think they're still out there.
Steve might still be out there. Matt, who's in 6th, might still be out there. Like, a lot of their times aren't
Okay.
totally done yet. So again, I'm not totally sure as we wrap up, but just some great finish line shots here of people getting done.
Wouldn't it be cool
capping
if
off
we
the
had
day.
new men's and women's course record today?
That'd be great.
I think we're going to.
I think
if
we're going
Rhiannon's
to
out there again. I
because
don't know if she
they were
is,
set up right over there,
Yeah.
and I haven't seen her.
But yeah, and you can We can hear
There
it
she
from
is.
here.
And I think that's
So this
that's
is Shirley
Brian.
right here, getting ready to finish. She's awesome. She just hit her 1,000th day running streak, not even
No
a
way.
month and a half ago.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, she's Philly. She's Philly through and through.
1,000 days.
Yeah, absolute
no joke.
sweetheart.
Brandon's still out here.
Yeah. So yeah, this is always too. Again, like people tuning in, you, at least you get get
So
shots of your runners finishing,
exciting.
which is awesome.
We have any chats here?
Oh yeah, maybe the audio. Yeah,
I don't know if that's.
I don't know.
Oh, other folks are saying.
Loop
Yeah,
it.
mad props to Meredith the Banana. Absolutely. Running an entire race in costume is amazing.
Yeah, got a couple runners finishing again right now. You'll see them come into your screen here in a second. Awesome.
So exciting.
And this is also the cool time too. Like you can see down there, we can see it from here. Just people by the finish line, everyone having an opportunity to cheer their runners in. And yeah, finishing like it's great too. Like the people finishing right now, like really took advantage of the full time too.
Yes.
Right. So
Yeah.
being able to finish a loop when there's 10, 15 minutes left in the race.
That's
as a
great
whole
to
is
see.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Whether they did it purposely or it kind of worked out that way is
Right.
is sweet because there is a little strategy towards the end of these things if you're trying
Yeah.
to squeeze another loop out. And especially with these looped races like that, so the 12-hour race, that's the hardest part about those course records is like you got to get a whole nother loop.
Yeah.
Like you got to run at a pace to basically beat it by 4 miles.
Yep.
And that's why again in a race like this, man, it would have been interesting if he tried to go out for another loop because he had 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. It
it
starts to
was-
become a math problem at some point where you're running like 6:45.
Yeah.
So
It's funny. I was talking with Lowell about that, whether or
Yeah.
not Chris was going to go back out, and we had both agreed, like, you have something to shoot for next year.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Because he was saying, like, how pole vaulters, if they beat the record by a centimeter, they're just going to stop there for the
Yeah.
day and then have something to work
Interesting.
towards in the next meet.
Yeah, because that's kind of how this one, especially at 8 hours. I mean, if he goes out and runs another, and gets it to 64 almost,
I mean,
it would be
listen,
63.
if his average loop time was a half hour, he definitely had,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
There was another
but at the
loop.
same time, it's like for who, for what?
Yeah.
Exactly. Why? Like, yeah.
And I don't know if anything was
Yeah.
hurting on him. Or,
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he had a
Yeah.
really good day, though.
There's
Really, really
there's nothing
strong.
wrong with that.
It would be cool if Nick comes in, too. If Nick comes in and finishes that last loop. He'll
Yeah.
have
Do
60
we know?
miles, too.
I'm not sure if he's still out there.
He was at 7 hours and 19 minutes total
Okay.
elapsed
Okay.
time, so he would have had 41 minutes.
All right,
Couple
we got a
people running
bunch
pretty
more
hard right here.
people
I don't know if
coming
this
in
is
right
one of them.
now.
I'm not
I
commenting.
don't. Yeah. What's that?
I'm not commenting.
Let's see here as these guys finish. Awesome.
Yep.
There you go. Arms up. There's more
Two more.
coming
This
through.
is so fun. I love
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Just
is
being
like
able
the
to sit
golden
back
hour,
and
man.
watch.
Yeah, it is a golden hour. There's
Let's go, Kevin!
Woo!
There we go. I think Kevin's going to hit a distance PR today, if
Oh,
I'm
that's
not
awesome.
mistaken.
That's
I think.
awesome.
I think.
Yeah, a bunch of people at that 14.
I'm like feeling a little anxious.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, as we see people finish, what do we got? About 13 minutes left?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, there's still people waiting. to.
There's still people. Yeah, we got a lot more that are
And
going to
again,
come
if you've
through
been
in the next
tuning
10
in with
minutes.
us and you're like, man, I want to give one of these races a shot, Loopy Looper registration is open.
Get on Ultra sign up.
Sign up
Let's
for the
go.
summer race.
Do
The party.
it.
The party.
Do it. It
Really
is
is a
such
party,
a good
man.
time.
It really is a party.
It truly is.
The August party.
I just want to come and hang out one day.
I mean, I'll be on the call. I'll be sitting right here in this seat.
Pete just said same.
Yeah. I'll be sitting here. If you two sign up and run, you won't be sitting with me, but I'll be yelling at you.
All right.
Oh, I am a looper volunteer for life.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Are you done running it?
I might be.
Last year was
I've done a
wild.
lot of miles on this
Yeah.
loop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll be
have
honest with
but-
you. And again,
I actually have the most. All right, Steve.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, go out.
Woo!
So Steve, at
I actually
Pisano
Sorry,
Grill.
listeners,
I
hearing us
actually have
shout.
the most lifetime miles. at
I'm sure
Loopy
you do.
Looper.
Yep.
I want to
That's
keep
cool.
building on that.
You.
Yeah, it's
No,
funny.
Yeah, right?
Put a shirt on.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
see,
Put a shirt on.
Yeah.
You'll see what I mean in just 1 sec, folks.
We like it.
you
Stay
had
shirtless.
you
Okay.
had one more looper than I did,
Yeah,
but I did more of the Frosties.
correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I'm just talking like Loopy
All
Looper.
right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ah, this guy's making me cold.
Yeah,
I know.
he was. Oh, was that?
Who was that? Is that Nick
I
Schroeder?
don't think it was because
I
it was a
don't
minute
know.
quicker. But Nick Schroeder is done. So Nick Schroeder, and I
Did
don't know
he
if that's
tie
how you
it?
pronounce his last name, but
Oh,
he also
he
hit
did
60
tie
miles.
60?
which
That's
was
amazing.
Awesome. So we had 2 people today break the previous course record.
Absolutely
So
amazing.
Nick, although he'll finish in second place today, has the second most miles run in this race.
That's
That's
really
of
absolutely
all time.
incredible.
So 2 people go over the previous course record.
Congratulations,
Nick hit 60.
Nick.
That's awesome. So he'll
Absolutely
be your second
incredible.
place male.
And like
really
that's
strong day.
kind of what you tend to see with the larger number of people running these races.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
going to see a broader spectrum of distances and times.
That's really impressive,
That's
though, man.
phenomenal.
And then so Bill, who finished in third, Bill Durant, tied the previous course record. So the whole podium either tied or broke the previous course
that's
record.
awesome.
Great.
Those 3 guys.
So when you think about this too, it's like let's just back up to Chris for a second. You know, Chris finished his 60 in 7 hours.
Mm-hmm.
If he's running Loopy, he's got
Oh,
5
yeah.
more hours.
Yeah.
If he's running the 12,
Yeah.
he's got 5 more hours.
Yeah.
Let's just be conservative and say he's running that at a 40-minute. He's running the loops in 40
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
It's hotter, but yeah, I mean,
yeah.
but yeah,
But he did say he likes the heat.
he did. Here comes Lisa Perry.
That's
Yeah,
when he stole my
Lisa!
heart, frankly. When
When
he
he said
said
he liked the heat.
when he said he likes the heat, I was like, Chris, you just stole my heart, man.
That's awesome.
All right, comes
Lisa
Lisa
Perry
Perry,
coming
and we are
in.
10 minutes.
Former 12-hour champion there.
Yeah,
former
Lisa.
Loopy Looper champion.
Yeah. I think she won Hainesport too.
She
the
did.
12-hour.
I think
Yeah.
she did.
I think you're right.
I think she did.
But I'm pretty sure Rhiannon Benson has also won Hainesport.
All right. Is Rhiannon still out
There's
there?
Treishel and Bob.
Trishel and Bob. I don't know.
So she hasn't come in. I don't know. Again, I have no idea if she went out on another loop. It would be like she had it locked up.
I thought she did.
I don't know if there's any way that we can find out. I don't know if
I think that's
Ryan
what I'm
Toro's
anxious
over there.
about.
What's that?
I think
Oh, here she is.
Yes!
All right. So here comes our female winner, Rhiannon Benson. She's going to come through here into your
Wow.
screen. She's
Hell
going to break,
yeah.
Course
she's gonna
record.
break the
Yes.
women's course record.
Nice.
Both course records fall today.
Nice.
There she is. Yeah.
Want me to grab her?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
if you
called
want,
it.
Yeah.
I'll grab her.
If she's into it. Yeah, there you go. So just broke the women's course record.
Yes.
56.25 miles. Bib number 138.
138.
So
Super
Rhiannon will
exciting.
be first. Michelle Palmer finished second.
Super
Third
exciting.
place, it looks like, is going to be Wassam Halak. I don't know if that's how you say her name. Finished in
El Hayek.
El Hayek. There you go. Thank you.
Yep.
From East Hanover, New Jersey, with
Fantastic.
48.75 miles. Looks like that'll be your.
I think
Third place
the best
now.
that I did in the Frosty was 48.75 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a ton to run in 8 hours.
It is a lot.
And again,
Yeah.
you look at the pace, like you're under 10 minute
And
pace.
the
That's
reality is that you're typically doing that in like 7.5 hours.
Yeah.
You're not actually running the full 8 hours.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's under.
Oh,
10 minute
look at
pace. Yeah.
we got a mom coming in with the kiddos.
Love
I
it.
love
Love
seeing
it.
that. That's so fantastic.
So we'll see if we can grab our female champ.
Yeah.
Gags went on an expedition to see if we can grab her.
It's so great.
Yeah, we have our last couple runners coming in here, which is great. Albie. I bet I've run more miles around that loop than all of you.
Guarantee it, Albie.
That's awesome. So good.
Awesome. So yeah, it sounds like we got some comments that the audio was cutting in and out. we apologize for that. We actually can't hear the audio ourselves. So if it was cutting in and out, sorry. We didn't have that signal.
This is always a good part too.
I know,
can see
you
on
love
your
that.
screen, people taking their end of race pictures.
Yep.
Which is always good, always awesome.
The finish line pose.
Yeah. Got about 6-7 minutes left of race time. Again, I don't know how many people are still out there on the course. There's definitely probably some people out there kind of wrapping things up. Still trying to wait and see if we can get Rhiannon.
Yeah, look at
fourth.
all that celebration right there in the finish.
Yes.
I love it.
First female, fourth overall. It's awesome.
Amazing.
Another good one. Oh, she's coming on.
Yeah.
She's probably wrecked.
She's gotta be exhausted.
Like just finished. Like
Yeah.
Chris had like a little bit of time. He finished and waited, and
yeah.
she's probably wrecked. So it looks like we're gonna grab her, and
this is
that'll
great.
probably take us through our broadcast.
Yep. Lots of celebrating happening at
should
the
be good.
finish line. And yeah, I hope everybody can see the excitement and like all the celebration. Like everybody should come out and give a timed race a chance because it's just so much fun.
All right. Looks
We
like
got our new female champ,
looks like we're
course
gonna get
record holder.
our female champ, new female
Heck
record
yeah,
holder here.
give her a blanket.
Yeah.
Can you
wanna
even
sit here?
sit? These chairs are gonna be cold.
So this mic will be yours.
Okay.
Yay!
I'm Brian, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Rhiannon.
Nice to meet
I
you.
am so
Yeah.
friggin' excited.
All right.
All
So
right, we got a mic in front of you.
yeah, Gags, you got a mic
Gags.
over there.
Oh
too.
yeah.
I
Testing.
I texted you last
Yes,
night. What did I
yes.
say?
You said female F1. Rhiannon's the one to beat. Period.
Yay!
So-
Way to go!
Yeah. So
How you
Michelle
doing?
called it.
yeah,
Pretty good.
feel good.
That was an
Yeah.
incredible
It was good.
performance.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ran a great race. So yeah, first overall female, fourth overall in the race, new course record here. So previous course record was 52. It was a loop less, so 52 and change. You finished at 56 and a quarter, which is unbelievable. Always great when we have a course record go down. Coming into today, was there a thought of I could win this thing, I could break the course record, or was it kind of like let me just see how the day shapes out? Like, what were kind of your thoughts maybe yesterday or this morning, like coming into the race? Here, and I'm gonna have yeah.
So,
That might be easier to hold.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I really try not to make assumptions
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah.
So you never know if it's going to be a good day or a bad day.
Yep.
My last race was a real bad day. So,
It's so hard to predict, right?
yeah, I mean, I figured I could get 52, but I don't know, and I knew that was the course record, but I didn't know what time at 52, if
Yeah.
that makes sense. So it was just like, whatever, probably 52-ish,
Yeah.
maybe, if
Yeah.
things go well.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things. We were saying that earlier too, like about the course records for these loop races, is that it's not like if the course record's 52, you gotta run 56, like because it's the whole nother loop to like
Right.
break it, because they don't differentiate the time with the record.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
Let's
to be
not-
able to get
yeah.
that next loop is awesome. 8:22 about pace we had on the day for you, which is
Incredible.
really
Fantastic.
great.
Holy crap.
56
Yeah.
miles. Yes.
Is this your distance PR today?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So
For this amount of time, yes.
Okay, fair.
Yes.
oh, that's
Fair.
awesome then.
Yeah.
What was kind of like your fueling, like nutrition strategy coming into today? Did you have something kind of like locked in you were sticking with, or like a strategy that typically works, or again, kind of just free flowing? What was your?
Well, my partner and I, we do Martin, and we just like mixed each serving of it to make the gel,
Yeah.
and then poured it into a gallon jug so that we could just then pour that
Yep.
every 2 loops, and that was it. Like a lot of
Awesome.
calories, like 320, and for every 2 loops,
okay,
great.
so like
so the
almost
Morton
an hour.
320
Yeah.
drink mix.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you're
yeah,
Cruising
yeah.
with. All right.
and some salt in there too somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for the folks at home, Rhiannon's wearing Endorphin Speed 4s, which she's not a fan of. But that's that.
Not a
Don't tell
sponsor.
her.
It's all right. We're not no sponsor.
yeah.
That part was secret.
I'm sorry. We've been talking about shoes.
That's
We
great.
all work in shoe. We
That's
all
what I
work in one
explained to her.
specialty stores. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you work in the same one that you run?
No.
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 We're actually all in different
3
ones.
different
Yeah.
ones.
She's North Wales,
Wales Running Company.
Haddonfield, and I'm Philly Runner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. So you're from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Mm-hmm. Did you stay here last night? Did you drive down this morning?
We stayed at the Best Western Plus down the street.
Nice. So local. All right. So I
Very
always
nice.
think,
Fabulous.
I think that's always interesting for race strategy.
Yeah.
Like even
Yeah.
a race like this, it started at 8 o'clock. So
Yeah.
like I guess in theory you could have stayed at home, but like
Yeah.
you're getting up super early.
Yeah.
Do you think that helped your performance today? Like being able to like sleep close and like get here a little bit later and all that good stuff.
1,000%.
Yeah.
The last race we did was in Savannah, and we arrived at 2 a.m. for a 7 a.m. start, and
good
that
Yeah.
was
grief.
not a good idea.
Yeah.
So we decided to do the most opposite thing to
Yeah.
that we could do.
Good.
Yeah.
I think it worked.
Yeah. It's great. I do that too sometimes, even races like to kind of use the flip. Like if I were to do a North Jersey race, I'll like stay up there and my wife's always like, are you serious? Like just drive in the morning. And I'm like, no. Like I'm going. Like it's so it is. It
Yeah.
does. I think it helps. Yeah.
It
It
does
was like
make a
such a
min-
waste of money. And then
Yeah.
you're like, this is like a $400 day or whatever, and you're
Yeah.
like, that's great.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's great.
How many minutes?
We have a couple minutes.
Oh,
To,
350.
All right. So you do need to collect a pretty stout award.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Running wise, and I know it's the winter. I know a lot of people start to like take a little bit of time off, maybe. And I know you just won this race, and obviously, you know, enjoy it. Be proud of this one. It's an unbelievable performance.
huge.
Do you have other things kind of like already lined up for what you're running next, like things you're signed up for, or what's kind of like the future look like?
Yes. I'm signed up for Umstead 100.
Oh,
in
yeah.
Nice.
Very nice.
Nice.
So this
Oh,
was like
that's
a
great.
training for that.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to like run a longer training run right now. It's a little early, but
Right.
probably do another one or something.
Yeah.
At some point.
yeah.
This is
it's a
nice
solid
gauge
block.
to see where you're at fitness wise and
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like flat
Yeah.
and you
Right.
can see. I
Yeah.
think Umstead's pretty flat.
it's not
too.
super
Yeah.
like
It's
super
looped
up and
I've
down.
too, isn't
actually
it?
heard
It's
there's like
loop-
a
it's like sort of
there's
like
a
8.
downhill that you have to kind of be aware of, only because there's a tendency to go real fast.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good to
I've
know.
heard it's a fantastic race though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it should be fun.
Yeah. That's
Um,
awesome.
Yeah, so that's
Good stuff.
April.
Yeah, Tara Dower won that race outright, right?
Yeah.
Recently? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that was like a 14 something.
Yeah.
So I can tell you that won't be happening.
Oh, 8:20 pace today through 56.
I think
Yeah.
14:20 is like faster than that.
Yeah, that's all right.
Like by a lot.
Gosh, that's so exciting. I was rooting for you. I didn't want to say it when I saw you this morning. I was thinking it, but I was like, no, just say have
good.
fun.
That's good you didn't say it.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
makes it scary.
It does. And I think it's never, like, we all just never really know what's going to happen. And I don't like when anyone says stuff like that to me, because
Yeah.
I'm like, but I'm just going to go have a good time. That's what I want to focus on. But super excited for you.
Did you feel kind of throughout the day like this could be a fairly special day in terms of like pacing?
Like right after the marathon time frame, because it's like
Sure.
a weird mental. You're
Yeah.
like, oh great. Well, we're like kind of halfway.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Ish,
Yeah.
or
Right.
whatever. But my pacer Emily.
Yay, Emily. Hooray
A lot.
for Pacers.
When she was talking to me, and I was like, I can't talk right now.
Yeah.
We're just gonna run.
Nice.
And I was like, I'm turning on my music.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, this was my first race ever with music, so
Oh, nice.
What'd you think?
Good.
it was good.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever do it again because you can't
Yeah.
really do it on trails. But
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Have you did you know where you were throughout the day?
no,
You had no idea.
not exactly. Nope.
I
when
think
did
that's
you
good.
find
I
like
prefer
what point
that.
in the race that would drive me nuts?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what point in the race did you realize where you were, and what point did you realize, oh shit, I think I got this if I keep at it?
Like after the finish line.
Really?
Like I literally had
I
no
love
idea.
it. That's
you didn't know
good.
you were in first, or where you were course record wise?
Well, I knew the course record was 52, but I
Yeah.
didn't know if someone else was
Wow.
Like,
and you didn't ask your
Yeah.
crew like where you're at or no?
Good for you.
It's almost it might almost
Good
be
for
better
you.
though.
Yeah.
That's,
like I wondered, but I didn't know.
yeah.
I think,
Part of the
and I
reasons-
think
oh.
it's sort of all strategy, and you have to know your own personal preference and to know yourself. I know for me, I don't usually want to know that because, and it's just what works for you.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
think part of the reason why they have TVs now at these races
Yeah.
is because I would holler at Pete for the first couple years, like, dude, where am I at? Where am I
Yeah.
at? Where am I
my
at?
God.
Where am I
Yeah.
at? And he's like, we're getting a TV for you next year, guys. I was like, okay.
Well, I
So
mean,
that's not your style.
Yeah.
well, at the end of the day, like you have to run your own race.
Yeah.
True.
Yes.
And I was like, well, if someone's ahead of me, like, good for them, and I will
Yeah.
blow the hell up if I try to keep up with
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
And if they're not, then they're not.
Yeah.
great.
I
That's
think
such a
that's
good
such a good
strategy.
attitude.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Like that's something I think
that's a healthy attitude.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
Definitely.
very healthy.
And it's like
Definitely.
easier said than done. Like for you to be like, yeah, like I'm just gonna really do my own thing, and I don't really necessarily care if someone's ahead of me. Like putting that into practice that much today is awesome. So that's a
Yeah,
great
you
race.
gotta know yourself. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
That's great. All right, I know you got
Absolutely.
awards here today.
Yes.
we got
so
the awards, so
All right.
All right, and I
Thank
think
you so
we'll
much.
probably be
Good to
wrapping.
meet you.
Yeah.
Congratulations! I'll come down and give you a hug.
We're gonna walk
Yeah.
down there. I know.
Okay.
Wow.
We'll wrap up.
oh, it's
All right.
Well, our guys aren't here to wrap us up.
Okay.
I think we'll be okay.
But-
the rails kind of.
I think we can wrap ourselves up. Cheers to everybody who tuned in.
Yeah. You all right here? All right. Such a good race today.
Yeah.
So that-
Amazing.
I think we're gonna sign off. I don't know if we have to wait for our guys to sign us off. We could probably just tell them we're done and put the mics down.
Yep. Mic drop.
We'll wait for Gags to come back in, but that is it. So
And
we
with
will.
that,
Oh, they're coming. He's coming. So all right, we'll wrap up here. So again, thank you everyone for joining
that
in.
metal chair was cold.
Yeah.
yeah.
That metal chair was cold. Sitting back on my chair is like nice and
Nice.
warm.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Man.
All right, so we'll wrap it up again.
This is
Thank
it.
you. Yeah,
Wrap
thank
it
you
up.
to the
Thank
sponsors.
you guys.
All right.
Thank you to the two of you.
Right
Thank
on.
you to Camden
Yes.
County. You guys
Michelle.
rock. That was fun.
This is always
Hey,
fun.
thank
Let's
you,
do it
Pete,
again.
Jen. Thank you, Glass
Yeah.
Jar Media. Thank you,
Yep.
volunteers. Thank you, Brian. Thank you,
course.
Michelle.
Thank you to anyone who listened.
BDG123 on social, on the gram.
At
If you-
MRMRIBBIT.
And if you want
Brian
to check out some of my old episodes from the podcast, Running Times with Gags, available on all the streaming platforms. Michelle?
Let's run that again. Check us out.
Yeah, we're gonna
definitely. All right. Bye, guys.
All right. See ya. Thank you.
Peace and love.
Woo! Nice shot.
All right, everybody, let's do this. What are we doing? We're doing the awards. That's what we're doing. All right, everybody, we're doing awards. Come over to the start line if you are here for that. All right, guys, so we're going to start with the female.
For a similar one with.
Actually, we're going to do we need a fastest first lap. We're missing one fastest first lap.
Long way with the shoes. Actually, both. Both up.
So we So in third place with 48.75 miles, we have Wesson Eliak. All right, holding that order. Then in second place with 48.75 miles, we have Michelle Palmer. And then in first place with a new female course record at 56.25 miles, we've got Rhiannon Benson. On the male side, we got Bill Durant with 56.25 miles in third place. In second place, breaking the course record but not winning the race, we got Nick Schroeder. And in first place with the new course record and our first ever person to win both Loopy and Frosty in the same calendar year, with 60 miles, we've got Chris Shaw. Good man. All right, everybody, that's all the awards. If anyone wants to jump into a giant Frosty Looper group picture, just gather under the arch.